Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon of November 19th. Today's invocation will be delivered by Pastor Mario Canas from Victory Outreach. It's great to have you here, Pastor. Councilmember Canas will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. Pastor Mario Canas is the Community Relations Pastor at Victory Outreach Church in San Jose, which is in my district, and has been there since 1990. Victory Outreach Church is a mission-driven church with a passion to bring freedom and healing to those in our community who are trapped in the powerful grip of drugs, gangs, and prostitution. Earlier this year, they celebrated 40 years of serving our city by partnering with the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force and local community-based organizations to serve at-risk families, youth, and the homeless, and by operating their Victory Homes for Men and Women, which have been highly successful at empowering individuals to take control of their lives, exchanging hopelessness for a new resolve and determination to help others. Welcome, Pastor Canas, and thank you for delivering our invocation today.
Thank you. Well, with that said, as a church, we're looking forward to participating with this year's City of San Jose Holidays Parade with our float, Children of the World. Like you said, over 50 years, Victory Outreach has trained, equipped men and women to reach their full potential in life, whether to establish a church, building a career, or growing and nourishing a family. As well as our upcoming Thanksgiving dinner for those in our men and women's Victory Homes and their families. Now, this is where, at one time, those perhaps struggling with addiction or just needed a new direction in life could come, stay for free, and change. This event will hopefully reunify families in our city. As you said, we work cooperatively with others to accomplish our task before us. As we are involved participating with our city Mayor's Gang Task Force, we are also hosting our monthly meetings in our church a few times throughout the year. We often reach out to the neediest areas in our city where violence has occurred, yet the threats in those areas has not deterred us. In fact, the challenge has fueled us with new determinations within our local church members to help those in need within those communities. Since our humble beginnings in 1967, and here locally in San Jose since 1979, Victory Outreach has grown from one church to a worldwide network with over 700 churches and ministries, with locations in all across America and 30 countries from the Philippines to the Netherlands. We have grown into one of the largest inner city ministries in the world, meeting the need of peoples of all walks of life. And on behalf of Victory Outreach San Jose, I would like to thank you for this opportunity here today. So with that said, can we go ahead and pray? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, and thank you for this opportunity that you have given each of us to be here this afternoon. I pray that you guide us always, strengthen us as we make tough decisions. I pray that we will be fruitful. Father, please guide those before us so that this meeting can be productive. Let them be effective and decisive, O Lord. Please instruct us and teach us in the ways that we should go in this meeting. Please counsel us with your loving eye on us. Let our aim in this meeting be aligned with your direction. Let our plans be orchestrated by you. Lord, let your will be done in this meeting so that this can be a meeting that is based upon your desire for our great city. Wherever you want the results from this meeting, let it happen. In our hearts, we plan our course, but we pray that you establish our steps. I pray that we seek you for advice. Let us not make decisions based upon what we know, but let us act based upon your wisdom as the leaders that you have called us to be. Lord, make your face shine on us and be gracious to us. I pray that we feel your presence during this meeting because you are with us wherever we go. I pray that this meeting focuses on you and your plans for our great city, San Jose, that we represent here today. Let our actions in this meeting be valuable to our aims, which is to build up and edify one another throughout this great city that we call home. I pray that we meditate on your law day and night so that we can be blessed. I pray that we do not grow weary while doing the right thing. For those we represent in our communities, and in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart. I believe that you guide us in this meeting. I place it in your hands. We place our hearts and our minds in your hands as well, so that you may direct us days, months, even years after today. We come expecting to make a mark on this earth that is significant for the growth and unity of our city, but we can only do it with your guidance. Thank you, Lord, for this prayer and for the opportunity to cover our mayor, vice mayor, as well as our city council members here today, and all those that are in attendance. I ask that you bless them all. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Please join us as we pledge allegiance. Thank you. We have 3 ceremonial items this afternoon. I'll start with Councilmember Arenas, who will be presenting a proclamation to recognize National Prematurity Awareness Month.
Thank you, Mayor. And as our guests of honor are coming, making their way down, I'm going to start by just recognizing that November is the National Prematurity Awareness Month, and it's time to raise awareness for the well-being of all mothers and infants. And this is something very dear to my heart, as my son was born premature. He stayed in the NICU unit for about 2 months, which is the NICU unit that Mark and the nurses here represent over at Good Sam. He was born under 3 pounds, but if you saw him now, he's my same height and just really thriving in 5th grade. And so at a very personal level, I understand how important this issue is for so many parents and families. And it's amazing the science of medicine and what they can do for premature babies. And it gets remarkable every year, as is evident in Nilo, who was born, I believe, about 4 weeks earlier this year in March. And as you can see, he speaks for himself, really. Every year, 400,000 infants are born preterm in the U.S., and though the national rate has declined substantially over the last 10 years, there's still a lot of work to be done. So by ensuring that all women have access to comprehensive maternal health care and chronic conditions, we can support in preventing preterm births across all communities. And that's why I'm so pleased to welcome Good Samaritan Hospital, whose neonatal intensive care unit has assisted countless families with preterm births through their individualized and developmentally appropriate care plans. Their program, NICU Access, which I was also able to benefit from, provides free services to families, including homestays, food, transportation, childcare assistance, and educational resources, so that we can all worry less and focus on bonding with our children. So in recognition of this vital role they play in providing care to our premature children and mothers and families in our community, I'd like to ask Mark Brown, who's Good Sam's Chief Nursing Officer, Maris and Carice, who are nurse managers, and of course Jessica out in the audience, who is the coordinator of the program, to be recognized and to accept our proclamation for National Prematurity Awareness Month. And before the mayor gives this proclamation to you, I'd like to ask Mark to come up and say a few words.
So thank you, everybody. A great opportunity to get some awareness out there around premature infants and births. I've had the pleasure of being the Chief Nursing Officer at Good Samaritan Hospital for only about 2.5 months now, and I've been nothing but amazed at the care that's provided both at the hospital and at the neonatal intensive care unit. One of the things I like to do as I do my rounds throughout the hospital is ask the nurses about their why. why they became a nurse, why they continue to be a nurse, why they do what they do. Just trying to remember and connect them with their passion and compassion is around patients. I had the opportunity to round the NICU. I think it was the first month that I started there. And it's always interesting to hear different nurses' stories about why they got into nursing. Some of it's a personal story about a mom or an aunt or a brother, sister, somebody that was in the hospital. I was going through the NICU, and there was a nurse that was taking care of one of our infants there, and I asked her, her name's Sarah. I said, Sarah, why are you a nurse? What's your why? And she kind of paused and looked at me, and she smiled, and she said, 24 years ago, I was a baby here in the NICU. The kind of care that I got from the nurses, the attention they gave to my parents, resonated with both my parents and me, and I wanted to make sure that I gave back to the people that gave me life and had the opportunity to make sure that I had a good start in my life. So her why was because she was a NICU baby, and she wanted to give back into that very same NICU and make sure that the other children that were born in there had the same opportunities as she did. So that's some of the absolutely wonderful things that our nurses do. The NICU is not something that's celebrated as much. We are about 52 beds out of our 400 plus in the entire hospital, and it's a very quiet service line, but a very powerful service line. And Maris and Carice are testaments of the nursing leaders we have there, and very proud to give the kind of care we give to the San Jose area and the surrounding communities. So thank you for this. It's a tremendous honor and recognition for Good Samaritan Hospital, so thank you.
All right, we're also going to be proclaiming National Alzheimer's Awareness Month, and Councilmember Crosco is making her way down now. And we have some community members in purple shirts. Welcome.
Hi, how are you? How are you? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. November is National Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month and National Family Caregivers Month, designated in 1983. And at that time, less than 2 million Americans had the disease, and today the number of people with Alzheimer's has soared to nearly 5.4 million. This one is especially personal for me. My own beloved father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's in 2001 and lived with it for 10 years before it slowly progressed, robbing him of his memories and his identity until he passed from complications of the disease. As his only child, my mother and I were his primary caregivers. Doctor appointments, visits to nutritionists, surgeons, physical therapists, neurologists, and shuffling between O'Connor Hospital, Stanford, all while caring for a teenager and 3 brand new babies with little to no respite can take a toll on any family. I wish I had known then what I know now in terms of the support I could have received during those years. It's a frightening thing to see someone close to you start to slip away and into a very different person. Our brains, while capable of great things, are very delicate and have a lot of mystery around why certain things happen in later stages of life. Even though I saw my father painfully lose his memories, I still hold many strong memories of him and the life that he lived. During this month, we want to recognize the more than 15 million people in the US who are currently providing unpaid care to a person living with Alzheimer's or dementia. Today, we have the Alzheimer's Association here with us to receive the proclamation. The Alzheimer's Association has worked throughout the years to offer support to families and people who are affected by Alzheimer's. The Alzheimer's Association works to fund and promote research devoted to recognizing Alzheimer's and its effects. They have found in a recent study that 84% of caregivers would have liked support in providing care for someone with the disease, myself included. With 15 million Alzheimer's caregivers across the country and over 90,000 in the Santa Clara County alone, that leaves a lot of people in need of support. These caregivers are heroes. They give up their jobs, spend their life savings, and put their own health at risk to provide care for their loved ones. And I'd like to just mention that in my household alone, my mother was devoted. My husband put everything aside to do the same for my father, but I wanted to also mention that Senator Kevin De Leon, at that time assembly member, would drive almost daily from Sacramento or fly in from LA to help with my father's well-being, as well as with my children. So I know the struggles that these families go through. Their stories inspire me. And I encourage all of San Jose residents to call the Alzheimer's Association helpline. Visit their website to educate yourselves on Alzheimer's and learn how you can support a caregiver in their own lives. I want to thank Barbara Marquez, board member of the Alzheimer's Association, for being here today and for all the help that the association provides. Mayor, if you would mind giving the proclamation, please. And if you would give a few words, we'd love to hear from you. Absolutely.
Hi, good afternoon. Right here. Oops, sorry. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Luz Gamboa. Yeah, I am caregiver. I care for my husband especially. I learned that about 5.5 years ago when he started getting sick. I'm very grateful to the Alzheimer's Society for being there for me when I need it. And any question you have, you call the hotline for the Alzheimer's Society, and they are there for us to take care of us. Thank you.
To move it up. Okay, to move it up a little bit. Thank you. Perfect. Hi, my name is Rebecca Marquez. I'm actually representing my sister, Barbara Marquez, who serves on the board. We're longtime East Side residents. We grew up on the East Side, and my mother was a activist, Florence Marquez, for social justice on the East Side, so we grew up out there in Salsipuedas. And my mother lost her battle to Alzheimer's 18 months ago. Give me a second. I think the most important thing to realize about this disease is, I was just reading statistics, and every 65 seconds somebody develops this disease. It's staggering. It's something that cannot be ignored. By the time I parked my car or found a parking space, walked in here and I'm speaking to you, 20 families are getting that bad news. By the end of a 24-hour day, 1,400 families are getting that bad news. It's staggering. I say that we are getting on the Alzheimer's train. It's not a ride that you purchase a ticket to. It's something that you're told that you're going to be riding on. And you want to get off. But the caregiving side of it is really the engine behind it. The engine that drives this train down the tracks to a destiny that you know the outcome, that you're going to lose your loved one. And along the way, as they call it, it's the longest goodbye, because every day, as the councilwoman had mentioned, is that you lose them a little bit every day, a little bit more every day. So it's these staggering statistics. It's that you can't think it's not going to happen to your family. And it's about having a plan, discussing it as a family, supporting the main caregiver. There's always going to be one main caregiver. That was my sister. And contributing. It's all hands on deck with this. So as this train proceeds down the tracks, and you realize that the caregiver is the driving force that helps this person survive with this disease and will ultimately, unfortunately, lose their battle, all of us in the family are impacted. We're impacted by our mental health, our physical health, financial status is impacted by this as well. So My hat's off to the caregivers for all the sacrifices that they make and the devotion to their loved one while they battle this disease. But everybody within that family unit is impacted. Thank you for your time today.
All right, our final ceremonial presentation involves Councilmember Perales. I believe the African American Studies Department at San Jose State University is celebrating its 50th anniversary. Founded at a time when San Jose State was very much spearheading the civil rights movement in our country. If any members of the department would like to join us, please.
Oh, yes.
Can't hear. It's not on.
Oh, maybe it is on.
It's on now?
Close.
Okay. If any members of the African American Studies Department from San Jose State University are here, please come on down and join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Testy mic today. And as the faculty makes it down, I'll begin. So the Department of African American Studies at San Jose State University was founded in the fall of 1969. The Department of African American Studies aims to provide students throughout the university with critical, interdisciplinary, and specialized knowledge about African and African American populations and its communities. Its curriculum, programming, and scholarship examines, explores, and engages the intellectual traditions within the African diaspora from multiple perspectives: historical, cultural, philosophical, political, social, and theoretical, in service to its students and society. When the department was first launched, there were only 17 courses instructed with 10 faculty members. By December of 1973, the department offered 35 courses with 20 full-time professors and 1,500 students enrolled. In February of 2002, the department implemented a new program called San Jose State University's Model for Black Studies. SJSU was the first of 5 universities in the nation to adopt such a program. Most recently, in August of 2019, the department launched a new minor in Black Women's Studies. It is my honor to ask our mayor to present the commendation to the Department of African American Studies at San Jose State University, my alma mater, for their 50th anniversary, and invite Dr. Theodora Regina Berry to say a few words.
Good afternoon. On behalf of our San Jose State University President Mary Papazian, Dean Walt Jacobs, the Dean of the College of Social Sciences, we are pleased and proud to accept this commendation on behalf of the City of San Jose. I wanted to also take this moment to give honor to one of our longest serving faculty members in the Department of African American Studies, who now serves as Professor Emeritus, Dr. Stephen Milner. I also want to take this moment to recognize our students who are in the room. Will those students enrolled in African American Studies please stand? Would you guys like to come down?
Yeah, come on down for the photo.
And while they make their way to the front of the room, I want to acknowledge that one of the most significant things about the field and this particular department is this notion that the department and the field of African American Studies was born out of struggle. It is a department who has its grassroots in the community, but has its intellectual roots in knowledge and experiences from the African diaspora. And so we honor that in all of the classes that we offer to our students and in all of the scholarship that is offered by our faculty. We are continuing a tradition of reaching back to our community with the knowledge that we have gained and engaged in as a way of broadening our scope to reach out to all those. We are proud that we have had graduates from our department go into fields like law, public service, and medicine. There are so many options available to our students who engage in this field, and we are proud to be able to continue the tradition of being able to be community entrenched and intellectually invigorated. I also want to, I would be remiss if I would not acknowledge Dr. Milner's a wonderful and supportive spouse, Joyce Milner, who's in the audience, who has essentially served with him for all 40 years. So thank you for being here and for continuing to support us.
Okay, we're on to orders of the day. I'm told that item 3.4 is moved to the evening. That will be heard immediately after ceremonials in the evening, unless there's any objection. And if there are any other changes to the printed agenda? If not, let's hear a motion. Oh, I believe that item 4.3 needs to be deferred to the 3rd of December. That's a Quetzal Gardens apartment project.
Motion to approve the remainder.
Okay. Okay, that's a motion to approve everything with those changes. Is that right, Councilman Kemmis? Fabulous. Okay, let's vote on that motion. All right, on to the closed session report, Ed.
The councilman in closed session, there's no report.
All right, thank you. On to the consent calendar. The items that council would like to pull from consent. I would like to pull item 2.13, which relates to the signal retiming. I think I have that number right. Pulling it up now. Are there any other items to be pulled? Okay, we'll hear a motion then on the remainder. Let's vote. I don't have any cards on consent calendar. Okay, then on to 2.13. John, thanks for coming down.
Please vote.
Oh. Okay, we're still voting. 2.13 is the TFCA grant, and I know that you and your team do a great job getting the Transportation Fund for Clean Air grants, which we routinely do very well with. I know it ultimately comes through VTA. The typical retiming project I know is about moving cars and reducing congestion of automobiles. And it seems like we're taking, I guess, consistent with our long-term strategy, we're looking at a retiming project that's focused on bikes and ped. And so I can appreciate the intent. My concern, I guess, is in a couple places. One is, it's not obvious to me how this necessarily relates to safety other than maybe discouraging folks, maybe from jaywalking if they happen to think, if they're aware enough to know that the timing is now improved to the point where they're able to cross more quickly. That may be a saving. But for the most part, I think as the report says, that it's expected that automobile wait times will increase. This is mostly about holding the automobiles longer so there can be more cross movements for bike and ped. Is that right?
So thank you, John Ritzel, Director of Transportation. So yes, the TFCA grant, Transportation for Clean Air Fund grant, is actually based on and dependent on air quality improvements to actually qualify for receiving of the funds. So the measures that we need to propose within these grants do need to qualify for certain air quality benefits. There's side benefits of what we want to do here to actually make the signal system work more efficiently. And in this case, yes, there is what we're trying to do in the downtown area, and this is a fairly big grant to be covering just about every signal in the greater downtown area. And I don't think we've ever done that before on a systematic basis. So what the bottom line is, what we're trying to accomplish with this is actually improve and actually put a better balance on the users of the system, both peds, bikes, now new scooters, and we've got a lot of those users out there, as well as motorists in the cars. What we're attempting to do is actually reduce the overall cycle time, meaning when a cycle phase of signal goes from green back to green, how long that takes. Right now, within that whole area of downtown, the cycle can get pretty long, which means that it's green for one direction and not green for the other directions, both for pedestrians, motorists, bicyclists. And there is frustration on that. What we're trying to do is update that to reduce the cycle time so there'll be more cycles of signal in a particular period. What that's going to do is actually probably reduce the time frustration levels for sure, and then reduce the time that people have to wait, and that's motorists as well. So in a peak period, the signals will cycle more frequently. It'll keep the traffic moving in all directions. It'll be better for pedestrian and bicyclists as well. Some of the safety things that we're going to be putting into this, and this is really key for this, is actually this allows us to do a leading pedestrian interval. When we have more cycles that allow it to perform more frequently, what it does, it allows the pedestrians to get a head start across that intersection before the green light for the vehicles. So that's one of the major safety, and bicyclists that might be available to actually do that as well.
Okay, so that's
there is safety. Okay. The bottom line is what we're trying to do is actually reduce the cycle time so that actually is a better balanced system of all the signals in the downtown area. So it is possible that some of during peak periods, that because we're cycling, there may be some more delay to vehicles, but overall I think it's actually going to be a better balance of moving vehicles and people and pedestrians and bikes through the whole system.
So John, I appreciate you explaining. The way you described it, though, it lead me to believe there should be less wait time for most automobiles. I know some may miss their cycle, but most automobiles
there may be.
should
In some of those intersections, we think there's actually going to be less wait time for vehicles as well. We're just being very conservative in terms of what we're looking at now. Because we're going to do it as an entire system, all north, south, east, west signals, we're going to look at it as an entire system and try to take a look at how all of that works. Some intersections are much more congested than others, and there may be some additional wait as we cycle through.
Right.
Other ones are not, and they're going to be cycling, and vehicles are going to be moving much quickly.
Okay. The reason why I raise this concern is really about page 3, where it says it is expected automobile wait times would increase because that would tell me there'd be more emissions because you got cars sitting in intersections longer with more
So
exhaust.
So it is possible that some of those intersections that we now hold long greens, that as we cycle more, that it's possible some of those might have longer time. But I think overall, and the overall will probably be better. And the only way we could qualify for these intersections is when we put these measures into the model that the Air Quality District puts forward for the grant.
Right.
It has to show that there is an air quality benefit. So the multitude of the signals, it shows that it does. Some signals intersections we did not qualify for. City had to put our own funding up to match it. So some signals were really meeting the grant criteria and some were not.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I know we've invested a lot in modernizing our traffic management program and the facility that we now have over at, I guess, 4th Street or 5th. Fifth Street, yeah, thank you, 5th and,
Yeah,
yeah, just a block or two away here. I know, I can remember back in 08 or 09, I think we used ARA money, like it was like $15 million for signal retiming. I remember thinking, gosh, that's a lot of money to spend on retiming signals. And I know we're spending here some grant money and some of our own, it's about $1 million in total. Why isn't this just a software fix? Why is there so much money and resources required here? And why isn't this something that with technology today we can centralize and simply have somebody running a different algorithm?
So this one is not actually, these grant funds and the city funds are not going to upgrade any of the software or the hardware in the signal systems. This is purely just how long this green is on versus the red on the other side.
Exactly.
And that's all it is.
Which seems very manual and analog and expensive and time consuming when,
Right.
wouldn't it make sense if we were really integrated?
Well, so we are attempting to get there. There are some other grants that we did receive from MTC last year that we're trying to implement now that actually we will be testing out some more adaptive signal timing and controllers that are much more advanced and actually start to do a little bit of the thinking themselves. They're not quite yet ready for prime time, but that's what we're working forward towards. We would love to be able to upgrade all of our signal systems, the hardware and the software, to actually be smarter. Some of that software and technology is out there, and we're going to try to push the envelope on that, because I think where we're going to go as a city, as we urbanize more, the signal systems are going to be really called on to manage that system much more more directly, because we're not widening the roads. We got to fit everything through those intersections, and the signals are going to have to be upgraded to really be able to perform better. So this is really just a manual retiming.
Right.
How much green here, how much red there, but in a systematic way.
Okay, well, I guess I'm hoping that maybe in future discussions with us, we can talk about investments we need to make to ensure that you don't have to do this manual process.
We would love that.
We're making major moves in development, as you know, in the city. Along with the transit investment, hundreds of people will be living on a block in a couple years that aren't living there today because of a high rise, or 5,000 people will be working on a block that don't work there today. And all that's going to change everything, right? And constantly having to go back and invest large amounts of money to recalibrate everything just seems like something we should be able to get beyond technologically.
Totally agree. We wish there was a way that we could do it right from our traffic management center and actually have it be more adaptive and actually more automatic. We'd love to get there. We need a better system to be able to do that. And someday we'll be able to have it much more automated that actually thinks through what is actually the conditions of the signal and intersection to be able to do that.
Okay. Is there some reasonable amount of time, say in the next year, when you think you might have a handle about what kind of cost that would entail?
Sure, we could work on that. We have a general idea, probably not as advanced as the entire city, but I know we've been working on certain corridors to be able to do that. The North 1st Street corridor is one of those we're trying to do with VTA and test out new signal technology and new timing plans for transit signal priority as well. So that is one we're working on now. That could be maybe expanded to other parts of the city as well.
Okay. Thanks, John.
Yep.
Councilor Kimmis.
Yeah, John, thank you. And thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up. I should have questioned that too. I think that we've invested a lot in those cameras that I thought would be turning on and off those lights. Am I wrong? And all those cameras that are on lots of lights these days.
We have cameras on almost all of the intersections, right? And then we do know we can see what's going on from our traffic management center and then adjust where we need to. But what it means is we're doing on-the-fly adjustments based on a condition. We'd like to be, we do like to operate the signals on a system basis in corridors and how it works better. But yes, we have cameras so we can see what is going on in almost all the intersections.
Yeah, no, I get frustrated in many parts of the city where we just, including Santa Clara Street, where you just go from one light turning red to the next light turning red. sometimes they work really well. I mean, sometimes and it seems like if you're going to go from one light turning red to the next one, you're really wasting a lot more gas than you should be.
That's one of the objectives, is actually try to get these signals more optimized so that a vehicle is not waiting at a signal that with no other cross traffic, so that it's actually a much quicker cycle, so you wouldn't be waiting as long, and it is an air quality savings then. That's
And
the
is this the only area that you're applying for a grant? Because I've talked about this on Kurtner, Tully, and a lot of other streets in the area that could use this.
There probably is some other areas of the city that we could potentially qualify under this grant program, but it really is that we've got to find the ways that the measures that we're proposing actually work within that air quality model that then shows that it's an air quality benefit. Not all areas of the city is going to be able to qualify.
Yeah.
Downtown really did, and even then, we weren't able to qualify in some of the intersections.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a couple by Eastridge and near on Tully as well.
Yeah, what we learned from this, which is really going to shorten cycle, we're going to try to apply in other areas without having to go for trying to get grants and to do that. So
And can
what
you
we learn,
use
we can
can you
apply
use this
elsewhere.
grant to upgrade to the other thing that you were talking about, the more expensive system?
Yeah, we would love to be able to find grants, whether it be from VTA or MTC or other, to actually upgrade the signal technologies, because we're falling behind on those. Not just us, everyone in the valley and all the other cities as well, but it is something that the technology is out there for us to upgrade. It's just a matter of some funding to be able to do it.
Thank you, John. Move to approve.
Thank you. On the motion, we no longer, let's see, we have no cards. Let's vote. Thanks, John. Okay, the next item now on the regular agenda is item 3.3, which is to update on the polling results of the potential March 2020 ballot. Oh, I'm sorry. We missed your report somehow. We're going to go to the report of the city manager. Hi, Dave.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to provide an update on our employee suggestion program. As the council is aware, we have an annual program where we invite our employees to submit ideas through the program. The goal of the program is to promote actionable change within the city organization, and we're really looking for ideas that improve processes and programs, generate cost savings, improve safety, reduce waste, and add value in many other ways as well. The particular ideas that are selected are given a year to pilot their idea on a smaller scale, and then once we figure out if it works, the winners are awarded a cash prize, if you will, typically amounting to about 5% of the project savings. So I'm happy to announce that this year's winners are two Jennifers, Jennifer Providor and Jennifer Piose. They're in the front row there, if I could ask them to wave their hands. All right. If I could just tell you a little bit about what they did. Both Jennifers are from planning, building, and code enforcement. And what they did is they noticed that the formal notices that we put out on projects were really being overlooked by citizens, and mostly because of the lengthy content in the letters that we were putting out. And in essence, we were still getting a lot of phone calls about projects because those notices really weren't providing the value that we intended them to do. And so what the Jennifers decided to do is to kind of come up with a better way of communicating with residents about those projects and put out postcards. And these postcards had more clarifying messaging around the project and really were much easier to understand. And there were also a lot of side benefits to that, of course, in terms of the cost of postage and the kind of the ease in putting them out. We, the staff ended up renting a postcard printing machine so that we're also to save money there. And in essence, saved a lot of money for the city and the program Finance has verified that the savings of their idea was around $28,000. So just want to thank both Jennifers for the great work and appreciate all of our employees thinking about how we can save our taxpayers money. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Camus, let me guess you have ways to spend it.
No, I'm not the person who likes to spend a lot of money here. I'll leave that to others. I am the person who brought this program back to San Jose after a big hiatus, and I really want to thank our city manager for believing in this program. Under a previous city manager, it kind of sat dormant, and I really want to appreciate our city manager believing in our hardworking employees. And I've always, as a manager at Safeway, I've always thought the best ideas did come from staff on ways to deal better and work in a better environment, what have you. And I really appreciate all the winners this year for their willingness to put forward a proposal and have other people look at it. I know sometimes it's hard to be out there, and I want to thank you for your dedication to our city. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Thank you. That's always great news. Thanks for great work, Jennifers. All right, we're on now to item 3.3, which is an update of the polling results on potential March 2020 ballot measure. We have a presentation. Take it away, Lee, and Jim and Michelle.
Thank you, Mayor. Lee Wilcox, Chief of Staff in the City Manager's Office. And we are here today to provide an overview regarding a potential real property transfer tax that could be placed on the March 3rd, 2020 ballot. Today we will present the results of our survey research, background on the model we've developed, including potential revenue scenarios. Our goal today is clear council direction on whether to bring forward a measure and accompanying ordinances and ballot question to council for consideration on December 3rd. With me today are a few members of our team: Jim Shannon, our city's budget director; Michelle McGurk, assistant to the city manager; and Kurt Balo, partner and chief operating officer for the city's research and polling firm FM3. Through 2016 and 18, a number of cities throughout California modernized and increased their real property transfer tax as a way of increasing services to their residents. Some throughout the Bay Area and many throughout Southern California. As a reminder, a real property transfer tax is only paid when a property changes hands. It's applied to all properties, commercial, industrial, residential, as well as vacant land. In Santa Clara County, the responsibility to pay this is shared between the buyer and the seller and is negotiated at the time of transfer. San Jose does have an existing transfer tax, which is called the Real Property Conveyance Tax, which is a rate right now of $3.30 per $1,000. This tax is dedicated to specific capital needs throughout the city, including parks, libraries, and fire stations. The new tax we are proposing for the March 2020 ballot would be in addition to this conveyance tax. Sorry, I seem to be going the wrong way. In May of this year, we did poll the community on a potential new transfer tax of $4.99 per 1,000 of sale value. This was designed to be a general tax that could be used for essential services. 59% of voters were inclined to support the measure, which is outlined above and is outlined as a general tax. As we came forward to the council in June with this, we were further directed, or the administration was further directed, to explore additional revenues ideas, including a property tax on commercial properties only, and a tax on vacant properties throughout the city, as well as different variations of a real property transfer tax, including a progressive model. As outlined in our informational memorandum submitted to you on November 1st of this year, the administration analyzed a variety of these options We conducted various financial modeling as well as feasibility of implementation to meet a March ballot deadline and determined that the best and most viable option was a real property transfer tax at this time. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle McGurk to discuss this model that we're presenting to you today.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. In looking at the various models of a real property transfer tax, the administration took into consideration the concerns Council raised in June about first-time homebuyers and small business owners, and we tested various rates of exemption. Today, the administration is recommending exempting transfers of up to $2 million from this proposed new tax. This rate would exempt approximately 95% of the single-family home, condo, and townhouse transfers in San Jose. We also tested a variety of tiers. As you'll see on the next slide, some cities have more tiers, some have higher rates at the high end and lower rates at the low end. We modeled many of those options. In the end, we wanted a model that would be clear to property owners and buyers and would be simpler to administer and collect. So here's how the proposed model works. For properties with a transfer value of $2 million or less, the transfer would be exempt from the proposed new tax. For properties exceeding $2 million and up to $5 million, the tax would be 0.75% on the full value of the transfer, beginning with the first dollar. From $5 million to $10 million, the proposed tax would be 1%, which again applies to the full value of the transfer. And above $10 million, the proposed tax would be 1.5%. So this slide shows how our current conveyance, or how our proposed conveyance tax compares to other major Northern California cities. Both San Francisco and Oakland have implemented tiered rate systems with the rate going up with the transfer value of the property. As noted here, San Francisco and the proposed San Jose rate would apply to the full value of the transfer from $1, and in Oakland, the rate changes incrementally with each tier structure. The administration also modeled this approach, but we did not bring this model forward to you because revenues would be significantly lower and the administration of the tax would be significantly more complex. So with this slide, it's the same slide with a little variation. Some council offices and advocacy organizations have reached out to us asking if we were proposing to replace the existing conveyance tax with this new tax. And the answer to that question is no. The conveyance tax is, as Lee mentioned, a vital revenue stream for our parks, libraries, fire stations, and other critical city services. So because this new proposed tax would be paid in addition to the existing conveyance tax, we wanted to explore how the combined rates would compare to the other major cities that we were showing you. So on this slide, we've added the 0.33% or $3.30 per thousand conveyance tax to the proposed real property transfer tax. As you can see, the rates in San Jose would continue to be competitive with these other major cities. So before I get into revenue scenarios, I wanted to remind the council of our experience with the existing conveyance tax. Real property transfer taxes follow the real estate market, which can be quite volatile in this valley, as you all know. So you can see from this chart where we have experienced highs and lows over the last 20 years, and that revenues began to dip last year. So now for revenue scenarios, we've modeled 3 different scenarios. We started with fiscal year 2017-2018, which was the full year that we had at the time we began this project. Had we had this tax in place in 2017-2018, San Jose would have received an additional $73 million for the general fund. Now, 2017-2018 was a very good year for the real estate market, so we created a few more models. One discounting our 2017-2018 model based on the 20-year average of overall conveyance tax revenue. Even at what we're calling the average scenario, we would have seen revenues of $49.7 million. So to further stress the model, we took the average of our 3 Great Recession years and dropped revenues even further. And then to stress it even further, we tanked property sales at the $10 million and over level, down below what we even saw during the Great Recession. And even in what we're calling the recessionary scenario, we project additional revenues to the general fund of $22 million annually. It is important to note that as a general tax, the city would not be able to bond against these revenues, and that while the revenue generated is projected to be substantial, the city would need to carefully estimate and budget expenses against this volatile revenue stream, which is more sensitive to economic cycles than either the property tax or the sales tax. For example, the city would not want to be in a situation where we assumed $70 million of ongoing general fund revenue only to have the real estate market drop off during a recession and leave a funding gap that could approach $50 million. Though there are several ways to mitigate this risk that the administration could explore with council, one approach would be to estimate a conservative level of ongoing revenue that could be allocated for ongoing uses, perhaps $25 million, and then the remaining amount would be considered one-time revenue for one-time expenses. Okay, and our next slide here, we wanted to show what the potential tax would mean for our residents. So we put together 4 potential scenarios for you. A $560,000 condominium all the way up to a $6.8 million transfer of a retail center. As we note here on the slide, both the $560,000 condominium and the $1.2 million single-family home would be exempt from the proposed new tax as they're under the $2 million threshold. They would still be subject to our existing conveyance tax. And I do want to note here that the current median home price in San Jose is approximately $938,000, which is well under the $2 million exemption threshold that the administration is proposing. Now, with the examples of the $2.7 million home and the $6.8 million retail center, the applicable tax tier would apply to the entire value of consideration from $1, as I explained earlier. So in doing the math, the $2.7 million home would be subject to an $18,900 charge, while the $6.8 million retail center would owe $68,000, as shown here. So now I'm going to turn it over to Kurt Balow from FM3, who will walk you through the poll results.
Thank you, Michelle. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I have a couple quick slides on our survey we just recently completed for the city. A quick note about our methodology here. As we've done in the surveys earlier this year, we conducted interviews online on telephone, reaching out to individuals via phone calls and emails. We conducted the interviews in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese and completed just over 800 interviews. So keep in mind roughly a 3.5% or rounding up 4% margin of error as we're looking at some of these numbers. So reactions to the language. So here's the hypothetical ballot language that we constructed with city staff, or city staff constructed and instructed us to present. It goes through the details that Michelle went over here. And as you can tell, just describing those tiers takes up a lot of those 75 words. So this is not inherently a straightforward 75 words to understand. And we consequently did a sort of plain English version of this as well, which we'll get to in a moment. So looking at just those 75 words, whether somebody read them online or whether they were read to them on the phone, the respondents were asked to indicate how they'd vote on the measure. This is a March electorate we were modeling here. And 61% of them indicated they would vote yes, 33% no, so roughly a 2-to-1 ratio of yes to no votes. That is above the 50% plus 1 vote threshold for a measure of this nature. Even if you take out some of those leaners, we're still above the 50% vote threshold. And as I note, and it's one quick note, obviously it's interesting to see what the distribution of yes and no votes were across the city. I'll give the caveat here that some of these districts, the numbers of interviews are not robust, so the margins of error are relatively large, but there's pretty consistent support above 50% across all of your 10 districts. Oops, there's the back button. So as I noted before, those 75 words had a lot of gobbledygook in there about the different tiers, and that's unavoidable given the AB 195 requirements. So we thought we would come back and say, let's try to be a little more clear about this and see if putting this in plain English made anybody feel one way or another or different about the measure. And the distinctions were pretty minor here. So that's the language we used here. We tried to be very clear that here's the tiers, it's only paid under these circumstances. And support went from 61 to 63%, which is not a materially large difference. No vote went down a couple points. I think it's really interesting to keep in mind that in the measure that we tested in May that Lee went over a few minutes ago, I was at 59% yes for a different structure entirely, but there seems to be a consistency here of roughly 3 in 5 voters in your city seem to be open to supporting some variation of a property transfer tax. And so just a quick note here, and a few of these references go back to the staff report that was provided to you. But it looks like a general purpose measure appears viable for this coming March with that majority vote threshold, with that vote consistently with a few different data points now, right around that 3 out of 5 voters here. We did ask a couple of open-ended questions we don't have in this presentation, but about why you'd say yes or no. And there was a clear concern about housing costs and homelessness in the city that resonated with supporters of the measure. Those who were more critical of the measure were generally more anti-tax and had concerns about the city's ability to spend the money efficiently. We did also look at one particular different exemption popped out of that survey as well, which was an exemption for family-owned businesses of sales of less than $5 million, so a small business exemption here. And as we went through, and you see it in the staff report, a variety of different ways that some of the funds could be spent. There was we tested some items that were a little more sort of hot button issues here around housing, homelessness. The PG&E shutoffs were just happening, so we wanted to get a read on that too. And those ranked a little bit lower compared to some of these other pressing issues facing the city. Okay.
Thanks, Kurt.
I'm going to hand this back to Lee.
Thank you, Kurt. So as Kurt has shown, the poll results do indicate that the potential real property transfer tax has a strong likelihood of being viable for March of next year. Given the serious needs in our community and that our residents face, the administration does recommend that the council move forward with additional steps for the administration to prepare the ballot question, ordinances, and accompanying resolutions and other items forward for the December 3rd council meeting for the council's consideration. With that, the team is ready for any questions. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Lee and Michelle and Kirsten, everyone working so hard, Jim, to get us to this point. Now, a word from our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to restate what was made, the comment that was made in the presentation. The city is looking to do a general tax. Under Prop 218, the city can do either a general tax or a special tax. The difference between the two is the general tax will go into the general fund to be used for any government purpose. A special tax is a tax that is used for a specified purpose. And I see that there are quite a few, or there were a few memos that were trying to determine how to use those funds for a specific purpose. And what I'd like to tell the council is I think that it is not appropriate at this time, since this is a general tax. It will be going into the general fund. The council always has the opportunity to decide how to use its general funds, and there are processes for that. So I just wanted to remind the council and members of the public that this is a general tax, a tax that is going to go into the general fund for general government purposes.
Great, thank you, Ed. And now I'd like to ask members of the community who've submitted cards to come forward. Everyone has 2 minutes to speak. I'll begin with Mario Lopez, and I want to thank Mario and Michael Lane and Leslie Corsilia and the many members of the Community Coalition that have been working hard on this effort, along with several members of my team, Jim Reed and Nathan Ho, Mackenzie Mossing. I appreciate everyone's hard work to get us here. And I know we've got much more work ahead if ultimately this is put on the ballot. After Mario is Tobin Gilman, David Lowe, Jeffrey Buchanan, and Sini Bautista. Welcome, Mario.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and council members here with us today. So my name is Mario Lopez. I'm the Civic Engagement Manager with Silicon Valley at Home, the Action Fund. And we want to thank both Mayor Liccardo and also Council Member Raul Perales for urging the rest of the council members to be able to support placing this measure on the March 2020 primary to fund the production of more affordable homes and homeless prevention efforts. The city's poll results reflect voter support for this measure, which has been consistent with its earlier poll results presented to the council at its June 4th meeting. While we continue to bemoan the crisis we are in, we have a real opportunity to turn the tide against this. And the current proposed measure addresses the council's concerns by ensuring that moderate income and potential first-time home buyers are not unduly burdened or deterred from home ownership. It also addresses concerns about going to the same well, as this measure is going to invite corporations and the wealthiest among us to be part of the solution in addressing this crisis. It is a progressive and targeted approach that would only apply to the top 5% of property sales in the city. We also want to be responsive to Councilmember Foley's comments at the June 4th meeting and support indexing the $2 million as a floor in order to meet its intended effect. The funding that would be generated from this measure will help meet the city's key contributions of $125,000 per unit, which will provide the critical guarantee, partnership, and necessary local match and funding from state sources that we need for this as well. With that being said, we really want to make sure that we support this measure in March 2020. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tobin Gilman, and I would first of all encourage all of you to read carefully the memorandum that Councilmember Camus wrote. I think it very effectively summarizes a lot of the concerns I have, and what I wanted to speak to specifically with my couple of minutes here is my concern that the $2 million threshold is not indexed for inflation. So it's extremely misleading to suggest that this will only affect 5% of the property transfers. That's true today, but we all know the historical rate of real estate inflation in this area. And the reality of it is, if the past is any indicator of the future, 15 to 20 years from now, the median priced home in San Jose will be $2 million. And that 5% figure will probably be something like 50% or more. And so what you're really considering here is whether or not you want to impose a tax today on future generations of first-time home buyers and empty nest seniors that might be considering downsizing and putting their houses on the market. At the very least, I hope that you will be forthcoming with the public if this does go forward on the ballot and acknowledge that the strategy here is a future tax, because that's what it is. And it's particularly concerning to me when I think about young first-time home buyers, that young couple perhaps in their 30s that has been struggling to get together every nickel they could for that down payment on a house. And if this were a tax in isolation, that would be one thing. But in fact, this is one that goes on top of pre-existing transfer taxes as well as all of the other property taxes, parcel taxes, closing costs, and everything else that young people will have to incur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Councilmember, Mayor Sam Liccardo. My name is Cindy. I'm the community organizer with Sacred Heart Community Service. For July 1st, 2008 to June 30, 2019, the Homeless Service System in Santa Clara County helped almost 2,000 people regain permanent housing. Yet the homeless crisis continued to worsen because during the same period, 3,777 households sought help from the homeless systems. For the first time, the number of people becoming homeless dwarfs the ability of the community to house them. Homeless prevention works during this initial 2 years pilot. The homeless prevention system assisted 841 households, 95% of those households were able to keep their housing or find alternative stable housing. However, the need of assistance to avoid eviction and homeless continue to outweigh the limited available. From June and to September 2019, 1,000 households sought help from the Homeless Prevention Center, but we're only able to provide assistance only 1/4 of those households, and the capacity is extremely limited. I strongly encourage you both to support the memo of the council member Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas to ensure that we have resources and the necessity for the major needs, and make sure that these new investments I'm sorry, my voice is getting me.
You're doing fine. Don't worry.
So we have resources for this necessary to make major new investments in producing and preserving new affordable housing and protect the tenants and in this vulnerable need. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Working Partnerships. I would like to thank the City Manager's Office for their hard work on this measure. Particularly like to thank Councilmember Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas for their very important contribution and memo, which we support, and thank the Mayor and Councilmember Perales for their thoughtful engagement. Certainly, we all know the numbers. We're $520 million behind in reaching our affordable housing goals. We've seen homelessness shoot up 42% in recent years by the biennial census. We know that we need more resources in this time and need to be thoughtful about how we balance all of these competing priorities. Certainly, when we think about the people we work with, service workers that are more and more often getting pushed out of the city of San Jose into Los Baños and Tracy and Modesto, folks that are having to make hard decisions about still working here in our communities but sleeping in their cars, we know that we need to do more on all fronts. And so with that in mind, ourselves, together with Somos Mayfair, Sacred Heart, the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, Luna, PACT, Silicon Valley Rising, sent a letter outlining our support for a measure and our hope for, once this council brings it up, how we should be looking to prioritize these resources. Really looking at focusing on extremely low-income households. This is our largest population of our most burdened individuals, working families, seniors, the formerly houseless. That's really where we need the priority to be for preserving and producing affordable housing, but also looking at new models, be they things like community land trust or even limited equity co-ops. Additionally, we think it's very important to have a significant pot of resources for homelessness prevention to ensure that we can protect our families and help to stabilize the community now in the face of this crisis and build off some of the success that we've seen as a community. Thanks so much.
Thank you. After David Lowe is Joey, Mike Eckhart, Gabrielle Antolovich, Christina Garvelia. Christina, I'm sorry, I do that every time. And Lily Ling. Hi, David.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. David Lowe. I'm speaking on behalf of Destination Home. I want to thank all of you as well as the staff for your leadership on this proposed property transfer tax. We think this is a great opportunity to raise sorely needed dollars for affordable housing and homelessness initiatives, and we urge you to move forward with the next steps to get this on the ballot in March. As you've heard many of the people speak before us, we are really in a true homelessness crisis. You heard the stats about inflow versus outflow, about the increase, and so we really hope that when you do come back to speaking about an expenditure plan, we really look to see how we can make sure that those critical strategies serving our lowest income residents and reducing and preventing homelessness are a priority. We appreciate many of the suggestions raised by the folks who authored memos, including council members Esparza and Carrasco and Reyes. And we really hope that ultimate spending plan puts a heavy emphasis on extremely low-income housing, much as you've had done with your affordable housing investment plan, as well as other strategies around homelessness prevention and emergency rental assistance. So thank you again for this, and we look forward to working with you all to get this over the goal line in March.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Joey, and I am here today speaking with you on behalf of my neighbors at 2nd Street Studios. As a part of our advocacy team, 2nd Street Voices, we appreciate that this transfer tax will be a progressive one, which will not adversely affect people already struggling to make it here in San Jose. It is clear to us that we need more housing like 2nd Street Studios being built, so it is good to see that most of you agree with some part of the revenue should be dedicated to extremely low income housing. It is unfortunate, however, that no one has advocated for some of this revenue to be dedicated to the creation of shelters and sanctioned encampments in San Jose. As someone who survived out in the elements for 9 years, I know that people most in danger are those who are out there sleeping now, with not much hope of being housed at any time soon. At this moment, where the homeless population is spiking, you are closing safe parking options as well as overnight warming locations such as Tully. This trend needs to be reversed, and this measure is a great opportunity to do this. The homeless in San Jose should have a right to shelter, and for this we need more beds. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. We thank you for this plan that you put together. We would like to see that these are allocated, these funds are earmarked for the homeless, for shelter, for low-income housing, more studios like Second Street Studios. And we're just asking that you take a look at this and that you see that the homeless be put at the top of the list this time, not bottom of the list. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Christina.
Mayor, you got the second G silent. That's what counts.
All right. I knew it.
Good afternoon, council members, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones. I'm Christina Garavaglia, and I'm here today on behalf of SCORE and our 6,000 members. SCORE's position is to oppose any proposals that would decrease affordability in our area. A transfer tax, regardless of any floor, increases the price tag of housing. The logic is fairly simple. We can all collectively agree that stabilizing the crushing affordability crisis and then infusing the local market with affordable housing is mandatory to provide the quality of life that all our residents deserve. Home ownership should not be the price that renters have to pay to live affordably. Yet that is exactly what will be perpetuated if we continue to raise the cost of home ownership at any level. By prioritizing a pathway to making only one type of housing affordable, we are enabling a dysfunctional cycle that keeps people out of home ownership. Funding affordable housing via a transfer tax is increasing the cost of one subset of housing to possibly decrease the cost of another subset. However, if you look at the cost of development for affordable housing and the existing funding structures, it's the cost of construction and local fees that make it prohibitive, not a lack of dollars available to subsidize those projects. When someone is discouraged via higher costs from leaving their starter home to buy up or to leave their larger home to downsize, supply is further constricted and overall housing costs do go up. A transfer tax isn't the solution, it's just an easy answer, and it's going to take more than easy answers to solve our housing crisis. I urge you to evaluate alternatives to funding an RDA 2.0 that don't work in conflict with housing affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, mayors and the council members. And my name is Lily, and I'm a real estate broker, and I do have concerns on the proposals, the measurements that just proposed, and my position is opposing it. And so the first, I have four series of questions here I want to raise. And the number one is, how many, our Santa Cruz County's the median homes, especially San Jose's, is already 1.24 million, which is a median price. So a couple of years down the road, just with a normal inflation, so our home will be larger percent, 35% we project will reach to the 2 million above. So that is just a statistic that from our real estate board. So our concern is now you have the taxing on the 2 million above as a tier up, but then our children's and our generations will be carrying on because of a couple of years down the road, our children growing up and they're the one going to buy their first home and they're going to facing on the property transfers and also they're going to pay from their pocket. That's a heavy, heavy tax. And number two is, as property owners, we have been taxed more than enough, and we can't afford any more taxes. So this 2 million property transferring tax tier up will target 5 to 8% of the residents who are house rich and cash poor. So this means that the older homeowners, they are not willing to sell their homes because they're facing, their house is definitely over 2 million, but they sit on the 2 million gold mine. They don't want to sell. They don't want to pay more than taxes. And so it's going to hindering the revenues for the county tax collection. So that is not a benefit to the city, to the county also. So another question is, you are raising this tax for the general funds, which is, I totally can't see accountabilities on that. So general funds, we all know that from anybody's wish in futures with the turnaround of the council members, at their wish, they can propose any of the needs and then to redistribute of the general funds to be any of their pleasure use. So I don't say that is accountability. That is a terrible proposal on the general funds. And
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, the time's expired. Thank you very much. Thank you. After Ms. Antolovich is Kenneth Tejada, followed by Susan Price, Mary Helen Doherty, Brenda Rodriguez, and Sofia Silva.
Hello, my name's Gabrielle Antolovich, and I coordinate everything at the Billy DeFrank LGBTQ Community Center. Not a well-known fact is that we are volunteer-run. So I coordinate over 100 volunteers, and a lot of them are there to maintain their work ethic so that when they apply for jobs, they're already in the work mode. And many of them have a hard time finding housing. Many of them are living with parents again and are having a hard time finding affordable housing. I find this not so much as a Robin Hood measure. I see this as people who can afford it perhaps can help the housing situation. I am sick of losing good volunteers to Fresno and Stockton. I'm sick of losing really good friends to places that I don't even know where they are because they're going back to where they came from. They came to San Jose because this is an urban area that accepts the LGBTQ community, and we want to keep our people here. And as you know, most minorities have a harder time finding work and harder time finding housing, and our people really want to be part of this city and maintain the diversity of this city so that, you know, this is why the queer woman is here supporting this measure, because our people are suffering.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Welcome.
Mayor, City Council members, this is my first time here. Lillian Koenig, substitute teacher. Chappie Jones, Mr. Jones represents my district. Recently in the newspaper, it talked about bicycle safety and all the pedestrians that are walking and people on bicycles that have been getting hit and killed, and it was kind of shocking to read. I personally would like to ride my bike if possible, but I'm simply afraid because I drive a car and I can see what's going on the roads, especially with bicyclists. As a substitute teacher, when I lived in the Fresno County area, you know, we had a principal whose son died from being hit by a car on his bike because he didn't wear a helmet, and that was a very sad situation. So, you know, I would like to encourage the schools, if possible, to mandate that students wear at least helmets when they're riding their bikes, especially to and from school. But as a bicyclist myself, and reading those statistics in the paper, it's kind of scary. I mean, if you are really talking about transportation and clean air, and you should be discussing things like bicycle safety.
Lillian, I'm sorry. You know this is about the transfer tax.
Pardon me?
We're discussing the transfer tax at this time.
I thought I could discuss anything.
No.
Okay, so back to this particular act. I think I have a minute.
Yeah.
So if you were seriously genuine as a city, when you talked about the ballot, you talked about it had to be specific or it was general. If you put the monies and you so to speak, the general public into thinking that this funding is for the homeless, and that is, you know, what you were discussing here earlier when I looked up there, then you have to specifically say specific. You cannot say for the general fund, because then that general fund could go pretty much anywhere you desire it to go. And really, we are desperately, even as a substitute teacher, I am currently looking for housing. I live with an Alzheimer's mother currently, and all I'm saying is it should be specific, not general.
Lillian, could I ask you to fill out a card and submit that?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
All right. Thank you. Welcome. I'm sorry. I have Kenneth Tejada, Susan Price. Kenneth, why don't you come on up? Okay.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm a staff attorney at Asian Law Alliance. I have seen a lot of my clients one paycheck away from homelessness, from being in the streets, or from having to move, saying to move far away just because they can no longer afford the cost of living here. And that's just the people who are approaching the median income. My organization fully supports this measure as a means of bringing more affordable housing, as a means of helping homelessness, as a means of preventing the flight of people who can no longer afford to live here. Now, I kept on hearing an argument that this is going to hurt homeownership. Well, let me ask you something. What's going to hurt homeownership more? A tax on extremely expensive houses that is roughly equal to the real estate agent's commission, or the inability to save for a down payment because the rent is too high? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Susan.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I want to thank the City Council members, Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas, for this memo. I'm with PACT, and PACT supports this memo and everything that's in it. I'm here because I'm going to talk about my neighborhood, and we could extrapolate to the rest of San Jose, of which, 45% of the residents of San Jose are renters. They're not homeowners. I'm a homeowner. My house is paid off. I'm lucky. But I won't be affected by this because my house is not worth $2 million. But my neighbors will be affected because half of my neighborhood is homeowners. The other half are renters. And they're pretty much low. They'd probably be extremely low and very low income renters. The local school is a Title I school. 68% of the kids are federal lunch. I'm wondering where my grandson is going to go to school if the school district can't afford to hire any more teachers because they can't afford to pay the rent, let alone buy a house. There's a lot of critical workers in our community who can't afford the rent. We're not talking about homeownership, we're talking about and we need their labor. We need restaurant workers, we need baristas, we need electricians. My godson, former foster son, is living with us, and he's an electrician, even though he makes good money. But anyway, so I want you to look at that from the point of view of neighborhoods and families. I can't talk statistics, but if our school district can't, they keep losing families because they can't afford to live here. And so then that means they lose money, and that means it's a downward spiral for public schools. So we can't let that happen because housing is basic to everything, and rental housing is basic to everything. So please approve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brenda Rodriguez, and I'm the Organizing Director for the South Bay AFL-CIO. The South Bay AFL-CIO Labor Council represents over 100 unions and more than 100,000 union members and their families. We would like to thank Council members Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas for their memo, and Mayor Liccardo and Councilmember Perales for their thoughtful approach. As we know, we are facing the worst housing crisis we have ever seen, and this is disproportionately impacting working families and communities of color. A real estate transfer tax could bring in roughly $50 million a year in new resources to help stabilize thousands of families. We need a spending plan focused on the greatest needs of our low-income families, seniors, houseless, women-headed households, people with disabilities, immigrants, and communities of color were hit hardest by rising rents, displacement, homelessness, and overcrowding. And with the appropriate labor protections, we can ensure that the jobs building our housing infrastructure are good jobs that build upon an economy that supports families and their communities. As stated, the proposal would provide future potential spending. We urge for the services in homeless protection, prevention, and assistance for tenants facing hardship to be prioritized within this funding. This will provide relief and protect families and communities from facing devastating consequences that we are all too familiar with of displacement and houselessness. We urge the City Council to vote to place the real estate transfer tax on the March 3rd primary ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Sophia?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
It's nice
Bienvenido.
to meet everybody, meet you and everybody. Thank you for receiving us. I made a letter right here. November 18, 2019, I, Sophia Silva, make this letter to inform people from Sacred Heart and who is interested in helping the community. My experience when I had housing, it was a good feeling to go to work site, knowing that my family was safe and had a place to sleep and to cook. Because sleeping outside, people have encountered many dangers. I've been talking to many people that been attacked by other people that hate homeless, and many being killed. There's many people with many different problems outside. Safety is one of the most important issues. Children don't have to worry where they're gonna spend the night because their parents are paying tax too, and they're hard workers, and is fair for every human. I strongly encourage you to vote in support of the memo from Councilman Esparza, Arena, Carrasco, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. After our next speaker, Marion Doherty, is Tom Scott, Josue Garcia, Salvador Bustamante, Delma Hernandez, and Robert Aguirre.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mary Helen Doherty, and I'm active with the Housing Working Group for PACT. You all received a memo co-signed by PACT in partnership with Sacred Heart, Silicon Valley Rising Working Partnership, Somos Mayfair Luna, and the Law Foundation in support of a March 2020 ballot measure to create a real estate transfer tax to address our affordable housing crisis. In this memo, we encourage the council to create a provisional targeted budget and ongoing spending priority plan to direct how these resources would address specific affordable housing priorities that we believe are well defined in the memo on this item created by council members Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas that we support. Because the funds generated by this ballot measure would be placed in the general fund, council members Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas' memo defines steps to ensure the expenditure priorities remain for affordable housing related issues. I appreciate the anticipated risks some have expressed regarding these funds being in the general fund. However, I believe the risk of our community members far exceeds that which the risk of the budget is, and their fears and actual experiences in the future of displacement and homelessness, and ask that you trust each other and your staff to hold true to expending these funds to address our affordable housing crisis. Please approve this ballot measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Scott, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. I'd like to support the notion that we do need to raise the funds because San Jose has been a leader in the area of building affordable housing, much more so than almost any other city in the Bay Area. However, I do not support the funding mechanism. I believe it should be as broad-based as possible, not taxing the last one in, particularly because I believe, as has been said before, that actually will discourage production. I think it's noteworthy who's not paying. Who's not paying are the many people who show up in the city council chamber to oppose things happening in their neighborhood and who've killed some other worthwhile affordable housing things. No one's asking them to pay a nickel. One thing I would like to propose, if you're going to do this, is to exempt residential rental properties, as it will discourage investment, particularly in that area. We've already been subject to dozens of other regulations in the last 3 years, and we already pay many, many, many fees that no one else pays. This may not seem like a major addition to you, and maybe it isn't if taken alone, but each layer does add to the burden and will be counterproductive. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Garcia.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is José Garcia, and I'm representing Silicon Valley MEPS. First, I would like to encourage you to please move forward and putting something on the ballot on March. This is a need that we have, and all of us need to contribute. I would like to thank Council members Esparza, Arenas, and Carrasco for their memo, and of course, we support the memo. By putting this on the ballot, it will be an investment in the community. As you know, the need is big. If we invest, we will be investing in housing for people that need it the most. Just to give you an idea how near to me this is, my sister had to move out of the area. She moved to Phoenix because she just could not afford to pay their rent anymore here in the area. Just with the investment, obviously we will provide housing opportunities for low-income families, for the homeless population as well, for seniors, and even for college students. It's good for the city to do something, since other cities and school districts also are doing something similar to this. As you know, Isa Union High School District is trying to go for a bond measure also in soon, $60 million. So the city of San Jose needs to do its part, and I think that the community will support you. In addition to all of this, this will create good job opportunities, and we hope that you put good labor standards as part of these efforts. And the labor standards are very basic. One of them will be preventing contractors from doing wage theft once construction workers are on site. We urge you to move forward, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Chava Bustamante with Latinos United for New America. And I mean, we all know that we have a huge housing crisis. Nobody can deny that. We are here to thank Council Member Esparza, Carrasco, and Arenas for their memo. Thank you very much. And we support that memo, the proposal. We know that as a city, we need to do much more to produce and preserve affordable housing, to protect more families from displacement and homelessness. As Mary Ellen Doherty was saying, in the letter that we co-signed with our partners in the community, we are supporting this memo, but we're also calling for the council to create a provisional budget and ongoing spending priority plan if we were to place this tax on the 2020 ballot, to direct how these resources can address the following priorities. That at least 15% of the funds should address tenant protection and homelessness prevention. That investment in affordable housing production, preservation, or alternative affordable housing models, including community and trust and limited equity housing cooperatives, focus on no less than 45% of the funds for extremely low-income households and individuals, no less than 35% of funds for very low and low-income household and individuals, and no more than 5% of the funds for moderate income households. Investing in these priorities can really make a significant difference in addressing this crisis that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Delmer Hernandez is followed by Robert Aguirre and Tina Shao, Dan Pan, and Cindy Liu. Welcome.
Hi, Delma Hernandez. I'm with Latinos United for New America, and I'm here to support the Silvia Arenas memo with Carrasco and Maya Esparza. As a community organizer with Luna, I have been working with the communities in Santi and also in back of La Tropicana neighborhood. And in that neighborhood, I've gone to meet so many people there who work in labor, construction, who are paleteros, who are mothers, who are working so hard to improve their neighborhoods. And so many of them are struggling to make ends meet. And many of them are being forced to think about moving out of San Jose. And I have many friends who have already moved out of San Jose because of the housing crisis. And for this reason, I want to support this memo because it's important to us to make sure that we're investing in the future of our current communities, our communities that are living here, that have been working here for so many years, of our youth, who are like pushing to make sure that they have like good grades and they're able to like hopefully even aspire to be able to go to these corporations that are just coming in here, right? So I'm here to ask you all to be leaders in making sure that we're investing in our current communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Geary.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff for letting me speak right now. A lot of people have already echoed this, my feelings about people that don't have an opportunity to have a place to live. I just came back from San Francisco where we were meeting with people talking about public lands and their use. But I also got some information about RENA numbers. This is from the 5th cycle, progress towards RENA for Santa Clara County jurisdictions. And I see here San Jose has met 83% of their above moderate permits, 26% of their moderate permits, 4% of the low income, and 11% of their VLI. What isn't covered in here is the ELI, which we know is even less. And what I'm concerned about is that this money that I'm pretty sure you're going to vote to collect, because most of you don't have property that's worth over $2 million, I'm assuming. And so it would be good to take this money and try to provide housing for the people that are greatly affected. I want to thank the Latina Coalition, all of you that took part in writing that letter. And I know you're not called that, but that's what I want to think of you as. But I want to thank you for that memo. And I know this is going to be a difficult thing because we're trying to get this through the ballot. And I know that it's easier to get general fund money passed rather than try to get 2/3 of the public vote to get allocated funds. But you can set aside monies anyway, and you can promise that you're going to try to do the best you can to try to take care of the least of us, those people that are most greatly affected in all of our districts and throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council members and Mr. Mayor. I'm Tina Shaw. I'm from the District 1. I'm also a homeowner in District 1. And I'm here to express my deep concern about the agenda that to increase the city transfer tax. This is a blatant example of bad governance. And I came to the country now, came to a socialism country. Now I feel like I'm back in the country, which I still facing the challenge of a socialism. You are setting the course to levy a transfer tax on the minority of property owners by a vote of a majority voters that will not have to pay the transfer tax while proposing to add more favorable housing, helping the homeless and the veterans. We are working class. We are working long hours, even sometimes double jobs to make our ends meet. And we are like other homeowners, even not the homes are not so expensive, we still have all kinds of issues to resolve. So By adding this transfer tax, it is a very bad governance and exactly a socialism behavior. The proposal does not address the fact that eventually the result of this increase in city tax, transfer tax, will raise the cost of doing business and the cost of housing. The cost will eventually pass on to the general public and deteriorate the housing market. And my last concern, once the bad example has been set, and it's hard to get rid of. For a large city like San Jose, homeless issue is no longer new, and the targeted and private help might be more beneficial and effective in addressing the homeless problems. Lots of evidence have shown that city government isn't doing any better in helping the homeless, while the funds and expenditures keep piling up in this effort. By levying such a higher city transfer tax does more harm than good. If the ballot goes proceed as proposed, it will not be fair, and it's not representative, and it's not totally not a democratic practice.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Dan. Tax, tax, tax. We all know California is a heaven for tax. Rental control, this control, that control. California is known to have a lot of control as well. How much do you think you can get from your constituent? How much do you think you can squeeze from your people, your voters? This transferring tax is more than 200%, 220% increase in the current tax rate. Rent control is 5%, 220 versus 5%. That huge difference is exactly between the government and your people. Government have power, and normal people, the power has been taken away. Increased transfer tax is another drug-like policy. Temporary release pain, but damage your health in long run. Increase of transfer tax makes home even more expensive in an already very expensive market. Transfer tax further limited affordability in a region facing a huge crisis of housing, create a new barrier to home ownership. Increased transfer tax will tremendously discourage people to sell the house even they don't need. And at the same time, this will discourage people to pursue their American dream, buy home, down payment, increase transfer tax, this fee, that fee. Who can afford all those kind of fees? All cities with huge transfer tax has way more serious housing problems. Berkeley, Oakland. So increased transfer tax really help people to get home? That's just a delusion to people in need. Please vote no to this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. And after our last speaker here is Adrian Keel.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Cindy, and I'm a real estate agent, and I'm working with people like who is purchasing, selling, and also they're trying to buy the commercial properties. So right now, like by adding the transfer tax, I think it will be negative, will actually affect the revenue of the city instead of increasing the revenue for the city. I think any additional cost, adding to the real estate transaction, and also like it's actually a additional cost to make the builder to build a more expensive house and make the house less affordable. Also, like it discourages like people, like the productive people, like a working class, to create more transactions to make the city benefit more, rather than just the city make the city lose money, because it discourages people from transaction and also from building more houses. And also we see the city has applied a lot of measures in the past, such like measure A, B, G, T. Those are measures actually about the housing. there's a lot of money where it's being used, and there's not a full good like any time, like if you are adding a new tax, are you sure like there's like it's a good purpose, but is that really effective measures like by adding tax? And also like in the last, it's very, very unfair because every time like when they increase the tax, you're trying to punishment the people who is a little bit rich, or the people who is like on the commercial side. So why you guys always want to do that? To just, I think there definitely have other source to get the funding instead of this kind of like improper keep on increasing the tax to negative influence our economy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Adrienne Keel. I serve as a director of the LGBTQ Youth Space and a mental health program called LGBTQ Wellness. I'm here to ask for your support of the proposed ballot measure. We're all very aware that we're in a housing crisis right now, and I think it's really important that you align yourselves with the most vulnerable communities here in San Jose. LGBTQ folks are disproportionately impacted by housing insecurity for a wide variety of reasons. And you know, if we have young people at the space whose families don't support them, they're not often able to leave because they can't afford market rate rent. There's a lot of communities beyond ours who have to stay in toxic living environments because the alternative is homelessness. It's not realistic that we're all going to be tech wage earners, and I feel like there's a place for all of us here. But I think the alternative message is, you know, if you're not wealthy, you're not welcome. And so I really urge you to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all the members of the community who came out to speak. I know many of whom have been engaged in this process now for a few months. I know there's a lot of desire to talk about how and where money would get spent, but I want to repeat the admonishment from our city attorney, which is that this is a general tax. And so those discussions can happen another time, and we have a budget process for that and other processes, but we are going to be focused on specifically this general tax measure today, and we look forward to having that very robust conversation soon. Councilmember Diep.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to thank the members of the public who came out to speak. I listened intently, and I'm sympathetic to what you were saying. In fact, both sides, for and against. You might know, if you're a longtime council watcher, I'm somebody that believes in limited government, but I believe that government should work. I believe in fiscal responsibility, but it's hard to exercise fiscal responsibility when members of this council are given very limited opportunities to exercise discretion. When we are, as a city, facing annually $20 million in shortfalls and really just trying to plug holes and trying to get things done with what little we can. So for me, we do need more revenue and more resources for this city. One number that we should pay attention to is that. With your property taxes, I think with the city, most people don't realize the city only gets 13 cents on the dollar. And I agree that we're overtaxed, but as far as the city perspective goes, every year since I've been here, we've had a shortfall, and I believe we won't be having excess revenue until I think 2024, 2025. So we need to find ways to do it. I think it was Robert Caro who said, power isn't corrupt, it reveals. And I really, listening to some of the folks here saying about, having a general tax, the council can change it up any Tuesday, how we do this. And that's kind of the point. The people that we elect up on this dais do lead the city. We need resources to lead, but I think it's important for voters to pay attention to how we decide to do what we do with the discretionary funds that we do have. And right now, we don't have a lot. So given that, I will make a motion to accept recommendations 1 and 2 of the memo I co-authored with the mayor and Councilmember Perales on November 15th, which accepts the staff recommendations and directs the city manager and city attorney to return to council on December 3rd, 2019, with the proposed ballot question, ordinance, resolution, and other items required for the city council to call an election to place a tax measure on the March 3rd 3rd, 2020 ballot. And I will also including the accepting staff's proposed real property transfer tax structure, which is outlined on page 5 of the November 8th staff memo. And I would also like to incorporate the Councilmember Esparza's, Carrasco's, and Arenas' recommendation to direct staff to reach out to labor representatives and nonprofit affordable housing developers regarding the ongoing negotiations on workforce labor standards if any housing construction is funded through potential revenues generated by this general tax. And finally, I know that everyone is interested in talking about the topic of affordable housing and homelessness, but let's table that and return to council to discuss those issues in the context of a budget process regarding revenues collected through a general tax.
Okay, there's a motion and a second from Councilmember Arenas. Okay. All right. Councilmember Camus.
Thank you. And I just found, first, I found this survey a little bit misleading. I thought we keep comparing ourselves to San Francisco and Oakland. And we also talked on one memo, we were talking about $5 per 1,000, and now we're talking 0.75, and there's a lot of misleading numbers, but I went through it and I got through it. It basically comes out to a 220% increase to the current tax situation that we have. And I don't know why we keep comparing ourselves to San Francisco and Oakland. They're not exactly working models of having low-income housing and and a system that's working, quite frankly. I wish we'd compare ourselves to the places like that have housing and have affordable housing, but we don't. We keep doing the same things and expecting different results. This is going to be another new tax, and it's not the most egregious tax, and I get that it's going to affect properties of $2 million and above, and I'm not saying that this isn't positioned in a way that won't win the hearts and minds of people who are interested in I guess, as some people put it, punishing the rich and giving to the poor, but that's not what this thing actually does. It increases the transfer taxes, yes, but people who are transferring property to a developer, for example, the developer will have to pay a higher fee for that property, and then, of course, the development fee will have to go pass along to the actual development, and therefore increasing the price of development, which is something that I was hoping that we could start going the other direction and decreasing that price of development. One more thing, I've been in City Council for 7 years, and I don't often disagree with Councilmember Dieppe, but I've never lived through an area where we're actually looking for 20 million or any million in budget deficits. We were projecting some budget deficits, and I don't know if Jennifer could you clarify that? Have we had a budget deficit in any one of these years? I don't remember cutting anything in the last 7 years. We had budget surpluses, to my recollection.
We did have some budget deficits in the last 7 years, for sure.
Yeah, Councilmember Jim Shannon, Budget Director, we had some deficits that we were able to solve through the proposed budget process by identifying efficiencies or small increases of revenue to solve those deficits.
Haven't we been above projections most of the time? I know that we were a couple of years we were not above projections, but we've been above projections on revenues coming in.
There have certainly been, in particular, the last forecast process. We had new information that came in after the release of the February forecast, and so we came into the proposed budget with a small surplus. But in general, or rather, there have been still some small surpluses or some small deficits. We haven't had, you're correct, in the last 7 years, we haven't had to take any major reductions in services, yes, but we have had to find ways to close small deficits in the general fund.
Understood. Yeah, nothing that you guys couldn't handle, and I didn't see any huge issues. I actually always say that I'm leading a charmed life. I've never had to make huge budget cuts like other council members, like former council member and now Mayor Liccardo has had to go through some of these budget horrors where they actually did have to cut jobs and things, and I haven't had that in 7 years. One other thing that I don't like the discussion is this is a general tax, and we're already saying, even in the language that we're using, we're trying to imply that this will all go to housing. Even on the language it said, even though we changed one of the words to can, or, but it makes it sound like we're going to spend all this money on housing, the veterans and homeless people and all this other stuff. But this is a general tax, and and most likely will be in the future, at least, could be spent on anything. Am I incorrect? Could it be spent on anything? Any staff want to answer that?
Yes, it could.
Okay. Could it be spent on pensions?
Yes, it could.
Could it be spent on, and I know the county has this beautiful valet program that they spent $4.6 million a year. Could it be spent on valet parking?
Yes, it could, if the council approved a program and appropriation to do that.
Yes. Could it be spent
Just to
on?
clarify, we don't actually have valet parking.
I didn't say we did.
Okay. Just want everybody to be clear.
Yeah, I know we don't, Mayor.
We
but
do walk like everyone else.
Yes, and we do a great part in giving our employees Clipper cards, but the county did pass that, and it's in service, and if anybody wants to go down and see it working, you could see it working. We cannot control what other council members decide to spend this money on, and that's my real point here. We could spend it on statues, as the county has as well. We could spend it on many other things, including housing, yes, but we could choose in any 1 year to spend it on anything. And quite frankly, this last Measure B, for example, it was a general fund from the city of San Jose and has this committee that's been formed to measure things. But since it's a general tax, these people are coming back with deep frustration as to how the money is really being spent, because all we really have to do is prove that we spent $1 on some of these things, and because everything is fungible. And I want to talk a little bit about transfer taxes. I think that transfer taxes, although, like I said, it's not the worst things that can happen, it could worsen the crisis that we're in. I did lead up and talked about transfer of property. Usually the big dollar amount property are not homeowners. I'm not expecting to, if I sell my home, I'm not expecting to pay any of this, which is great. But the people who are developing properties are the ones who are going to end up paying these fees, because they're paying $2 million for a piece of property. They're paying $4 million for a piece of property to develop into housing. And that's who it's going to hit. And eventually, those costs will be passed along to the cost of developing. And it could actually exacerbate the very problem we're trying to solve. And in my memo, I also talked about the need, that we already have money coming in. We have taxes. We've already passed several taxes in the city of San Jose. We've passed 2 general taxes, Measure B and Measure G. We've passed a dedicated tax, and we've failed on passing Measure V, but this will be the 5th tax that we're proposing in the last 4 years. And we haven't even begun to spend down the $1 billion that was passed back in 2016 from Measure A. $1 billion is projected to come in from Google, $1 billion from Facebook, $2.5 billion from Apple. All these companies are actually voluntarily giving money to solve our housing problems, and I think it's really important that we actually look at ways to spend that money before we go ask for more. And I really want to highlight the fact that it takes more than money to build housing. It actually takes people to want these housings next to them, right? It takes land, and we need to identify land, because that's one of the biggest problems that we have. And the cost of construction. 2 weeks ago, we had a presentation, and we saw that the cost of construction was one of the biggest problems that we have. And this ballot measure would not solve those issues. I know that I know that even if this, the polling itself talked a lot about housing and mental health services. These services are done by the county, and I don't think that we should be actually using this money if it ever comes to fruition. I don't think we should be using this money to start a whole mental health department or something, because we're not in that industry. You know, I'm hoping that we're not actually going to be subsidizing what the county should already be responsible for. That's another thing that bothered me about the polling that was done. And in the end, I know that it is easier to pass a general tax than a dedicated tax. But if we truly want this money to go to housing, it should be a dedicated tax. And I'm willing to support it if somebody wants to change this. If the maker of the motion is willing to make this a dedicated tax, I'm willing to support this measure, because that's the only way to truly guarantee that the money will go to what we want it to go to.
Is that a request for a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Camus, thank you for your comments. I'm going to decline the friendly amendment. I think, you know, to your point, I hear you. I would disagree and simply say that there's nothing fiscally responsible about not having the discretion to spend money. To the point about the budget, every year since I've been here, the 3 years, we've been short, except for last year when we had a windfall and we kind of got out of it. But we balance our budget every year. It's a $3 billion budget, and we balance it every year where we set aside the money that we know we're going to be short for the following year. So we as a council collectively pass the $3 billion budget, but each one of us have the discretion to spend about $100,000 per the mayor's discretion in our own districts. So we pay for facilities, we pay for parks, we pay for everything, these budgets, and we look at the line items, and more or less, it's all important stuff. Like I've said before, there's not a lot of blood to squeeze from the stone of our budget. And last year we had $400,000 to spend, but that's the point. Like, we as council members don't get a lot to play with to serve our constituents for projects, Alviso Park or the substation in South San Jose. We don't get a lot of discretion to spend. And so I'm saying that fiscal responsibility, true fiscal responsibility, is when you are measured, when you have excess amounts of money to spend, and you choose to spend it responsibly. In the state of fiscal affairs in San Jose right now, we don't have a lot of leeway to act responsibly. We have to keep the ships running, the boats afloat, and things going day to day. So it's rare to find a revenue source that the public will support, and I think that given the state of affairs in the city, I have to support the motion as is so we can proceed forward.
But we do have, and it's okay, you don't have to take but I just spouted off at least several new monies coming in, including from Measure B, Measure H, Measure T, Measure A from the county, $1 billion, $1 billion from Google, $1 billion from Facebook, $2.5 billion from Apple. The county gets an additional $50 million annually. eBay said that they're going to increase anywhere between $5 million to $35 million a year for us in their revenues. We have more money coming in for our marijuana tax. Yes, I would like to have more spending and more money to spend in areas, especially housing. But why don't we just look at what we have now instead?
Well, let's not confuse the point. Let's not confuse the public. All the things that you were saying, Measure B goes to public safety or goes to roads. Measure T goes to infrastructure and also public safety. Measure A is the county measure that the Board of Supervisors will allot some money to the city, or maybe not. We don't really have a say. And last year we tried Measure V to get specific money for housing in San Jose, and voters did not pass that. So we don't have a source, an ongoing revenue fund for that. As I understand it, before my time, we had the redevelopment agency that allotted $40 million a year to the city for affordable housing, and that dissolved in 2011 under Jerry Brown. And so we've been trying to plug that hole and doing what we can. And our affordable housing development in the city has gone down because of lack of funding, and we try to put it on the backs of developers by inclusionary housing and by impact fees, and it becomes a trickle. It's not enough. The city has to do more, and this is an attempt to get the resources to plug that $40 million to do more.
Councilmember Diep, first and foremost, Measure B doesn't pave highways anymore. It did in the first year. It is a general fund It doesn't do it anymore. All the other taxes do.
I think he was referring to Measure B in 2018. But
Yes.
That does.
Oh,
pay for that.
that was a designated tax, and I supported it.
Well, that's the point. When we're
So,
designating all these taxes, we don't have the
Okay,
discretion.
you already said no, that you're not willing to support the amendment. I mean, are you going to reconsider?
Councilmember, I think he indicated he wasn't going to accept the friendly amendment.
Well, basically, I would like to do a substitute motion to pass my memo, which basically says we shouldn't pass a tax.
Okay. Motion from Councilmember Camus. Is there a second? Okay, second from Councilmember Jimenez. All right. Councilmember, well, I'll just make this observation before I move on. I'm not going to support the substitute motion for a few reasons. First, the county measure to which Councilor Camus referred to, Measure A, is not money to which the city of San Jose has the ability or discretion to spend. It's actually $950 million, and my understanding is more than $300 million of that has already been allocated to 21 projects throughout the county. That's money that's spent outside the city as well as inside the city, and obviously for a whole host of purposes, and that is restricted bond money. It can only be used for capital construction. The ability to have money that can be used for services is critical, regardless of what that objective might be. But even within the housing context, there will be dollars that are needed that will not be just to build stuff, for example, for homelessness prevention. So there are a host of things that general fund money makes it possible for us to focus on that cannot be focused upon with capital restricted money that the county passed, which of course we have no control over. I also point out that the other commitments made by Google, Facebook, Apple, and others, while helpful, are by no means confined to the city. We have no control over them. We certainly are in active conversation with all those companies about how they can best spend their dollars to help our residents. But the reality is there's a host of different objectives there, and they're being spent in a lot of parts of the Bay. And you know, some of those contributions are not quite monetizable. I can tell you that there are things that we simply cannot take and use for the housing that I would think we'd want to build, for example. So I just want to be clear for everyone who might be confused about what's out there, what's not. There is no replacement source for the $40 million of redevelopment money that is lost. And of course, this is a general tax, and that means it would be available for the council to spend on our most urgent priorities. Finally, I just note that Measure V was a specific tax, and I appreciate my colleagues who did support that. And I don't believe you did support that, Councilor Camus. So, nope, not Measure V, because I recall you actively campaigning against it. So,
not Measure V,
right,
Measure
right.
B.
So that was a specific tax. Yeah, and that was our opportunity. Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, so I actually had a couple of questions for the city attorney. So on item number 4 of the Licardo Perales Dieppe memo regarding the oh gosh, where is it? The item 4B with the supermajority 2/3 council vote on the spending plan. Can we direct that to be included in what we discuss on December 3rd? Can we do that tonight?
No, it's not part of the agenda item. It's more, the agenda item is to approve the ballot language. What I had suggested is to send your requests for allocation of the general fund revenues through the process where you normally do allocate funds from the general fund. It is possible to amend policy, I think 0-18, which provides for principles on the use of your general fund to include language that would prioritize the use of certain general funds for particular purposes.
Thank you. And I had 2 more questions for the city attorney. So the other question is regarding oversight committee. So would that oversight committee be included in that issue as well?
It could be, oversight committees could be included either in an ordinance, in the ballot measure itself, and we have had a couple of oversight committees specifically addressed in the ordinance for the ballot, or it could also be part of the policy for this particular. So you could choose to do it in either case, either through the ordinance as a ballot measure where the voters vote on instituting an oversight committee, or you can make it as part of the policy with regard to this particular allocation of funds.
Okay, and Councilmember Diep, would you be amenable to including that in, to having staff look at that option of including an oversight committee in the language that is brought back to us on December 3rd?
Is that something that is appropriate for this
You
date?
just said.
Yeah,
you
Yes,
just said-
because what you're doing is giving
let's do
direction
it.
to the city
Yeah.
staff
Okay,
on how to come back with a ballot measure and ordinance. So it is appropriate.
Sorry, I was just enjoying my coffee, but yes, go ahead.
And just to be clear, Councilor Esparza, you're referring to the language of the measure, not necessarily the 75 words of the ballot statement. Is that right?
correct.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. And I had actually another question, and I'm not sure whether it's for the city attorney or the budget office, which is, you know, one of the speakers actually made a really good point about the life of the tax, and it kind of reminded me in the .com crash. I was working for Congressmember Zoe Lofgren, and there were a lot of folks that had some devastating impacts from AMT taxes that were set in the 60s and had been unchanged. And so I'm just wanted to ask if there's a possibility if staff can either look at it and then come back to see if we could tie it to inflation or something like that over the life of the tax.
Are you referring to the minimum $2 million?
Yes. Yeah, the threshold.
So I'm going to let the staff discuss that because I believe it's going to complicate the calculation that the county is the one who will be assessing the tax, but I don't know if Lee has looked at that issue already.
Yes, we have, and for this tax, the county's clerk and recorder's office would be collecting the tax. So we did talk about adjusting that $2 million based on a variety of different scenarios, and they're very concerned about the implementation and timeliness of doing such for a base. The bracketed nature of this tax already, we're going to spend a lot of time with them on the implementation of it, but there was a lot of concerns and a lot of concerns based off of the research we had done in other cities on such taxes of indexing that base.
And what is the life of this tax?
The tax, the way it is worded in the ballot question is that the tax is until repealed by the voters.
So theoretically, this tax could go on for 50 years.
Correct.
So even though that might be, it might make things a little challenging considering that the life of this tax the threshold could create some issues for homeowners in the generation to come. I would be interested in hearing more about how the mechanics of that threshold could be adjusted over time. Certainly by December 3rd, I think there's some valid questions that voters and residents will bring up that we should be able to answer.
Could I offer a suggestion that perhaps staff are willing to draft it in the alternative that with and without a CPI, and then we could hear perhaps more specifically from the county what their problems are with implementation, and then perhaps we could decide. Would that be reasonable, Lee?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, would the maker of the motion be willing to consider that?
Of course.
And the seconder? Okay.
Okay. And that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember Reyes?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, I think right now we're continuing to discuss the motion on the floor, which is Councilmember Camus's,
Oh.
right?
Yes, that is the motion on the
Okay.
floor. But I think there's no thing prohibiting us from talking about the other motions, is that right?
You can say why you're not going to vote.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go with that.
Okay.
I'm not going to be able
Yeah.
to support the motion on the floor. I do think that staff has already demonstrated that the appetite of our voters and our residents is something that I think would fall under a more broad-based tax. And this broad-based tax, it doesn't just include residential, is something that I can support. It's something that, it's not going to impact the majority of our folks out there, and it's going to bring in significant funds. So I am going to support the underlying motion and won't be supporting the motion on the floor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Thank you. Just feeding off of Councilmember Esparza's comments, is there an opportunity for something other? Let's say if we did not do the CPI, we stuck with it as is for some other sort of, I don't know, opportunity to readjust, like at a certain time frame. So rather than maybe go year over year with CPI, you could still use CPI, but you do it on a more lengthier time frame or time interval.
You're thinking about even increments of 10,000, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something that we can explore. We've explored a lot of models and different iterations of the model that we've proposed. So it's something that we can go back. Our memo is due for December 3rd to you this Friday. So we'll see of the existing research, what we have, what we can dig up.
And the reason I mentioned that, Lee, is only because it sounded like CPI was already considered and the county maybe
Correct.
didn't appreciate that. So what I was looking for, rather than send you back just to come back to us and say, well, here's why the county didn't like it with a better explanation, that there may be something that was palatable to them and that didn't cause as much, year over year confusion or complication, but yet prevented us from, 40 or 50 years from now running into a problem where the only fix is going back to the voters, right? So it's just, that's the idea. So it doesn't have to be something that is year over year, but something that at least provides an interval of, a way to right size the dollar amount.
Yeah, it's something that we can explore and address.
Okay, so that would be my interest as you're returning then for that. And then the only other thing I wanted to add in regards to the motion that we do have on the table now, I know Councilmember Kames was talking about some of the deficits, which budget staff was talking about. We did have some minor deficits over the last 7 years. What I think about, though, is just how underfunded we are for all of our city services. And I know it's one of the mayor's key talking points every budget season on how thinly staffed we are as a big city. In fact, the most thinly staffed in the nation. And when you look at our departments across the board and some of our core services and how thinly staffed we are, that's not reflected in our budget. If we were to put in the need that we have on all these different city services, we are woefully underfunded. And so I think that, that to me is not reflected in just looking at the budget process itself year over year, because we're required to balance it. But if we look at the actual needs that we have across the board, we know that this general fund impact is direly needed in our city. And so I will not be supporting this motion, and will support the underlying.
Thank you.
Just want to make a comment that we're also still working within a 75-word limit on the ballot question. So the more complicated the formula becomes, the more difficult it becomes to put it in a 75-word ballot.
Oh, yes. There is that. I'm sure Daniel Keneally is listening in carefully, yes. Okay. Duly noted. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion around transfer tax and the cost of the purchase of a house when we increase the transfer tax. I would like to share some information with my council colleagues as it relates to the median price of a home just a few years ago, where we are today, and why a consumer price index may not work, but another indexing might work in avoiding a situation where 2 million, which is a sad thing to say, But when 2 million becomes the median price range of a home, I don't want this tax to be triggered. So I just want to share a couple of things with you. In 2015, according to the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors, the median price range was $835,000. That was 4 years ago. Today, the median price is $1,180,000. That's a 41% increase. So understandably, we have unprecedented economic times as far as real estate is concerned, and property values have skyrocketed with multiple offers in the earlier part of those years. Not so much right now, but there is slight softening. But still, we still have a median price range of 1.1, and we know that in 10 years, we will easily reach 2 million as a median price range. I understand the recorder's office who calculates transfer tax. Actually, transfer tax is calculated on a sale. It's calculated at the title company and signed by and executed by the buyers and sellers in a transaction. It's not calculated at the recorder's office. It's calculated by the title officer at the escrow company. They split the fee. In this case, $10.80 is what we're proposing. They split it between buyers and sellers because it is negotiated, but that is typical, customary in San Jose and Santa Clara County. So the fee isn't calculated by the recorder's office. The recorder's office does confirm it at some point, but really the title company goes in and says, these are the stamps. They call those the stamps as well. These are the stamps we're paying. That's what goes along with the transfer tax. So we are adding to the cost of housing, no matter how we count it. We are adding to the cost of housing. I was going to propose a friendly amendment. I'm going to change what my friendly amendment will be, given that there are concerns about the consumer price index, and I can see how that might be problematic for my friends in the title business to try and stay on top of that. Although in the loan business, every year Fannie Mae comes out with new loan limits, that loan limit is raised, and then you know, okay, now this is my loan limit on a conforming rate, this is my loan limit on a high-risk loan, et cetera. So it's not hard. These guys they're in the math business. They can figure it out, and I'm sure they'd have a computer that would calculate it for them. That being said, since 2 million is the threshold that I'm concerned about, and bumping up against 2 million of affordability, I'd like to ask the maker of the motion to include a threshold where we freeze the rate. I don't know how to do this. I want to make sure that when we reach 2 million, that the transfer tax isn't triggered at that point in 10 years, when that is the median, when the median price reaches 2 million, that the transfer tax is exempted at that point.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Councilmember Foley, I made a mistake earlier in allowing an amendment on a motion that's not on the table. And that's, of course, Councilmember Diep's motion. Can you hold that thought? And as soon as we have a vote on Councilmember Camus's motion, and if that does not prevail, we'll come straight back to you, because as Ed reminded me, we can't amend motions that aren't on the table. So that was my bad. We'll come back. So hold
that
that thought.
applies to Councilman Esparza's memos.
Yes, exactly. That was the motion the amendment I allowed, which was my bad. So if you could hold that thought, we'll come right back.
I was really on a roll there, you know.
You
so
were.
That's
The good news is it gives Councilmember Diep and everyone else time to digest, and fully
Thank you.
appreciate. Great. Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Sorry, I think I might have created some of the confusion here. So I seconded the substitute motion just simply to give the opportunity for this discussion to take place. I certainly don't agree with, and I'm not going to be supporting Councilmember Camus's memo, especially B, direct staff to cease work on new tax measures. I know it's not going to be the case, but I have other ideas as to what we can tax. So there's a point of departure there, but I just wanted to express that was the reason that I seconded. I'm not going to be supporting it. Certainly don't agree with much of what Councilmember Camus said, but wanted to give his memo a chance to be discussed.
All right. But you're not withdrawing the second, is that right? Okay. All right. Councilmember Diep?
Sorry, I think that was, no, we'll wait. I'll wait until.
Okay.
Thanks.
So it was a pocket dial button push. All right. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. Lee, can you run through the list of exemptions? Because I know it's a short list, but it was first-time home buyers.
No, the exemption is for transfers below $2 million. There are some existing statutory exemptions in our conveyance tax that we would put into, that model after state law. So those would include things like inheritance, if a couple is divorced or separates a partnership, then that would be exempt. So those are existing standard exemptions that are both in state law and our existing conveyance tax ordinance. But as far as, and we would mirror those in the ordinance we would bring forward on December 3rd to ensure that the two are like. But beyond that, for simplicity's sake, we're just adding this exemption at the $2 million level.
Besides simplicity's sake, was there any consideration to provide exemptions, say, for first-time home buyers or a house that's underwater or a short sale or any kind of financial distress, a senior who needs to sell their home for medical reasons? Were there any considerations for those types of exemptions?
Sure. We had walked through that as a team as we had looked at all the possible sales in the last year. We had thought a great majority, if not in close over 90-something%, would be captured by the $2 million base exemption. So we kept it at that.
Okay. So I think that Councilmember Cam has brought up some very valid points in terms of, one, just tax fatigue and just the amount of taxes that we're asking our voters to vote on, as well as the really the impact on buyers and sellers of homes. That being said, I'm a believer that these types of decisions should be left up to the voters. So I'm going to support the underlying motion because I think that this debate can be had during the campaign for or against, and there's some valid points on both sides. So I'm going to leave it up to the will of the voters, and I'm going to support the underlying motion.
All right, Councilmember Kemmis?
Yeah, I also want to let you know that there may be other things even on the ballot. There's going to be potentially Prop 13 ballot measure, which will also tax businesses some more. And we're at the CED committee yesterday, we were talking about imposing new taxes by the name of commercial impact fees for housing as well. And I don't know when enough is enough, but I clearly see when I'm outnumbered, and I'm not going to belabor the point. I just wanted to make sure you all understood there's more revenue, more taxes being proposed than just this one.
Okay. Any other comments on this motion? All right. On Councilmember Kemmis's motion, let's vote. And that motion fails. We'll now consider Councilmember Diep's motion, and I'm going to Councilmember Foley, who has a pending friendly amendment. Would you like to restate it?
Yes, I've had a little bit of time to think about it. Would you consider a friendly amendment that states when the median price reaches $2 million, that the increase is transfer tax is exempt?
Wouldn't that effectively end the tax?
No.
So I understand what you're saying.
So the point is that in 10 years or less, the median price of a home, which is an entry-level home, I know that's really pathetic for us to believe, but that's what happens with inflation. When that happens, that's a starter home. That transfer tax should not be triggered at that point. It should be exempt as it is exempt today.
I understand.
So that's what, so the median price is 1.1 now. So I just want to, when,
I think what you're asking for, Councilmember Foley, is that the threshold would be pushed up when the
Yes.
median reaches 2 million. Is that right?
yes.
Okay.
So maybe staff can come back with the best recommendation on how to handle that.
Okay. So, so would the friendly amendment request that staff come back, as you suggest, with some options to consider that might be more palatable to the county than the CPI option that we've...
Right.
I think we would kind of capture that under the additional motion and what Councilmember Perales laid out. Just go back, speak with the county, and look at those additional options of the base. So
Okay.
I think we're happy to look at that.
And one of those options would be when the median hits 2 million for the city.
Right.
Yeah, then that would be a trigger to do something with that threshold. Okay.
Right.
So is that okay with the maker of the motion?
Yes, I'm open to that. I think that's a valid concern, and I thank Councilmember Foley for raising it. I'm trying to figure out what the best way to do it is, but yes, I think that's, I'll adopt the motion. I think CPI is a bit confusing. You know, I think we're also heading into uncharted economic territory. This idea of like inflation is not really inflation anymore. You know, there's this thing called like the Phillips curve where like, you know, unemployment and inflation are inverse to each other. So we're at 3.4% unemployment nationally right now, but I think our goal of inflation is 2%, but we're at 1.8. So it's not acting like it should. Somehow, I would also suggest if we could peg it to whatever, like use an algebraic equation, whatever the economic landscape is in San Jose right now, the $2 million threshold, wherever it is on the scale, we should raise the upper limits of the tax, or you know, the cutoff, to kind of peg, to capture the moment right now. And I'm not sure how to describe that, but I accept the friendly amendment, and I hope my colleagues will as well.
Okay. All right.
Wait.
Yes.
No, I'm not done.
Oh.
I'm not done.
Councilmember Foley.
I did want to talk about the exemptions a little bit and just reconfirm that estate inheritance are still exempt under the rule, because sometimes those are over 2 million, but that's exempt currently, and those would be continued to be exempted. And transfers also are exempted between parents and children, and transfers from individual ownership to a trust. So I just want to confirm that all the current exemptions would continue to apply in the case of the increase.
It is staff's intent to bring forward an ordinance that includes all of the current exemptions that are in the conveyance tax ordinance.
Okay. And then I have a question, actually for the maker of the motion, I guess. You included item 2 from the Esparza Carrasco Arenas memo. I'm not clear how that relates to this tax. And maybe one of the makers of the memo, writers of the memo, could help me understand how that applies to the polling and the tax that we're going out after.
So I'll go ahead and answer. So that issue is about working with the affordable housing developers. So it's just looking at workforce standards. So I don't believe it ties us to the use of anything, and it's really just a meeting. It's a discussion. It's not a requirement or anything that would tie the tax to anything like that. It's related to one of the items that is listed in the ballot language, but it would not restrict us, if I'm stating that correctly.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Camus.
Sorry, Mayor, I didn't click the button.
Councilmember Esparza.
So I just had a point of clarification. So the other friendly amendments are still stand on the motion that was now before us, correct?
That's right.
The 2/3 and the oversight. Okay.
Is that right, Ed?
Or do I need to say it
You just need to
again?
restate it so that it's
Okay.
properly accepted by the maker of the motion.
All right, so a do-over. So would you accept two friendly amendments? One is for staff to include the oversight language in what comes before us in December 3rd, number one, and two, to include language around the 2/3 majority.
I'm sorry, is that proper for, yes, I will.
Okay, thanks.
Do over.
Okay, those are now properly incorporated. Thank you all for your patience. Councilmember Rennes.
So I also wanted to clarify, when Councilmember Perales spoke about having staff come back with some kind of interval scheduled to adjust the tax, it was an interval schedule that would be similar to CPI but not CPI, or something, another option, correct? But I think what I heard from Councilmember Foley was for an exemption. So are you also going to bring back when we exempt? Because the county will only worry about taxing. They won't be deciding on exempting or finding that minimum to exempt.
Can I just provide some clarification about the exemption? When you transfer title through a grant deed, you have to complete a document that's called a PCOR, preliminary change of ownership. And that's the document that tells the county whether this transaction is exempted from a transfer tax. So that's one of the documents that it's already part of the package when it goes to the recorder's office. I'm not suggesting that anything else be exempted other than what's already exempted under the current preliminary change of ownership. Does that make sense?
That's a little separate from what I was talking about. I was talking about when we meet that minimum threshold of 2 million that tells us that this is no longer being exempted. It falls under now a different schedule of taxes. But what I thought you were suggesting was for us to move that threshold as inflation or whatever, so that we don't fall to the conditions that you were talking about, some first-time home owners at $2 million, where it sounds ridiculous now, but we just never know. Who's going to make that decision? So we're not leaving it up to the county to decide, because I feel like these are two separate things. One is the interval
It's
schedule.
not part of the motion, Councilmember Rennes. I think Councilmember Foley was speaking out loud, and then we decided that was a bad idea. So that's not
part of the
There's
motion.
no exemption, yes.
Okay.
So we cleared that up. Yeah.
Okay. I apologize, because I was trying to figure out whether that was it or not, but
It's dangerous when I think out loud. I'm so sorry.
thank you. Okay, so those are two separate things, and now one of them has fallen off from this motion, so I will I will stop now.
All right. I just wanted to add a little commentary here. The price of a median home, according to Zillow, after peaking in early 2019, is now just below $1 million, according to Zillow.com, and projected to drop in 2020. So, happy day for those of us who can afford $1 million home, which I don't think is anybody on this dais. Okay, Councilmember Menace.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, I don't have any questions. I'm just going to make a few comments. On June 4th, we had a meeting, and we were discussing certainly the possibility of tax measures. And during that meeting, I think it was a memo that I had drafted that the recommendation to explore a non-residential vacancy and per employee business tax. And obviously, some of that dropped off because I knew some of it wouldn't stay. And namely, the ones that stayed on were the vacancy and non-residential, in the sense that this may capture some of that non-residential, right? And so, yeah, and then so the work went out, working on the vacancy tax information. And I have to tell you that in reviewing the staff memo, I thought it was a little unfortunate that it seemed to be a little light on details and work on the vacancy tax. And for me, there's times here in the council where, at least for me, I get the sense that things are heading in a particular direction. And in this particular case, I feel like, just given what I read in the report, that it wasn't as thorough as I would have liked. And I feel like the vacancy tax, and I think in the memo it stated something along the lines of more work would be needed. And I I just felt a little unsatisfied with that answer, but I can understand where we are. And so I think one of the fundamental challenges that we need to think about is where do we get the revenue from, right? I think that's one of the big things that we need to consider. And I think this is where Councilmember Camus and I see things a little differently. And I certainly don't have an issue with taxation per se. I just think we're taxing the wrong people. That's one of the concerns I have. I continue, and I know the mayor was talking a little bit about some of the corporate partners that have donated money or given money and such, and I realized that wasn't all going to come to the city of San Jose, but I continue to feel that our corporate partners around the city and this country really need to step up like never before to help us address many of the challenges, whether it be housing or income inequality. And certainly, as was mentioned, there have been some recent contributions, but I also know that that's only a drop in the bucket, these multi-billion-dollar corporations that really have a footprint around this country. And so that's some of the frustrations I have. The other thing that's tied into some of the frustration that I have, and I think I hear from my residents, is that a few meetings ago, I think over the course of the last few months, we've discussed incentives, subsidies, tax breaks. I know we sometimes have debates as to what to call them, but they're fees, right? Housing fees, park fees, and then the challenge I have is that after we've done that, and those votes, as we all know, have been close to a certain extent, 6-5 votes, is that now doing that, we then pivot, turn around, look at our residents and say, hey, help us fill the hole. And that's the challenge I have as we go through and discuss this. And then the other thing that I can't help but think about is the other piece of the revenue puzzle, which is the commercial linkage fee, which has been talked about here. Just to give people perspective, and I'm sure many of my colleagues know this, especially the ones that have been here longer than I have, but the CLF discussion, commercial linkage fee discussion, started in June 23rd, 2015. It ranked 8 out of 21 priorities, and that was about 4.5 years ago. And even, as early as March 2017, staff even recommended removing that from the priority list, but some of us stood up and saved it, and we had enough votes to keep it alive. And now, I know there's been a recent update to a committee, and I think now it's due to come forward, I guess, for a decision of the council in April 2020. And for me personally, I unfortunately don't feel very confident that when that work is completed and it comes to us, that there's not going to be a meaningful contribution from our business community. And I find it troubling that for the years that we've talked about the urgency of housing issues, yet we were slow to even take up that source of funding. And I think that's fundamentally challenging as we then turn to the public and say, hey, can you contribute? When we for many years refused, it seemed to me, to even study the issue of commercial linkage fee. And so the other thing that I can say, and this is sort of touching on what Councilmember Camus was saying, is tax fatigue. I also continue to believe through talking to the residents, especially of my district and through the city, the tax fatigue is real. And whether it's, in some of our minds real or perceived, I think the sentiments exist. And it's something we need to grapple with. And I'm sure the campaign is going to have some challenges around that. And then additionally, as I've heard from many people in my community, the part of the challenge and something I don't necessarily feel comfortable about either is that the money's going to flow right into the general fund. And so there's certainly, in some of the memos that I saw, there were things that I would have liked that weren't necessarily in there either. But even if they were, I think that still presents challenges that we can't dictate where that money's going to flow. And so during the June 4th council meeting when we initially discussed this, I stated unequivocally that I did not support the transfer tax. And I'm sad to say that sentiment continues today. But so I'm not going to be supporting it. But I assume there's enough votes to move it forward, and we'll, as I think was captured by Vice Mayor Jones, that the residents are going to be the ones that are going to have to decide as this moves forward. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Camus.
Yes, and I wanted to say that unless it's dedicated, I won't be supporting it. I would have considered it if it would have been a dedicated tax for housing, but since it's a general tax, and I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Hey, just a quick question about the vacancy tax. I know that's something that you guys looked at in the memo. So we now have a fee that's attached to vacant or abandoned parcels, and I saw there are only 31 properties that were registered. I assume we think that's a significant underrepresentation of the total. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we do, Mayor. However, we didn't have the bandwidth or the staff capacity to do the deep dive that we would have needed to do. Once we looked at the modeling that other cities had to determine the vacant properties, it really rose to the threshold of being something that would go through our priority setting process to dedicate, either have a consultant do the work or dedicate the staff time. The city of Vancouver actually used utility data to determine how many vacant properties they had. The numbers that have been out there publicly are based on our region, and we know that there are certain communities in the region that have significant investment from outside the country and second home or part-time residents. That's really not been our sense of that being the case in San Jose. And so it's worth exploration potentially, but we really would recommend that go to priority setting.
Right. Okay. As I understood the staff memo, and I haven't dug deep on this, but we're having such a challenge just getting vacant underutilized parcels to register, and knowing the incredible amount of staff time that would be consumed and getting folks to comply with that. I assume we had also had similar concerns, if not greater concerns, about actually getting a vacant unit or vacant parcel tax enforced. That would consume an enormous amount of staff.
Absolutely.
As well.
And, I mean, it's anecdotal. We did not put it in here, but in speaking to the cities of Vancouver and Oakland, they said, whatever you think you're going to spend on administrative cost and policy work to figure this out, go ahead and quadruple it. Like they've been in implementation kind of chaos trying to solve that very question and what data to use. So it was something that the administration continues to explore, and when time is available, we'll continue to research. But to make anything for a 2020 ballot, it was not feasible given the workload issues.
Okay. Sometimes it's good to let someone else get across the line first, and we can learn from their lessons and piggyback off of whatever actually works. Okay. Councilor Camus, you had your button pushed before, or was that a new?
That was before.
Okay,
Sorry.
great. All right, let's vote on Councilmember Diep's motion. All right, that passes by a vote of 8 to 2. Thank you. Okay, we are on to item, thank you everyone, 4.2, conditional summary vacation sale portion of Park Avenue along the 200 Park Avenue frontage.
Motion to approve.
It's a motion and second. Nancy, I just had one quick question. I'm sorry I didn't ask this before, but thought I'd ask it anyway because I'm just curious. I'm looking at the map of the parcel, and it looks like there's a slant to what we're asking the developer to pay for. Seems to suggest that the Park Avenue is going to essentially be rejiggered to the left, that there'll be some kind of leftward diagonal turn. Is that right, or is that just an illusion created by the map?
Nancy Klein, Economic Development. I have additional maps that may lead to give a little more clarity without exactly looking at what you are, Mayor.
Okay.
Park Avenue, the redesign will shift the project to the east. No, to the north.
Right.
And it does have a swoosh to it.
Okay, so we're shifting the street to the north, and then as it approaches Cesar Chavez Park and Plaza, it actually turns slightly left. Is that right?
It curves further.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, that's interesting. Hopefully, maybe we can talk offline. I'm just kind of interested in understanding how that's going to work with turn movements that we expect will be to the right and so forth. So anyway, look forward to talking about that offline. Thank you. Other questions? Okay, let's vote on the motion. Item 7.1 are actions related to Energy Resilience Resource Plan. And we have a presentation. Do we need staff? Should I be skipping?
Jennifer and Gloria, do we know where staff is for 7.1?
I can skip ahead if that's easier. We've got some other items to cover. I see Carrie is here. And if we need more folks to show up on 7.1, we can actually skip over those and go to 7.3, which I think Carrie would handle. Is that right? Or
And I'm sure Lori's on her way, Dave. I texted her, so. Okay.
okay. So why don't we just jump ahead to 7.3? That makes sense? All right, let's do that. That's the Master Service Agreement with Environmental Science Associates and Ascent Environmental. Hi, Carrie.
We don't have a presentation on 7.3.
Oh, there's not. I'm sorry. Mr. Beekman, since we have no presentation, you get to present. Motion from Councilmember Perales.
Second.
To speak on item 7.1.
Okay, well, come on up when we call that one.
Thank you.
I just saw the card for 7.3, so.
Yes, thank you.
All right. All right, let's vote then on Councilmember Peralez's motion on the master service agreements. All right. Should we skip the PG&E Silicon Valley Energy Watch, or do you want to take that, Ken?
There's no presentation there. It's just an extension term.
Yeah, okay, should we take that on? 7.4 is the contract worth authorization change order with PG&E. Is there a motion? Okay. Mr. Beekman, you do have a card for 7.4? Yeah. Okay, I'll call you up on 7.1. All right, on the motion, let's vote. 7.5 is a report on bids and award of construction contract on 2 really large sewage pipes at the regional wastewater facility.
We don't have a
No
presentation.
Public Works is here if there are any questions.
Yeah.
Great. Motion for Councilmember Foley, second for Councilmember Arenas. Let's vote. And 7.6 is a report on bids and awarded contract on miscellaneous sanitary sewer. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Oh, I just want to just thank staff looking at this particular bid where the KC Construction is both a local and small business. And in order to facilitate local and small business participation on this project, the engineers separated the following items for subcontracting opportunities: street cleanup, traffic control, pavement improvement, traffic striping and pavement marking, etc. So I just wanted to just recognize and commend staff for their efforts in terms of getting small and local businesses to be able to participate in these bids.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know that the Public Works team and the ESD team have been working to ensure there's additional opportunities for a variety of sizes of businesses.
Great, thank you.
Okay, then on the motion, let's vote. Okay. All right, that passes. Now I'm going to go backward to item 7.1, which actions related to Energy Resilience Resource Plan. And excellent timing, Larry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. I'm Lori Mitchell, and I'm the Director of Community Energy, and I am joined by Jim Ortball, our Deputy City Manager. So this item is our energy resiliency status update. And first, I just wanted to start with a little bit of background and go through some of the previous council direction that we've received. So on June 12th, the Rules and Open Government Committee directed community energy staff to conduct a study session to inform council and educate the public about the serious challenges that San Jose and other cities faced regarding maintaining reliability and resilience. And then on June 25th, the council adopted a resolution establishing electric restructuring advocacy principles. And on August 29th, we had the study session. And then on October 23rd, the Rules and Open Government Committee approved a memorandum by the mayor titled Public Safety Power Shutoffs, Making San Jose Grid Resilient. This memo included many important recommendations and directions to staff to explore various methods to improve resiliency. And this item is really to talk about how we're going to staff those efforts and proceed. Oops, there we go. So then just a little bit of background on PG&E's power shutoffs. So as a reminder, in April, PG&E filed their wildfire mitigation plan. This specifically called out the risk of cascading outages for both San Jose and San Francisco. This was very alarming to many of us, and we started our emergency planning around it. On October 9th, we had our first public safety power shutoff event that impacted accounts here in Santa Clara County and in San Jose. That event was on October 9th. It impacted about 20,000 customer accounts, and that's about 60,000 residents, and also about 500 medical baseline customers. That outage lasted 24 to 48 hours, and our EOC was activated for 2 days. We've estimated that our direct costs to the city are about $760,000. The second public safety power shutoff event happened a few weeks later on October 26th. This one impacted about 7,500 customer accounts, including 300 medical baseline customers. It lasted 48 to 60 hours, and our EOC was activated at that time for 1.5 days. And then we were notified that we were going to be in a third public safety power shutoff event, but that didn't end up happening on October 29th for San Jose. The weather forecast shifted, and so we didn't have accounts that were affected. And then finally, I just want to detail some of the energy market challenges that we've been facing over the last year. So it really started with PG&E filing bankruptcy on January 29th of this year. In response to that, the governor issued a strike team report that recommended many options, but one that was concerning to us was recommendations around a central buyer. And this concept is where someone else other than ourselves would procure energy on our behalf. This is concerning to us in terms of operating the CCA because it impacts our ability to control costs. Then over the last few months, the CPUC has really expanded a lot of their regulatory control over CCAs. So they issued rule changes around resource adequacy. That's a product that we have to buy. And as a reminder, the IOUs mostly control that supply. They've expanded their authority under integrated resource planning. They've initiated proceedings around de-energization that we're participating in. And then they've had several rate cases, both their general rate case, their ERA, and their power charge indifference adjustment, which impacts us. Probably one of the most important things to note in those rate cases is that they advocated to increase their rate of return from 10.25 to 16%, which really does impact customers' rates mostly on the distribution side. And then importantly in 2019, and we expect more activity in 2020, there were multiple energy bills impacting CCAs. So a lot of new legislative requirements and a lot of hearings on the public safety power shutoff. So just as a summary, these are some of the bills that were faced. The first one, which actually was defeated, which was great news for CCAs, was AB 56. That would have imposed a new central buyer on us. Then there was Senate Bill 520 from Hertzberg. This one actually passed, and it makes the investor-owned utilities the provider of last resort. And what that means is they get to collect a fee to be the backstop provider in the event that a CCA fails. So it's just added fees that our customers are going to pay. And then there's SB 155 from Bradford that required additional regulatory oversight of CCAs. That one was signed. AB 1362 of O'Donnell, this was actually a win for CCAs. Initially, this bill would have repealed some of the marketing requirements that investor-owned utilities have to adhere under. It was modified, and now it simply required more transparency over CCA programs, so that was actually a win for CCAs. And then importantly, Senator Wiener introduced SB 378 late in the session, and that really required IUs to have more accountability around the public safety power shutoff. This is something that we worked with them extensively on and definitely support. And I would say the major bill that was passed over the summer in terms of the energy space was AB 1054. That was rushed through over the 4th of July holiday, and that created a wildfire fund to pay the claims of catastrophic wildfires. And in order for PG&E to participate in that, they need to be out of bankruptcy by June 30th. So with all of that as background, we are recommending several resiliency strategies that many of them were outlined in the mayor's memo. So the first one is to advocate to create a customer-owned utility. The second one is around backup power and microgrids at city facilities. The third one is implementing large microgrids at new developments. And then finally, we'll talk about full municipalization and the recommendations that we're making to strengthen the community energy program. So first on the customer-owned utility, this is a concept that we recommend in terms of advocating to transition PG&E from an investor-owned utility that it currently is to a customer-owned utility. One of the main reasons we're recommending this is that it has the potential to save ratepayers billions of dollars over the next decade. So PG&E has projected that it will need to spend about $28 billion on system hardening over the next few years to reduce public safety power shutoffs. And we think that a customer-owned utility could significantly lower the cost of capital needed for those investments, potentially by as much as 40%. Which would lower ratepayer costs. We also think this is an important concept in that it possibly could be achieved through the bankruptcy process without additional complex legislation. So currently in the bankruptcy process, there's two plans being put forward. One is by the debtors, one is by the equity holders. Both of them have the potential to leave PG&E very leveraged without the ability to invest in infrastructure going forward when they finally do exit bankruptcy. So we are recommending that we lead advocacy for this approach, both at the CPUC and in the bankruptcy court. And again, another benefit that we see is this would align culture and customer confidence, where we don't really see that with the current investor-owned model. So by removing the profit as the main priority for an investor-owned utility, and keeping, what's really important is that we keep the highly trained workforce, especially the IBEW workforce that works on the lines. That's going to be very important. We also think this model should include many of the transparency requirements of other public agencies like the Public Records Act, the Brown Act, and limits on political contributions. So here's a model of what this might look like. So the first column you see there is the investor-owned utility model. That ownership structure is shareholders and investors. Under the customer-owned model, the ownership would be to the ratepayers and the customers. For the investor-owned, it's private, and it's for-profit. Under customer-owned, it would be a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. So this would not be a government agency, nor would it be attached to a particular public agency. It would be a new regional nonprofit. In terms of the governing board, currently now the investor-owned utilities are mostly managed by the investors, which typically are hedge fund managers or venture capitalists. A customer-owned utility would be accountable to ratepayers with a public sector and utility expert focus. And then in terms of its mission, the mission of any investor-owned utility is always to optimize the return on investment for their shareholders. A customer-owned model would optimize benefits for ratepayers and the customers. And then again, what we see as the main benefit here is the potential to access lower cost financing than what PG&E currently has and likely will have coming out of its second bankruptcy. So the second priority that we are recommending that we continue to work on with Public Works is to work on backup power at our city facilities to make them more resilient. So we are working on a request for information that we expect will be issued in early 2020. This will have a focus on permanent solutions that include clean energy technologies like solar and storage, as well as fuel cells and other technologies that can help us become more resilient. An excellent example of this is this Fremont fire station, where they got grant funding to install a local microgrid there to make them more resilient. And then finally, we're recommending that we work on large microgrids at new developments. So anytime there's a lot of new electrical infrastructure going in, this is a good opportunity to design and build a more resilient grid. So we're currently reviewing the feasibility of San Jose Clean Energy providing distribution services to these new development sites, and that could be an opportunity to offer more resiliency in San Jose. And then finally, just a quick update on some of the efforts outlined in Mayor Liccardo's memo around some of the near-term things that we are working on within San Jose Clean Energy. So we're working to support low and moderate income residents with purchasing solar and storage for their homes. So currently we've been working with Grid Alternatives, and we'll continue to work with them to find financial structures to address these new needs that we know our residents have in terms of improving resiliency. We will also look to leverage the new features of the self-generation incentive program. That's an incentive program that's managed at the state level that's been around for a long time, to make sure that those funds also come to our communities and our disadvantaged communities in particular. And then we'll partner with online solar marketplaces to make sure that we can accelerate this and really push this information out to residents. And then finally, we will continue to build partnerships to assist with group purchases for inverters and charge controllers and battery storages for all of the residents here in San Jose. So we expect very shortly here, we'll reach out to all the council member districts to pull interested residents and then connect them to these pre-screened vendors. And we hope to have this fully implemented in the next 6 to 12 months. And then finally, in this memo, we are recommending strengthening the Community Energy Department staffing. So we're recommending adding 2 positions to our regulatory and legislative group, as well as adding a public information manager and a second deputy city attorney. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lori. And thanks to you and Jim. Everybody have been working so hard on all this. Mr. Beekman, I think you wanted to speak on this item. Is that right? Yep. Okay, come on down. Okay. Yeah, I just want to say, I know you guys have, and particularly, San Jose Clean Energy and all the CCAs have really been under assault, and the regulatory and to some extent the legislative forum, and I really appreciate all the scrambling and hard work just to sort of hold down the fort while we're trying to make progress on building a reserve and serving our many residents and businesses. So thank you for all your work. Mr. Beekman.
Thank you. Hopefully I can speak a few broad words about overall local community energy. It is hurtful that PG&E has to use shock and awe in order to make the transition to local community energy. It is hurtful to a more decent world of local community energy that has been planned for with much love, peace, and care in the past 15 years and obviously longer. Thank you to the San Jose government in what may be a decent, simple planning for the future of local community energy. I hope myself and local community can respect and better understand this future of good democratic practices as is possible with local community energy. There have been good practices and guidelines and dialogue in the last several years for many local issues meant for all of us at this time to help decide how exactly to transition and leave the era of 9/11 and war. The ideas of human rights, civil rights, and civil protections is innovative and simply makes for a more meaningful way to think and work as a community. Among many concepts of this time, you know by now how open responsible technology and data collection can be nothing but positive and hopeful. I have felt San Jose Community Energy has offered a steadiness and decency and is part of years, if not decades, of good plans and practices in the Bay Area and across the world. Thank you. I am feeling local community energy is one of the more hopeful projects the other city government projects can emulate and can remind people of the better parts of San Jose thinking. In my few remaining moments, I hope I can offer a few ideas about our great democratic process of local community energy. Please be wary of the future of dam power from Honduras and Central America. Please don't fear what an almost total solar future can be. And as business leaders are making decisions about U.S. frack gas at this time, this doesn't have to hurt us or hinder us in the future. We have good guidelines now to make positive, good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to say thank you to Lori and to everyone who's worked so hard, Scott Green on my team and Angel Banez and Dan Richard on this customer-owned utility model. This is an idea that was brought to us, I guess, back in June, and Lori's been working to build a really strong coalition, particularly among the CCAs, and we've now built a coalition of, I think we're up to more than 50 local public officials throughout northern central California, well, more than 24 mayors. And it's clear that this idea is starting to get some real traction based on our conversations with the governor's office and with key institutions in the financial markets. And this is something that I think we'll hopefully have some very robust public conversation about in the weeks and months ahead as we look for a more sustainable alternative to the current investor-owned utility that is sitting in bankruptcy. So I just want to say thank you, because I know this is work that's way off anyone's expected work plan when you start the year, and then obviously disaster strikes and we all have to scramble, and this is our best effort to see how we can move together with a lot of other cities and counties. I just had a couple questions. First, about the backup power, and I know we've had some conversations about this, and Jim, you acknowledged you had concerns as well about supply chains and an emergency and whether or not diesel is really going to be there for us if we're just going to generators. I appreciate there's a strong temptation just to go get a bunch of generators because that is a quick short-term solution. But after our conversation, I was reading a book that actually Kip Harkness persuaded me to read called The Grid. And they talk a lot about, this is written about 3 years ago, about the experience of Superstorm Sandy and several other storms where grids went down. And the constant complaint was generators don't work because they can't get fuel to the generators. And so I know that there are challenges here with bigger capital costs and so forth, but I am hopeful that we're going to look at some of the alternatives, the nanogrid, the microgrids, and storage, and maybe hopefully recognizing we don't have maybe the capital money today. Maybe that means we move to other financing models like a PPA or other approaches. But even being able to make investment in some storage today, even if it's not very adequate, knowing that it could be scalable over time, particularly as technology pushes the cost of energy storage down, as we expect it will, and it has. That maybe that could be a good solution for us in the future. We can buy a little resiliency and keep buying more. Anyway, I know you're going to have a lot of conversations with the industry, and we'll learn more through that. But but I hope that's something that at least we keep on the radar as an option. Did you want to respond?
Mayor, that's how
Okay.
we're approaching it. I mean, the council did allocate funding for us to build better resiliency into our critical city facilities. That funding is going to go towards, I think a variety of different strategies. I think the strategies that you kind of just described, they will be absolutely part of it. I think we want to inform it as best we can with the RFI and kind of see kind of the range of technology, the range of strategies, and really build a customized approach for San Jose. How do we make ourselves as resilient as possible while still trying to be clean and smart in how we do that? So I think what you've described is the way we're scoping and moving forward with this.
Great, thanks. And then on what the challenges we're having with the CPUC, and according to the memo, they've boosted resource adequacy requirements from $32 million to $56 million. I guess that's annually, and they've done that in just 2 years. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's not that they're setting that price, but that the market is responding to some of the regulations they've set, and the cost of resource adequacy is spiked. And
So the IOUs are taking advantage of the regulation to game the market.
right, so one of the things that we have advocated and continue to advocate at the CPUC is that the utilities should sell their excess and that they should do that early in the year.
Right.
They haven't taken that recommendation. And so, for example, all CCAs and utilities have to meet their resource adequacy requirements on Halloween every year. It's not a joke. And the utilities, so we said, well, the utilities should sell their excess in June to make that large amount available in the market. The utilities did not decide to sell their excess until September. So that meant all the way up until September, there was a limited amount of supply available, which really drove up prices. And so, for example, what that number comes from in the memo is that in our business plan, and even just a couple years ago, you could buy the amount of resource adequacy that we needed for well under 30 million, and now it's costing us about 50 million. So that is real cost that we're incurring, and so that's why we need to continue to advocate up there to make sure that that market gets resolved and is ultimately more competitive.
And could you give us a sense of the amount we'll be paying in fees to PG&E to be the provider of last resort now as a result of that new regulation?
Yeah, so it varies. It's a per kilowatt hour cost, but for most residential customers, that's going to be a $2 to $3 fee that they're going to see on their bill.
Monthly?
Yeah.
Okay, and they haven't incurred it yet, but it's coming?
Right.
Okay. In addition to that, now our PCIA fees have tripled in 2 years once again to PG&E and the IOUs.
Yeah, so when I first started really working on CCAs in 2015, the PCIA was about a half a cent, and then it went to 1 cent. I thought that was pretty high. Now it's almost 3 cents, and there are proposals from PG&E to take it higher than that. So it's really important that we advocate well there and make sure that all ratepayers have affordability, really, and that they're managing their portfolio in a way that reduces costs for everyone, not just CCA customers, but themselves as well.
With all the fees that they're sucking out of CCAs, it's really remarkable that they're in bankruptcy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for all your efforts. I know we'll continue to need them going forward. Councilmember Suarez.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for all your hard work. I know this is a tremendous amount of work. Wrestling with these huge challenges as we find ourselves dealing with PG&E and then also the emergency operations team. I don't know who, there's some of them who have done a really fantastic job with the shutdown events, and to the San Jose Clean Energy team as we work to figure out how we're going to make sure that all of our residents have clean and, most importantly, reliable energy. And I know that there's been some discussion of exploring full municipalization, and I understand how tempting that is. And to the degree that we can produce small, resilient microgrids in certain areas, I think we should pursue those opportunities. But when we talk about full municipalization, which is not what's in front of us today, but it is included, it's mentioned in the memo, we're talking about major financing challenges. and it could be, a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. And so I am in agreement with the staff's recommendation to take a serious look at customer-owned utilities as an option that gives us many of the benefits of public ownership, but without the enormous costs, and to see where we can go with this before we even look at full municipalization. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Esparza. Could I ask, Lori, since I know that we are building support among electeds throughout the region, would it be appropriate to bring it back to council for council endorsement of the concept or consideration of that? As I know we've been urging other councils and boards of supervisors to do.
Yeah, it absolutely will at some point here in the near future, Mayor. I think
Okay.
so. I think we want to kind of continue the formulation work that's been happening behind the scenes, and when that's kind of ready, I think bring that back to the council.
Great, thank you. Councilor McCamus?
Yeah, I also want to thank you and thank your staff for actually guiding me through some of this memo by phone. I appreciate that. I had some of the same concerns as Councilmember Esparza. I would like, if we were going to go forward, to have some kind of study session to analyze the pros and cons of it. This is something that we went through to create the CCA process, and before we take that any future leaps, I would like to study it some more. Some of the negative analysis that we were looking at in creating the CCEs is actually coming true, which frightens me as I'm about to pose this question. Do all these new changes affect the ability to pay off our $50 million bond?
So we don't have a $50 million bond. We do have a line of credit that we have not drawn on.
Okay.
So the only debt that we have is the $10 million commercial paper that the city loaned Community Energy to start up the department. We are still on track to pay that back. So our first goal is actually to put $20 million into our operating reserve. We're on track to do that by the end of the year, and then on track by June and the end of the fiscal year to pay back the $10 million. So despite all of these regulatory risks, and of course there's a lot of things coming at us, and as things change, we would always come back to council. But right now, we have still been able to build that operating reserve. We haven't needed to draw on the line of credit that we have. We have used the Barclays facility to issue collateral to our energy suppliers, but we have not drawn any debt from them.
Okay, I remember authorizing $50 million.
Yeah, we did that, when PG&E first went into bankruptcy, primarily because we saw a lot of regulatory risk, and one of the risks that we were, worried about was whether or not PG&E would return us our revenues as they do today. That issue has been resolved in the court, so that's made things a lot more stable and allowed us not to draw on that line of credit.
Are you? I noticed in your report that companies are also allowed now to buy directly. Some more companies are being allowed to buy directly from the producers. Is that something that you are worried about?
Oops, excuse me. Yes, that is an issue that we continue to advocate on quite extensively. So what you're referring to is a program called Direct Access. It started actually out of the first bankruptcy where in the early 2000s, California tried to offer retail choice to all of its citizens. So similar to your cell phone, you could go to multiple providers here in California at that time. Obviously, it resulted in a huge amount of market uncertainty and a lot of market manipulation. California went back to a regulated market, but they did leave open a small chunk of commercial customers only, not residential, that could procure their energy directly. That amount of energy that they could do, the number of customers that are allowed to do that is relatively small. However, there was a bill passed last year that opened that back up. And what that means for us, the initial expansion isn't too bad for us. We expect to lose a few commercial customers, but not too many. But if they were to fully expand that could be a huge threat for us.
And that threat, and also I noticed that there was, this report was kind of scary for myself in reading it. The new higher PCIA charges worried me as well. Does that hurt our capability of keeping the low-cost program available?
Where the PCA is right now, we don't think that we need to make changes and to our rate structure, and so we still expect to offer rates at a 1% discount. Obviously, it's something we keep a close eye on, but for right now, we think we're okay. But we also think it's really important that we continue to advocate at the CPUC. There's another proceeding going on around the PCIA. We potentially also may need a legislative fix to ultimately really stabilize that. And another leverage point we're working on along with the customer-owned utility model is that to the extent that we can get PG&E transformed, perhaps there's an opportunity to stabilize the PCIA in that process as well.
Yeah, well, I'd love to have you come in to my office. I don't want to delay this more, but I wanted to see I'm sure you have some kind of graph that goes if this PCIA keeps going up, and I'm sure I'd love to get some kind of report that shows us details about where we start losing money.
Yeah, I'm happy to set up a briefing and go through that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Did anybody make a motion to accept the report? Making a motion now. I will make a motion to accept the report.
Thank you. Motion is second. Any other comments or questions? All right, let's vote. Thank you, everyone, for all your work on this and your continued effort. Okay, we're on to item 7.2, which is Climate Smart San Jose. This is the final item. And I'll note we have, an evening session at 6, so we'll take a break at 5:30. Welcome, Ken and Carrie.
Good afternoon. Carrie Romanow, Director of Environmental Services, joined by Ken Davies, our Climate Smart Deputy Director. Today's presentation is our third update on Climate Smart San Jose, the third since the plan was updated in February 2018. As you may recall, one of the reasons that we embarked on this program was to ensure that the global temperatures sort of didn't continue at the same pace. And you may recall that 2/3 of the world's energy is consumed by cities, and 70% of global GHG emissions are produced in cities. So it's important that as a large city, San Jose continue to make good progress. As we've seen, just even in the last topic, climate change is having an impact on our community. The climate challenges of this century have directly affected the quality of life of all residents. And the current state of climate was widely publicized in the 2006 Academy Award-winning documentary, An Inconvenient Truth. And I think we all are quite now finding it inconvenient. Over the past 2 years across California, the United States, and worldwide, there have been more frequent and disruptive flooding events, degraded air quality from massive wildfires, and record-breaking extreme heat events. And as we move, the time to act is now, and with that, we're pleased to share the progress of city staff across all departments and in partnership with our community. This slide depicts the key framing points for the plan. It's centered around people. It's the people of our community that are going to make the changes needed to cause real impact to change the course of climate change. The city is a catalyst for that action outside of City Hall, and that's why the plan was developed in collaboration with our community. The plan is implementation ready. As we noticed on the previous slide, the time to act is now, so we've selected things that can move now. It's inclusive. There are many roles for all in our community, and there are benefits for all in our community. And the plan is informed by data. We want to ensure that the actions we take actually create results. And And the framing for investment in developing and climate smart collaboratively amongst all departments is really what's positioned the plan now to make the fast-paced changes that are moving forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ken.
Thanks, Carrie. As I think you all are all familiar with now, Climate Smart has 3 pillars and 9 strategies, all with bold goals. Some of the key areas include densification of our neighborhoods through urban villages, creation of local jobs to reduce VMT, embracing our California climate through water conservation, and making all homes efficient and affordable. In the absence of federal climate leadership, the city and the community came together to not only support the principles of the Paris Agreement, but to develop a plan that charts the best pathways for keeping global temperature rise this century below 2 degrees C. At the same time, we recognize that San Jose is a growing city and is expecting 400,000 more people by 2040. Climate Smart provides a framework for urban and economic growth while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Some examples of our bold goals: by 2020, all new homes will be either ZNE or ZNC, helping to reduce emissions by over 100,000 tons of carbon by 2021 and over 400,000 tons by 2030. By 2030, 60% of all passenger vehicles will be electric. Also by 2030, 40,000 dwelling units will be in urban villages and focused growth areas, densifying our neighborhoods. By 2050, we will reduce per capita water consumption by 50% down to 2009 levels. And by 2040, we hope that San Jose will be the world's first 1 gigawatt solar city. As you are all aware by now, San Jose was proud to be selected as one of the 25 cities awarded resources under the American Cities Climate Challenge through Bloomberg Philanthropies, and the only city in Northern California to do so. We've made ambitious commitments to reduce our carbon emissions from buildings, transportation, and energy projects. Emphasizing the word ambitious, which has given the alignment with Climate Smart goals, has really helped us accelerate our progress. A wide range of community interests were brought together in the planning and development of the Climate Smart Plan. The engagement and participation of the community in activities that lower GHG emissions is equally critical to our success. In May 2019, council members requested that staff return to the T&E committee the Climate Smart Community Engagement Plan, one conducted in collaboration with our community leaders and nonprofit partners, and one that clearly articulates pathways to engage hard-to-reach and low-income families. To that end, discussions have been held with all the council members' staff to identify the best type of engagement for their constituents, key leaders, community members, neighborhood and faith-based organizations, while also understanding key issues and concerns within their districts. Consistent requests were for specific language and materials, and that the community outreach be more engaging rather than just PowerPoint presentations. ESD has been engaging first with council district identified community leadership councils with a higher percentage of under-resourced and disadvantaged communities. And with their input, subsequent discussions with other leaders and groups has begun in order to frame climate action in the context of individual and community needs. We anticipate the resulting dialogue will build commitment in the implementation of Climate Smart citywide. These and other Climate Smart coordination activities will help in the development and launch of a comprehensive community engagement plan that we will report on at our next visit with you in May of 2020. Other key engagement activities proposed, the Community Climate Solutions web platform that we'll go over, the Climate Leaders Program for tracking individual contributions to GHG reductions, and a focused residential engagement program led by Mothers Out Front to reach at least 1,000 residents in the city over the next couple of months. Oops, I'm pushing the wrong way. There we go. Between May 2019 and October 2019, we did have the following engagement activities at 8 community events and 1 neighborhood association meeting, reaching over a total of over 700 residents. Selected events included the San Jose Earth Ride and Viva Calle. 5 outreach events were scheduled in September and this past October, reaching at the Moon Festival, reaching the Vietnamese community, as well as Pumpkins in the Park, which coincided with our Electrification Expo at the Tech. Materials there were provided in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. We continued to give away lots of light bulbs, over 1,000 LEDs, reinforcing the fact that it takes a lot of people to change a bulb. And thank you. We deployed social media campaigns in English, Vietnamese, and Spanish, including a Climate Smart San Jose animated video ad that reached over 116,000 folks on Facebook and Instagram. So our community, our Climate Smart Challenge web platform is now up and running. It helps residents and businesses identify actions that they can take and links those actions to actual estimated pounds of CO2 reduced. It's available now in English and Spanish, and very soon will be available in Vietnamese. It takes some basic profiling info in terms of your commute, the type of vehicles you have, the type of appliances you have, and structures your actions from easy to challenging, from expensive to cheap, and helps everybody identify something that they can do. And now I'll discuss a few key initiatives arranged by the plan's core pillars. Pillar 1 is Sustainable and Climate Smart City. San Jose Clean Energy, you heard a lot about that in the last presentation. Working with our Bloomberg partners that specialize in behavior change to try and increase the number of total green customers. They're also working on a comprehensive plan, strategy, and guiding principles to evaluate opportunities for climate smart actions such as electrification incentives, feed-in tariff programs, and other ways to scale renewable energy and storage, which should be brought before council in spring of 2020. Solar loan programs. Public Works is investigating a Bay Area Air Quality Management District loan program for storage and solar projects. And the Air District's Climate Tech Finance Program offers subsidized financing for public and private facilities to adopt emerging technologies that reduce GHG emissions. The city also received the Soul Smart certification, which was presented at our Electrification Expo in October. That process recognizes the ease of permitting, public reporting of solar statistics and goals, as well as community engagement efforts on solar power. The city submitted its Soul Smart application and received the Soul Smart Gold designation, which earns the city up to 100 hours of free solar-related technical assistance. In pursuit of the 1 gigawatt solar city, we are promoting existing programs like the Disadvantaged Community Single Family Affordable Solar Home Program, Bay Area Sun Shares, both which provide solar discounts through selected providers. Also educating SJCE customers on solar and storage on their website, and providing customer programs like the Solar Loan Program. For municipal facilities, outdoor lighting is about halfway through being converted to LEDs, and the rest will be completed through Measure T dollars. Street lights, I believe, by mid-2021, and facility lights by early 2024. Solar is currently deployed at 39 municipal sites with about 6.5 megawatts of electricity being generated. And the new buildings will employ zero net carbon approaches and be evaluated for battery backup. Natural and working lands analysis. Climate Smart San Jose Phase 2 will include a natural and working lands analysis, which will research the interplay between natural and working lands and community-wide GHG emissions. That contract is still awaiting execution with an expected completion timeframe of about a year. That will test assumptions around GHG emissions from general plan identified areas of growth, and we'll try to gain a clearer understanding for us on the degree to which natural and working lands can act as carbon sinks or sequester carbon. Pillar 2, vibrant city of connected and focused growth. The DOT is very close to completing a comprehensive San Jose access and mobility plan. And I believe the shared micro-mobility ordinance will be at T&E next month. Increasing high-density housing. Council approved the scope for the general plan 4-year review in June of this year, including consideration of shifting housing growth capacity to downtown. Changes to the North San Jose area development policy and the city's municipal code will motivate developers of high-density multifamily housing to construct new affordable apartments in North San Jose that are close to transit. And then parking management and pricing. The city is reevaluating its parking policies through the American Cities Climate Challenge and Envision San Jose 2040 general plan. The current parking requirements are not always consistent with community goals, including increasing fairness and housing affordability, reducing traffic congestion and GHG emissions, and designing more attractive and lively neighborhoods. In addition, excessive and inflexible parking requirements greatly reduce urban housing and commercial affordability. So through the American Cities Challenge, we partnered with Spur, Fourth, Urban Land Institute, and Nelson Nygaard to comprehensively evaluate and pursue updating parking requirements for new development, to design a parking strategy that will enable no and low parking development, particularly around transit. The Urban Sustainability Directors Network Equity Leaders Program is something we've been working on for the past year or so. At the conclusion of a multi-departmental effort, participants in the Climate Smart Technical Working Group provided recommendations on climate smart projects where an equity lens could be applied. And the final team activities were completed at the USDN's annual equity conference last month. That will qualify the city for equity grants and an equity fellow in 2020. The electric mobility roadmap will be before council in January of next year. ZNC demonstration. You may have seen our tiny ZNC home at some of the public events. And on the screen there, you can see one of the heat pump water heater units and a high efficiency electric dryer. We have a zero net carbon video posted to our website and are now offering an induction cooktop checkout program that I hope all of you will try. Councilmember Davis has already done that and emerged unscathed. So delivery is available. I'm happy to take a kit upstairs for you. Energy trainings for residential and commercial audiences are also ongoing, and we are introducing virtual and augmented reality elements into our demonstration unit. Pillar 3, an economically inclusive city of opportunity. We adopted our building performance ordinance in December of 18. That first reporting deadline was May of this year for buildings 50,000 square feet and larger. And the first reporting deadline for 20,000 square feet and up will be May 1st of 2020. Current compliance with the ordinance is about 72%, which is not too bad given our first run through that. We expect that to improve over the coming year. And in a way to kind of assist those owners that are affected by the ordinance, we've launched the Better Buildings Challenge recruitment. That will provide those building owners with direct assistance of city staff while accelerating their compliance rate with the ordinance. That'll run as part of the American Cities Climate Challenge as well from December of this year through 2020. Again, on the building front, lots of progress here. The REACH Code ordinance was adopted in September of this year. And it helps us with that goal of 100% of new homes being zero net carbon. That ban on natural gas had its second reading today, so that's in effect now, and we expect our REACH Code to be heard by the California Energy Commission on December 11th and go into effect on January 1st. Just a quick graph about all these ordinances and big government and the effect on the economy. It seems to be a positive one. And regarding past outstanding items, we finally have our Climate Smart dashboard up and running. You can see the URL right there. 7 of the 24 metrics in the Climate Smart plan there now. 10 more that should be pretty easy for us to get loaded up on there over the coming months. And 7 that are a little trickier that we're still working on reliable data streams for. And as you've seen today, and I think some of the memos, we also have our Climate Smart memo section that was included as part of the memo format. So lots of progress, and with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Cool, thanks, Ken. Lots of progress. Really exciting to see how much has been accomplished in a short period of time. Appreciate your and Carrie and everybody's work on this. Okay, so Mike would like to speak, and Blair Beekman.
Is on? Yeah. Thank you for preparing this presentation you gave today, but it seems as if there's some things that are missing, one of which could be geothermal. You may want to explore that. I think it's more environmental than solar panels and more efficient. I'd also be careful with solar panels. I lived in Europe for many years, and they had many projects with solar, and they didn't work as well as they thought they would. And it's not always the most reliable source of energy, but it seems as if here it's all about solar panels. It doesn't work very well in the end. I think you need to diversify whatever kind of green energy you're doing, and I think geothermal is one of them. I think banning natural gas is wrong. You should be able to have a gas stove at your house if you want to cook on it. And as we've seen, our electricity grid is so bad here. Would you want to rely on all electric for your energy use? I mean, imagine not even being able to, I have a gas water heater. I wouldn't be able to take a shower if the electricity goes out. So I think the council and everyone should reconsider this natural gas ban. Quite frankly, I think it might be something that PG&E has put in your minds to get rid of because they don't want to maintain their natural gas lines, nor do they maintain their electrical lines. What I'm getting to right now is all this stuff seems so sexy, but the elephant in the room is maintaining the electrical grid and the actual lines that are attached to this building and your house. And we've seen, the electrical grid's real bad. It needs to be repaired, and I think everybody on this council needs to be able to lean on PG&E to fix their lines. I live in District 9. The electrical lines have been horrible there for the last 50 years. Unacceptable. And it seems as if in this city, the roads are neglected, which I drove 5 miles here on bumpy roads. I thought I was in, I don't know, like El Salvador or something.
Thank you, sir.
Anyway, the city needs to
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Beekman?
Hello, thank you. I wanted to quickly add one idea to the local community energy process. There is the Local Community Energy Commission. They do really incredible work. I think you know how I feel about their work. And I just wanted to remind everybody that they can make a really good go-between for the public and you as government to how to talk about issues. And I'm hopeful in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I had just a few questions. I see my colleagues haven't responded yet. First, I know that when we were talking about the natural and working land study, and I appreciate you've talked to our team a little bit about this, but this was, I think we sort of got off on this probably 2 years ago, and at the time we were wrestling with the decision around Coyote Valley. And I think a lot of advocates came forward saying, hey, why don't you do this? In the hope that would provide some impetus, I think, for us to make that decision. Well, we've actually made that decision. And you say we haven't yet signed the contract to do the study. And my question is, do we really want to do the study now, or could we better reinvest those dollars on other environmental initiatives?
Thank you. We have asked OSA and others if they still want to move forward, and they do. And
well, I guess more importantly, do we?
Right. So we do believe we'll learn something from it. So one of the areas that we think might have value is better understanding just carbon sequestration and how open land might add to our climate smart plan. And so as we look to update it, we do think we'll learn something. And there's more than just the city and OSA investing in this work. And so so we think we're pretty close to starting, and we do think that there'll be value in that, even though the decision around Coyote has already been made.
Okay. Okay. I mean, there'll be value because it will help us make decisions? Is that?
There will be additional insight into some of the weaknesses of the plan, like around spatial, what's that word?
Spatial analysis for development in terms of being a GHG generator.
Okay.
Specifically in growth areas identified in the general plan.
Yeah.
And we think if we better understood that carbon sequestration, there might be opportunities to take advantage of other open spaces or to take credit for some parks or other.
Okay.
other
I mean,
things.
my very rudimentary understanding was that, you know, the spatial dimensions of GHG emissions around VMT are very real, but the sequestration is not very significant in terms of the amount of carbon. Is this just focused on the sequestration?
It's both.
Yeah, one area where we see some opportunity is around SB 1383. We won't be able to take our biosolids to landfill anymore if they were turned into some sort of a compostable product. We're hearing from that side of things that the sequestration value is high. So maybe that presents a potential disposal opportunity, or that's more local and involves less trucking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If you think we're going to get something out of it, look forward to hearing it. We'll learn more. And then I appreciate also you attaching the electric mobility roadmap. That was an attachment. And I was really kind of interested in the last pages 26 through 28, because it seems to me this is really important for us as we're thinking about trying to reduce particulate emissions in low-income communities and enable more mobility, hopefully, among many of our low-income residents, hopefully through some kind of car-sharing type program. And I know that there's some cities out there, Blue LA and Sacramento are mentioned, that are out there doing it. Are they only doing it with grant money? Or is there a way, do we think there's a path we can do this?
We're going to bring the experts down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome, John, Jessica. Because I know we tried to get a grant and that didn't quite work out, and I'm just trying to figure out, can we still find a way if we can get some companies to jump in here to provide some cars?
Good afternoon, John Russell, Director of Transportation. I don't consider myself an EV or a shared mobility expert. However, that the shared mobility, I think in the car share and many other elements of that, we are working forward with that. The cities that we're trying to model after, Los Angeles and others, are in the business right now, but they are doing it through a grant and subsidized the program. So we're trying to get a similar sort of program here, but it would be something that would need to be subsidized.
Okay. Well, like I'd be more than happy to invest time at MTC or anywhere else to advocate, because I think given the fact we're building, I mean, maybe not this moment, but with all the affordable housing we have in the pipeline, you know, the 1,100 or 1,200 units from the 100 million we distributed earlier this year, and Measure A and what's coming, we're going to have a lot of multifamily affordable housing where I think shared electric vehicle access could be really valuable for a lot of low and modest income families who cannot afford a car, and this could be a great thing for all of us. So I'd be more than happy to push if you think there's an opportunity there.
Yeah, we actually think so too. So where we think the city's resources and effort should be in that arena, meaning to push for car share and other mobility, electrified options in those subsidized version within lower income areas and lower income housing opportunities. So that's where we would like to push that, and so any help we can get, you know, the funding that we've set up through the Clean Energy Program can be a start to the capital infrastructure of those, but it really is going to need also operating funds to continue that sort of car share in those areas. So it is going to need some subsidy from the public, and that's where we'd like to be pushing for.
So there's not a private sector company that's able to do this?
There are, like
I
in
mean,
Los Angeles,
without
it
a
is a
subsidy.
private sector company, and they're right now considering proposals to us, but it would require subsidy for
They
that
want money.
to happen. So we're waiting to see what those numbers are.
Okay, all right, great. And then I was trying to get on the website to find the indicators and all that, and are they down right now, or is it maybe just not? Oh, you got one? Yeah. Oh, good, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, fabulous.
We were transitioning between an older URL and a newer one, which I understand it should be working today.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go check it out. I just wondered, do we have total GHG emissions in one chart? I noticed there's this page for it, but I didn't see that.
Yeah, that should be on there.
Okay.
We've conducted 3 inventories so far. The last one was 2017, and we're ramping up to do that probably biannually. So the next one would be 2019, and we would be getting to that sometime next summer.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, then we have a motion. All right, let's vote on Councilmember Mendes' motion. Thank you, everyone, for your patience with my questions. All right, we have a few folks who'd like to speak before we wrap things up. Ray Perez, followed by Blair Beekman, Leon Dryden, Rudge Ellis, Lillian Koenig, Danielle Jennings, and Patty Estes. I suspect some of those folks may have left, but come on down if I called your name. This is open forum on the afternoon item. Yeah, and then we're going to head over to break. Sir, if you're ready, come on up, and then we'll take the next gentleman. Thank you. Welcome. I'm sorry, the mic needs. Okay, go ahead. Now you're on.
You all are working really hard, and I appreciate what you're doing for the city. What's happening with me is I'm having a race issue, and I contacted San Jose PD back in January 2018, about this person that lives directly across the street from me. And pretty much they told me there was nothing they could do. And after that being said, I guess the kid, I'm almost 60 years old, so he's like 30, so he's a kid to me. So from that day on until last night, this kid has been constantly harassing me, coming in my house. He's vandalized my car. He's pretty much destroyed one of my cars. My other car is damaged as well, and he goes in my home and he's destroyed like 3 watches. He's taking my cologne. My landlord, which the housing, I can understand, we're working on that. Real quick, I need some assistance. And I'm not knocking San Jose PD. These are great guys, but they're just not there for me. So it's a race issue, definitely, because he's yelled, "Get out of our neighborhood," and he's such and such and this and that, and he bangs on the doors, and he's keying my cars, and he follows me around, and it's with a hate organization. And this is the same kid that shot up Gilroy. This is the same kid that shot up Ohio. This is the same kid that did what they did in Texas. He's the same type of kid. He's allowing someone to tell him what to do. And he's doing it, and it's based on race, and it's based on hatred for me. I'm a black man. He's told me many a times to get out of his neighborhood. Now, we need to do something before we're on Crown 4 regarding Santana Row. There's being a massive shooting there by this kid because he's the same type of person. And I'm tired. I'm tired, and I've called on you guys, and you guys, they blew me off, and they said I needed evidence. I'm showing them everything that he's done, and it's still nothing. And here it is today. It'll be 2 years in January that this kid, and every day he comes by, he does something. He takes my medication. I have high blood pressure. He takes my medication. I have asthma. He takes my asthma medicine. And my landlord, she's an old Russian lady. She just can't comprehend it. She just can't comprehend it.
Sir, can we take your information?
Yes, please. And I don't want to take too much of your time.
No, and also we can maybe try to make sure you get access to information about filing a restraining order.
Okay, I've done that. I don't know the people's names. They live across the street from me. That's the problem.
Okay. So, what neighborhood do you live in?
I live on 1641 Martin Avenue,
Martin?
off of West San Carlos and
Yeah,
Lee.
District 6. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. We're
Okay,
going to
thank
try
you.
taking your information and then we'll follow up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Mayor and council people, I'm back in here because I'm having difficulty with the city understanding the language of their own municipal code. I have put something on here asking a question, and I have been here, the problem, since 2018. I brought it to this deal in February of 2019. I have gotten the runaround because they continue to misinterpret the phrase. I have asked them, just explain to me how you can read something which teachers tell me says that it is what it says. But yet, they continue to interpret it as be, and nowhere in the code. Now, I would ask her to insert the full code because it's a quite simple code. You can bring it on up to a little bit higher, please. You can, okay. The code reads very clearly. It gives a time limitation and a distance. But our compliance officers continue to come out and say the distance driven is the only thing that's important and we can't verify it, so we can do nothing. I've got multiple reports. I've got, today as I came here, I have a vehicle that is set on the street for 702 hours. I've had 3 compliance officers come out and look at it and move on. And I ask this body, when we're talking language of a code, then we should all be doing the same thing. Either change the wording to the way you're actually implementing the code, or deal with it by implementing it exactly the way it is. And that's my statement. Your staff, Mayor, sent me from the legal attorney's office, and they said, we choose to disagree. That is their statement, flat out. Okay. And I'm looking at the wording and say, how can you justify that disagreement?
Okay, Mr. Dryden, I'm going to ask you to write your email address on this card.
I don't have an email.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I have a letter I can give you that
Okay.
defines, I've actually sent a letter to your office.
All right.
And it got lost. Nobody can find it.
If you could leave the letter here with the clerk,
will
we're going
do
to
so.
follow up. I know we have a bit more public comment, but I'd like to be able to respond to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. With the future of Santa Clara County high-speed rail and its transportation issues through the South Bay and SF Peninsula, there will be long-term questions of U.S. fracked gas, fossil fuels, sustainable energy, and the U.S. economy. To offer once again to help transition out of the era of 9/11 and more, there are now years of good guidelines, dialogue, and practices from around the world. It is work to simply create peaceful, constructive, and stable ideas for technology, energy, sustainability, and the ideas of stability. I feel these efforts can very much help to avoid locking us into a predicted serious recession disruption process of the mid-2020s, a recession that could cause much human suffering and death. I also feel these efforts can very much address the current problems of Northern California PG&E and the current wave of possible state-sponsored violence and extremism going around the world in 2019. I hope Santa Clara County, we are maturing and sobering. I hope we are at a time to make clear that as we may be currently headed into a period of slight economic downturn, This simply may or may not precipitate a larger recession disruption process predicted for the mid-2020s. San Jose has a history of openness and understanding and how to take people in. I hope we are at a time in San Jose to work toward these good goals again. As I feel good standards and work towards human beings and healing can almost invariably lead to what may not be large, but what can be very respectable margins of profit. As I have explained above, there are now years of good guidelines and dialogues from around the world working towards ideas of peace, accountability, and sustainability. I feel among these now years of good practices, we do not have to lock ourselves into dire national economic scenarios in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mike. That's all the speakers from the afternoon session. All right. And okay, so I've called everyone who wanted to speak on the afternoon. All right, we'll adjourn then until the evening. And we'll return at 6:05 to give everybody a chance to actually digest. Eat quickly. There we go. Good evening, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order for the evening of November 19th. We'll begin with 3 ceremonial items. First, Councilmember Jimenez is making his way down to present a commendation to Mary and Robert Miller for their continued dedication and commitment to District 2.
Wonderful. I'm so glad the chamber's full of people. I was concerned that we were going to give out this wonderful commendation and that the chamber was going to be empty. And so I'm so glad everyone's going to be here to hear a little bit about this wonderful couple that's been doing a lot of good work in South San Jose. So today I'm very honored to provide a commendation to Mary and Robert Miller. And Mary and Robert, if you want to, oh, there you are. If you want to come down, for their continued dedication and the commitment to District 2. Mary and Robert Miller are longtime residents of District 2. They have both been active leaders in the community. The Millers are the kind of people who see a problem and they become part of the solution, especially this day and age where we have a lot of problem identifiers. These two folks have been problem sort of solution finders, so I very much appreciate that. For the last few years, they have taken the initiative to keep their part of San Jose safe and clean. In 2016, the Millers completed a volunteer training and certification process to assist with graffiti removal and cleanup in San Jose. Since then, you will find them actively painting over graffiti in their neighborhood along Monterey Road. Mary and Robert are committed and passionate about maintaining their community graffiti-free, especially, as I mentioned, a section of the sound wall along Monterey Road corridor where they spend hours of their time and energy. Robert and Mary exemplify the spirit of service and community leadership. Therefore, today I am honored to commend Mary and Robert Miller for their commitment to a thriving and engaged community in San Jose's District 2. But before you clap, just a funny story. It was about a month or so ago, I was driving by on my way to work, and who I see painting the walls along Monterey Road, I see Robert. He's going at it. I sent him a text and said, "Good job painting that wall." And he's like, "Where are you?" And so you know, it's very inspiring to me to see him and his wife really dedicating themselves, quite frankly, during retirement when they should be traveling the world. They're out here keeping our community clean and safe. So I very much appreciate both of you. So thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. And Mary's going to share a few words with us.
I just want to take a minute to say Mary and I would like to live in a clean and respectful environment. We have friends and family that come to visit us, and we would like to have an area that we're proud of, and that's why we do this. I also want to make sure that I give recognition and thanks to the anti-graffiti team that supports us behind the scenes. Annie Gamblin, Bernie Rosales, and the other members who make sure that we have the supplies we need. One time I was running out of paint, and I called up there, and they delivered some paint. They wanted to deliver some paint to my house. I said, no, that's okay. But my point is that that's the group that's of unsung heroes that we really don't get a chance to see. I also want to thank the mayor and Sergio for recognizing us We really appreciate that. It means a lot to us. And the last thing I want to say is, any of you folks out there that are painting graffiti, please stop.
It's a good message.
Sure. Okay, can I turn this down a little bit? Yeah. Just a quick comment. You know, they say one or two people can't make a difference. And when we first started seeing this graffiti in our neighborhood, we were like, Don, this is terrible. Why would people do this? And we decided, okay, that's the problem. Why can't we just go out and take care of it? And so I just want to say to you that one or two people can make a difference. And one of the things a young lady taught me fairly recently is she goes around and when she sees trash on the street, she picks it up and gets rid of it. So think about that. When you're walking around or you're in a restroom and you see trash on the floor, pick it up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mary, you want to get to that side?
Perfect.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you for being here, sir.
All right, Councilmember Foley is making her way down. We're going to present accommodation to the Campbell Union High School District for work they're doing against teenage vaping. If you happen to be from the school district, please join us. Come on down.
Campbell Union High School District. Hey, Rob. Thank you. Come and join me. Before you is the school board for Campbell Union High School District, which includes Dr. Bravo, their superintendent, and their student school board member, Emily. Campbell Union High School District serves 8,200 high school students across 5 high schools and 1 continuation high school. 2 of these schools, Lee and Branham, are located within my city council district, District 9. In October of this year, this school board addressed a serious health problem affecting many of our students, vaping. They adopted a resolution in support of tobacco-free and vape-free environment within their schools. Vaping and e-cigarettes has increased 78% among high school students. Vaping poses serious health risks leading to addiction and recent reported deaths resulting from black market devices. Campbell Union High School District's resolution serves to acknowledge the seriousness of this epidemic. Their efforts will undoubtedly help their students by educating them on the serious health risk. Campbell Union High School District is committed to providing education about the risk of cigarettes and addressing the underlying causes of student tobacco and vaping use. Their parent information nights provided many parents, teachers, and students with the resources needed to combat addiction and tools to talk to their children about the high health cost of vaping. In recognition of their efforts to address this issue, and they were the first school district to adopt such a resolution, Mayor, would you please present the commendation to Campbell Union High School District for the exemplary leadership and commitment to the well-being of our young adults?
Well, I just want to give special recognition to co-authors of the actual resolution, Trustee Brown and our student board member, Emily Martinez.
Well, thank you very much. I'll keep this short. I practiced all day. I got it down to about 45 minutes, so don't worry. Now, I want to thank Councilmember Foley and the council for their spirit of generosity and giving us this commendation. This is really something that we take very seriously. It's something we're very passionate about. It's making sure that our schools are safe and secure for students so they can construct their futures. And our student board members, and this is just one of our student board members, we make sure that their voice is available and heard in all of the decisions that we make. And our student board members are telling us that despite the fact that students know that vaping is bad for them, they still do it because they're dealing with a lot of stress and anxiety of being a teenager in 2019. And so we're really committed to addressing those root causes and providing the services to them. But I also want to thank Councilmember Foley for the conversation we had a couple of weeks ago about what we can do in partnership with the City of San Jose to tighten up ordinances, to make it so that you can't buy tobacco products and vaping products within a certain amount of distance to a school. You'd be disheartened to see how many vape shops are within 1,000 feet of a school in Santa Clara County and particularly in San Jose. So I very much look forward to that partnership. I look forward to solving this problem, and we thank you very much.
And finally, we'll be honoring Latinx golf. And Councilmember Carrasco is here. And we've got a big cheering section. And if any of the members of the cheering section want to join us up here, please come on up. All right, Councilmember Carrasco, take it away.
Well, and I'm gonna invite a couple of my council colleagues, because as soon as I start talking about her, everyone's gonna want to claim her. She's a resident of District 10 and is conducting the program in District 3, so feel free to join us. It's always my pleasure to be able to honor our youth, especially when they're doing such wonderful things to change our city and impact our communities in such a positive way. Today, I'm happy to recognize a beautiful young lady who, barely a senior herself at Notre Dame High School, is already helping to transform lives through providing opportunities for our Latino students who otherwise might not have them. Alexia Gutierrez has already been helping over 120 Latino students excel in STEM through her innovative program. She has found a way to blend STEM, combine STEM with the beautiful and wondrous sport of golf. An avid golfer herself and a math whiz, Alexia began incorporating golf lessons in 2015 to afford high school students college opportunities to first-generation to college Latinos. And in 2018, the program evolved with clinics, camps, and instruction to not only grow the game of golf, but to also make the connection between golf and related STEM fields. Alexia is also on the National Board of Directors for the LPGA USGA Girls Golf E-Leader Program and on the Leadership Council for Youth on Course. Beat that. A national organization that has subsidized more than 750,000 rounds of golf, hired more than 115 interns and 362 caddies, and awards 250,000 plus in scholarships annually. Ms. Gutierrez leads the Latinx Golf Organization through fundraising and resource development and by overseeing and supporting other directors on the Latinx Golf team. I wanted to recognize Alexia because when I first met her, she was impressive, as you can see. But what was most impressive about Alexia was that she had such a passion to grow the game of golf because, as she explained to me, there were very few Latinos that were participating in the game. And when you combine STEM with golf, you have a winning formula to get into college, to excel in all kinds of different fields, but especially as we live here in Silicon Valley. And I have to tell you, for this young lady to sit there and school me on this, it was really an eye-opener. But here's also the kicker. The program that she has produced, which by the way takes place every Saturday morning at Notre Dame High School campus, when she was politely escorted out of another school because they didn't have any more space or whatever excuses they had. She was relentless. She found another place where she could provide it for free. I don't think that she's asked us for any funding, right, Mr. Mayor? But she does this all on her own. She is a volunteer. She gets other high school students from Notre Dame, from UPA, from Bellarmine to volunteer as well and provide mentorship opportunities, tutoring opportunities for children that are now involved in STEM and involved in the wonderful game of golf. And with that, Mr. Mayor, would you please provide the wonderful proclamation that we give to our wonderful mentors here in the city of San Jose?
Please, why don't you come on up and say a few words? Yeah. All right. Bravo.
Hi, everyone. As mentioned, I'm Alexia Gutierrez. Oh, thank you. I'm pretty tall. But I'd like to briefly just share a little bit about Latinx golf and kind of add on to Councilmember Carrasco. I first wanted to thank Councilmember Carrasco for nominating Latinx golf for this honor, and to the full council and mayor for providing opportunities like this to recognize individuals and organizations who are helping to make a positive impact in our city. So the idea for starting Latinx Golf really came from listening to stories my dad told me when I was a little girl. Summers for him and his 5 siblings were never filled with organized sports or summer camps because they didn't have the means to participate. Working as a math tutor in the Washington neighborhood, I saw many families who were in the same situation as my father. And this sparked the idea for Latinx Golf, providing free and accessible resources for math, other STEM fields, and golf was my answer to summer programs that charge fees and leave out so many in our community. Our program combines STEM and golf and offers free clinics where students from ages 7 to 16 can be exposed to both and then be able to register for additional free lessons through Latinx Golf or very low-cost golf lessons with the first tee. Through our golf program, we not only teach the connection between STEM and golf and provide golf lessons, but we engage parents to understand how to develop a student-athlete profile for their kids so that they will have many opportunities for acceptance into private high schools, colleges, and scholarships. My hope tonight is that you didn't think about golf and STEM as a winning strategy for success before, but hopefully now you will, and that you will support your kids to do both. I would like to end by thanking my parents for their sacrifices and support of the activities I'm involved with, and to my grandparents for, sorry.
You're doing great. You're doing great. You're doing great.
And to my grandparents for introducing me to golf when I was just a little toddler. To my mentor and Latinx Golf board member, Greg Fitzgerald, who has been the force behind all the golf lessons at the beautiful Cinnabar Golf Course, and grants for free transportation for our kids. I'm eternally grateful. To my high school golf coach, Joanne Lee, your guidance and support has led to immense growth for me this past season and has been extremely helpful throughout the college golf process. To Izzy, Elena, and Abby, who will continue to support the program and help when I'm away at college, thank you so much. And a special thanks to all of our Latinx golf families in the audience tonight who support their children by encouraging them in golf, math, and STEM. Your efforts will pay big dividends in your child's success. Thank you so much.
All right. Woo! Bravo. Well done. Well done. Well done. Let's sit over here if I we could. Ready right here, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, on to the agenda. We'll start with 3.4, which is a public hearing on Community Facilities District number 8. Interesting, Councilmember Camus has indicated he'll be recusing himself. Thank you, Mayor. Because this is an item that actually requires more votes than we've got on the council right now, we're going to hear any community input, and then we're going to take that under submission, and then we'll come back with a vote subsequently. Councilmember Esparza?
Do we know why the recusal? Doesn't he have to make a statement for the recusal?
Yes, he should have made them. He owns rental property in the district.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ed. All right, so I have the following folks to speak on item 3.4. Just come on down as I call your name. I have James Schwab, Scott Guthridge, Manuel Martinez. Everyone has 2 minutes to speak. Nick Patel and Jerry Strangis. And if you'd like to speak on this item, please come on down.
Good evening, everyone. I support the addition of security to Communications Hill. It is definitely needed. We have a huge issue on Fridays and Saturdays, especially up there. It draws a pretty big crowd. I also support the idea of a vineyard. Anything that beautifies our community, that is actively enjoyed by so many, is welcome, in my opinion. What I hesitate at is spending taxpayer money on this endeavor. I'm skeptical that we can find a company that will reimburse us for the full amount that we spend on exploring this idea. I'm looking forward to a vote to put the idea to a democratic test. I want to point out that when I first learned about this item on the agenda today, I found myself frustrated instead of excited. It frustrates me because we stand here today in these chambers even when the signature threshold was not met. An accommodation was made. I'm not against accommodations that positively affect the community, but our residents on Communications Hill are still grappling with addressing asbestos dust exposure caused by KB homes. This exposure issue and this vineyard issue are related because it involves the same people, the same land, the same environmental and health concerns. I wish that the same level of interest and accommodation will be afforded to the continued effort to hold KB homes accountable for their failures to protect our community and endanger our health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Manuel Martinez. I very much like to thank my Councilmember Esparza for being here. I was born and raised in Eastside San Jose and lived most of my life here in San Jose. I'm a proud graduate of James Lick High School, and I'm currently an attorney representing government agencies. But tonight I'm here as a resident, concerned because we can and ought to do better than this. This is frustrating as a resident that our taxpayer money is going to publicly subsidize a corporation. So we pay all the monetary costs, we subsidize those costs and privatize the profits. That makes me upset. It makes me upset because if it's about beautification, we can do different. There ought to be different options. I'm against this vineyard for those reasons, because it's a bad deal. It's a bad deal because government agencies should not be allowing corporations to come in, use our money to study whether or not it's needed. Let them pay for it. Who brokered this deal? Shame on you. This is ridiculous. I'm not necessarily against the vineyard. I'm against being on the back end of the deal and not asking residents about that. I am for some form of security. That would be nice. Although I'm a strong believer in our public services and believe that the police should be patrolling there. I come from a strong family of servants in law enforcement. My brother's a police officer. I'm a former prosecutor. I don't think we should be paying extra for those services. But we can look at that separate from the vineyard. And separate and aside from the financial cost, the vineyard, like James just said, may actually aggravate the asbestos problems that's going on right now with KB Homes. Please reject this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. So I live at the base of Dairy Hill, which is the lesser of the two communications hills next to the cemetery. And I have no problem with the vineyard in principle, and I'm not the cost is not my issue. But there have been, so one thing is we have intermittent burrowing owl activity on Dairy Hill. We didn't have any this year because the weeds were really high, but last year there were sheep that came in to clear the weeds, and we did have burrowing owl activity in one area. There's also been a really successful volunteer-driven, kind of unofficial volunteer-driven restoration project that's been going on the northeast side of the hill. And over the last several years, all the star thistle's been eliminated, and a lot of native plants have been encouraged. So there are some multiple species of buckwheat, California buckwheat. There's vinegar weed. There's soap plant. There are a lot of California natives that have been encouraged, where the seeds were collected from the very hill and then spread. So my concern is just that if a vineyard were put onto the Dairy Hill, and I don't know if that's proposed because the proposal wasn't very specific about where it would go, that it may have disruption on some of the environmental and restoration projects that have happened.
Thank you, sir. And your last name, sir, is?
Guthridge.
You're Scott. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right. Welcome. Mr. Patel?
Good evening, City Council. Thank you, council members, and thank you to the mayor for hearing us out today. With the Vineyard Project, what we want to do is replace the barren hillside of Communications Hill. What this will do is it will mitigate the erosion, the fire danger, and the fire danger that we've been facing. The biggest fire that we've had in recent years was on the 4th of July. That got dangerously close to our homes. It's been the second large fire that we've had in the last 3 years. The other big thing that it does is it beautifies the area. We're asking the City Council to continue our sustainable practices of a great vineyard. The Tuscany Hills HOA has a small vineyard located on Castellino Drive. It's 100% pesticide-free and organic. What we're asking you to do is allow the registered voters of Communications Hill to vote on whether or not to spend the up to $400K on a feasibility study. This feasibility study will study the environmental impact as well as evaluate a potential business model for this vineyard. What we're looking for is one that minimizes the cost and the financial risks for the residents of Communications Hill. One of those would be where the winery that would be involved would cover all costs up to installation and maintenance. Now, we've received word from city staff that the $400K will not impact our tax rates for 2020, that this will come out of the reserve funds that are in the CFD. The CFD was formed in 2004, and we've been paying on average about $350 a year into this fund. The benefit of the vineyard and the feasibility study is once that study is complete, the residents would get a final vote on whether or not to approve the contract and the business model that the city has come up with. So hopefully, if this project goes through, we'll be standing here in a few years enjoying a bottle of San Jose. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Strangis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jerry Strangis. Tonight I'm representing myself. First off, thanks to Maya Esparza and her office for getting this on the agenda tonight. It's been about 5 years we've been working, as city manager can attest to do two things: increase and try to bring some better security up on the hill, because it's become a very popular place for people to come and fool around. So we need better security, and this election will allow a separate vote to allow for some allocation of funds to deal with security, and that's important. That's important for everybody. The issue of the vineyard is really pretty simple. You got a barren, unlandscaped hill around the whole area of Communications Hill, and it would simply be better if it was, as indicated in these photos, landscaped with a vineyard. We've been working with Clos LaChance Vineyards. They're a vineyard in winery in San Martin. They're very excited about being able to plant a vineyard on this, harvest grapes, and make wine. We don't have any idea what the issues of what the cost would be and how this is going to be done until your staff, and thanks to Tom Borden in the last few years, he's spent a lot of time and energy on this. That study will allow us to then have a second vote once we've all decided that we actually have a program that makes sense for everybody. So what are you doing tonight? You're allowing the residents to vote on two issues. One is the security issue, and the other is to allow the city to spend money that's in reserve. It's the residents' money that has been paid into the fund, but that money is controlled by the city, and allow them to spend some of that money to investigate the viability of a project. If the project is feasible, it will go forward again, and there will be a second vote.
Thank you, Mr. Strangis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else want to speak on this item? I think I got all the cards. Okay. Mr. Patel, are you still here? Yeah. Are you the head of the homeowner association? Yes. Okay. I'm hoping you'll introduce yourself to some of the residents who seem to be unsure as to where this originated, that there might be some conversation. It sounds like maybe not everyone was on the same email string. So, I hope that will be possible. I know that we are not voting today, but certainly we can hear any comment or questions today. Councilmember Esparza.
Sure, and just to reiterate for folks that didn't hear the message at the very beginning, is that because this vote requires 10 out of the 11 council members to approve it, and we only have 9 here today, it will be postponed 2 weeks? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it will be postponed 2 weeks because there is no council meeting next week. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. One is that this is a special election that the city would conduct in-house if it does get approved. And I wanted to ask the city clerk if you could speak as to the cost of the special election.
It was way less than I thought. I got because we're running this like a regular election, I contacted a state-approved ballot printer, somebody who prints ballots for like elections for states and cities and everything. And the estimate came out to, I don't have it in front of me, I closed my laptop for some reason, around $2,400. That doesn't include return postage. So the return postage, I just estimated around $800 based on how many, like full cost of postage, because we don't have a business permit yet for return, so it would be a stamp on every envelope. I may need to bring in a temporary employee, but it's only about 1,500 ballots going out. If we look at, a 30% turnout, it's not that many ballots. I spoke with the ROV. The data file we would get at no charge that would include the signatures. So we would do the signature checking in-house. I have done standalone elections in the past at another city, and you signature verify as they come in. So it's not like you're sitting there and have somebody for 14 hours a day signature verifying. You would just do them as they trickle in. So the cost, including staff time, is probably $5,000. I was really surprised that the printing cost came out so low.
Okay, great. And so I just wanted to anticipate some of the questions, and unfortunately, Councilmember Camus cannot be here. I would clarify to him that because this is a specific funding, that there is a 2/3 requirement for this vote. So 2/3 of the residents in Com Hill would have to approve this measure. So that's it. I guess we'll talk more December 3rd.
Okay. And I just had a question just to clarify whether it's Nick or Jerry or anyone else who, because this is, the first I heard about this is when I read it in the staff memo. The primary purposes of this vineyard are fire protection and beautification. Is that right?
And security.
Yeah, that's a
So
separate expenditure.
There's a
though.
supplementary
Yeah.
security services, correct.
Okay.
And I think Matt Kano is here as well. So if Matt Kano could come down, that would probably be a better source.
That'd be great. Okay.
Thank you for calling me down, Councilmember. And yes, a couple quick comments. On the ballot, it's going to be 2/3 of registered voters that will have to approve the election for either of these items to pass. And there's going to be 2 separate items on the ballot: one for security and one to allow the study for the vineyard. And and Nick or someone else might want to comment on the vineyard to answer your questions directly. But my feedback to your question, Mayor Liccardo, is that it's been brought up for beautification efforts. Also, from a security standpoint, there are residents that feel that having a vineyard out there and less open space for kids to cause disruption could be good for security as well. But really, the whole point of this study is for us to evaluate it as a third party with a consultant about there's going to be environmental analysis as well as an operations and maintenance analysis, so that the community can see, assuming that the community votes to fund the study, so the community can see all the pros and cons before they take a vote to actually build and operate it.
Okay, great. And what they would ultimately be asked to do is to help fund maintenance, but not the capital construction. Is that right?
No, the CFD would need to fund everything.
Everything.
The city would not be subsidizing anything, so it would be any necessary capital construction and any necessary operation and maintenance that is required.
Okay. Councilmember Spartan?
Yeah, I was going to saw where you were going, and I was just going to clarify the city owns the land. Is that correct? But this entire operation would be funded by the CFD specifically.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Appreciate all the information. All right, any other questions? All right, I would like then to, at this time, to close the public hearing. We've heard public input, and we'll entertain a motion to continue this hearing until the 3rd of December.
So move to continue the hearing until December 3rd.
Okay, on that motion, let's vote. All right, that's approved. I'm sorry, that's continued. I'll be clear. All right, we're on to the land use calendar for the evening. Thank you, gentlemen. 10.1 is the consent calendar. Is there any item to be pulled? If not, we'll entertain a motion. I don't have any cards on consent. Let's vote on that motion. All right. 10.2 is a conforming rezoning, special use permit for the property located at 335 South Winchester Boulevard. And Rosalind, I believe, has a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a short presentation. Rosalind Huey, Director of the Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. So as the slides are being loaded up, item 10.2 is an office project located on 335 South Winchester Boulevard. It's located within the Santana Row Valley Fair Urban Village. It is a 5-story office building with 93,736 square feet. The project includes 207 below-grade parking spaces, including parking stackers. The project also includes 22 bicycle spaces. This slide shows the rear elevation of the building, and I wanted to share this with the council as there was some community concern about the massing of the building, as well as the potential of glass to reflect sunlight on the adjacent property. And as you can see, the applicant has actually stepped down the height of the building to the rear and has used both solid and glass panels to minimize any potential impacts. This slide shows the front elevation that's facing South Winchester Boulevard. And you can see here in the rendering the articulation of the facade facing Winchester. I also want to note that a community meeting for the project was held on July 9th of this year. And the applicant also conducted other outreach and met with members of the community, including the Winchester Orchard Neighborhood Association. So staff recommends that the City Council adopt the mitigated negative declaration and adopt the associated mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, all in accordance with CEQA. That the council approve an ordinance rezoning the property from the commercial neighborhood zoning district to the commercial pedestrian zoning district, and also adopt a resolution approving the special use permit and the site development permit. And this concludes staff recommendation. We're available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I just had one question, which is, why do we require permits for parking stackers? Wouldn't we want to encourage that?
We certainly want to encourage the use of parking stackers. Currently, it does require the special use permit, and that is something particularly as we're looking to see reduced parking in development projects, particularly in our growth areas. That is something that we could look at changing that requirement for the special use permit.
Okay. Thank you. I'm happy to take that up offline. Always happy to reduce the number of hurdles we put in place. Any comments or questions? I don't have any cards from the public. Motion to approve. All right, on the motion, let's vote. Okay. We're now on to the final item for the evening. It's 10.3, which is a special use permit and investing tentative map for property on the southeast corner of South First and East Reed. And we do have a presentation here as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Rosalind Huey again. So this item before you is the Garden Gate Tower project. This is a 27-story high-rise building located at 600 South First Street at the southeast corner of South First Street and East Reed Street. The project includes two options for development, and both options comply with the city's municipal code as well as the general plan. So first, option one includes 290 condos with 232 parking spaces that are provided on several levels of parking, 4 levels below grade and 3 levels above grade. The project also, this option also includes 76 parking spaces. The project includes a mix of studios, 1-bedrooms, and 2-bedroom units, and residential common open space is also provided on the rooftop. Option 2 is a co-living facility with 793 bedrooms and 5,422 square feet of ground floor commercial space. This option includes 124 residential parking spaces in 4 levels, all below grade, and it also includes 198 bicycle spaces. The applicant will also be required to implement transportation demand management measures, which include transit passes for all residents and commercial tenants, require a TDM manager, as well as unbundled parking. Residential common open space is also provided on the rooftop in this option as well. So there are 3 historic resources on the site. The photo on the left is the Paulson Building, which is a commercial building fronting South First Street, and it is identified as a city structure of merit. The project proposes to use this facade of the building as part of the ground floor of the new development. The photo in the middle is the City Center Motel sign, a neon road sign located on the corner of the project site. This sign is eligible for the National and State Historic Registers. The applicant is proposing to relocate the sign to the roof of the proposed project. I also want to note that there is an opportunity for the applicant to donate the sign to History San Jose. The EIR analyzes the removal of the sign from the project site. The photo on the right is the Paulson apartment building. This is a fourplex building located on the East Reed Street frontage. The building is identified on the National Historic Register, State Historic Register, and local listing. The EIR that was conducted analyzes the demolition of this building. However, there's also the potential relocation of this building to a receiver site located at 4th and Reed Streets. Just a note on community engagement and public hearings for the project. The Historic Landmarks Design Review Committee reviewed the project back in October of 2017, and this is when the project first came in for a preliminary application. The commission also reviewed the design of the project. It was sent to them on early referral in May of 2018. And in addition, 2 community meetings were held for the project in April 2018 and April 2019. So finally, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for the project on October 23rd of this year and voted to recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution certifying the Supplemental Environmental Impact Report to the Downtown Strategy 2040 EIR and the associated mitigating monitoring and reporting plan for the Garden Gate Tower project in accordance with CEQA, that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the vesting tentative subdivision map, adopt a resolution approving the special use permit, and also direct staff to file the notice of determination pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Lastly, I just want to acknowledge the 3 memos from the council. There was a memoranda from the mayor, Councilmember Perales, as well as Councilmember Jimenez. This concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you. All right, so several members of the committee would like to speak. Please come on down as I call your name, and everyone has 2 minutes. Jeffrey Buchanan, followed by Andre Luthard, Walter Solner, Lisa Wingnes, and Josue Garcia.
Mayor and Council, would like to, as working partnership, support the Jimenez and Perales memos. I think in recent times, we've had a lot of conversations about housing on this council. Certainly as a region, we like to talk about the 3 Ps, produce, preserve, protect. I think when we look at this particular project and likely projects to follow after it, we're going to see the results of policymaking where we set ourselves back in producing affordable housing, in protecting our tenants, and preserving our affordable housing. In terms of production with this project, despite being an enormous project, it'll contribute $0 to affordable housing. Yes, it will contribute to market rate, but with homes that KMA's study project would cost $3,500 a month, this will only serve our wealthiest families. In preservation, the decisions to roll back the Ellis Act to help projects like this produce more profit will put 39,000 homes that are currently majority naturally affordable, will put them at risk of demolition and further Ellis Act evictions. Thirdly, protection. By rolling back the Ellis Act, we will have between 100 and more than 300 fewer rent-controlled apartments in this development because of the harmful decisions made by this council. Lastly, I think when we think about housing, we should think about a 4th P, preventing wage theft. This council has rushed to push policies to pad profits of developers of this and future projects while delaying plans to look at a wage theft prevention ordinance that this city has prioritized again and again in its priority setting. Staff should be moving quickly, just as quickly to protect people as it moves to protect profits. And I hope that going forward we will see before we approve further projects like this, we'll see a wage theft prevention policy, and hopefully we'll see an anti-displacement policy rather than a pro-displacement policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, Andre.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Andre Lutard with the Preservation Action Council. First, would like to thank Councilmember Perales for his memo in support of the South University neighborhood and the support of historic preservation. PAC-SJ has been concerned about the proposed project's impact on a historic building and rare neon signs since it was first proposed about 18 months ago. We attended community meetings and other hearings on this project. We have met with the developer and communicated with him through this process. We reached out to our network to help publicize the availability of the apartment building for relocation. The fine Pellison apartment house is a historic building designed by noted San Jose architect Frank Wolf, is in excellent condition and a very handsome structure. We urge that every effort be made by the developer in cooperation with city departments to find a suitable site to relocate this beautiful building right away. PAC-SJ has also been active in educating the public and the decision makers about the risks facing San Jose's unique and historic neon signs inventory. We've had some recent success in getting signs restored and kept from harm's way. Neon signs are designed and meant to be seen from an automobile or pedestrian point of view. That is the context of their development and contribution to San Jose's evolving built environment. We have communicated this to the developer and to all who would listen. The City Center Motel sign is one of only 2 remaining in California. This sign should not be cut up and a portion placed on the 27th floor of the project out of view of the general public. We strongly support the proposal to relocate the City Center Motel sign to History San Jose for preservation and eventual public display. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Sellner.
Hello, Mayor and Councilman Perez. My name is Walter Sollner. I'm here representing the South University Neighborhood Association. I'm also on the Preservation Action Council. I just want to make 4 points, very simple. One is I want to have the city make sure you save that important Wolf building. It's an outstanding example of Wolf's architecture. That's number 1 point. Number 2 is I'd like to see that building moved just a simple 2.5 blocks from its present location to the 4th and Reed Street vacant lot that's owned by the city. By the way, I should mention that vacant lot is a junkyard most of the time. We get the city to clean it up about every 3 years, but it's always piled full of junk, and that's right next to the on-ramp of 280, and thousands, probably tens of thousands of people drive by there every day and see that junk pile there. It's really a disgrace. And by the way, that location is in South University neighborhood. That's because that's our cutoff in terms of our neighborhood. So we would like that building moved there. The next thing is that to sweeten the pot, you might say, the owner of the building is willing to pay for the move. So this is a really good deal. The city owns that lot. The owner of the building is willing to move it. It only has to move 2.5 blocks, a mere 2.5 blocks, almost no distance at all. So we hope the city council approves the move of that building. One last thing I would like to say. My wife, Sandra Sollner, would love to have been here today. She actually wrote the council a letter on this because she is president of the United Neighborhoods Coalition. She happens to be sick in bed, so she couldn't be here. But you did receive a letter from here
Thank you, Walter.
endorsing that the move of the building.
Thank you, Walter.
Sure.
All right. Welcome. Welcome, Lisa.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the sign, our diving lady sign. My name is Lisa Wongsness, and I've been a downtown resident for over 20 years now. I'm a self-employed freelance graphic designer who collaborated with Heather David, a local mid-century modern history expert, on the San Jose Sign Project booklet, which many of you should have received some years ago. It's a self-guided tour book of San Jose's citywide art gallery, and it was supported and funded by PAC-SJ when it was first produced, and produced again, and produced again. People buy this book because they like the history of it. People from out of town like a memento of where they've been, and people come just to take the tour, which is in this booklet. The City Center Motel sign is in our book. It's one of 25, and sadly, of those 25 featured, 4 have been lost since the booklet's release. Osh sign was stolen, stripped, broken, returned. Wheelworks is now in a private collection. Century Theaters was dismantled and removed. Wings, a cultural landmark from Japantown, is now gone. And now we're looking to see the City Center Motel Diving Lady removed from its position, where it's still serving to tell people how to get to the hotel. She is, as Andre mentioned, one of only 2 original motel sign divers in this state that remains, and is the only one left in Northern California. So the proposal of its being disassembled and put on the 27th floor next to a pool where people have no idea of the history of this sign or its importance doesn't seem quite right. Of course, we are more than happy to receive the offer of moving this sign to History San Jose. Hopefully, then it might someday be seen again. San Jose is undergoing such an incredible loss to development pressures. It's happening so quickly that so much of our sense of place and cultural fabric is being stripped away. And PAC recently had that successful campaign to restore the Stephen's Knee on the Dancing Pig sign, which really revealed how many people had a sense of pride and ownership. People with small donations offered over $30,000 to restore and relight that sign, and it
Thank
happened.
you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Garcia, followed by Tim at IBEW, Corey Quevedo, Jeff Salvati, Steve Flores, and Alex Caraballo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is José Garcia, and I'm representing Silicon Valley MEPS. And I have with me a lot of members from the community. And if you guys can please stand up so City Council, the Mayor and the City Council can see that you are here and supporting my comments. We are basically here asking you to please support Councilmember Jimenez's memo. And we have been here before. We continue to see projects being built or being approved with any labor protections. And we have been here many times, and we will continue to be here for what I can tell. I don't know what is it that just the City Council doesn't want to improve labor conditions. And this is near to my heart because my dad was exploited when he worked. He's retired now, but he was exploited. I have been exploited, but I can defend myself. But there are people in the community that cannot defend themselves. So my dad was exploited, I've been exploited, now what? My son is gonna be exploited, and then my grandson, and so on and so on. No, we have to put a stop to this. We continue to come here. You make decisions every single week, and those decisions get implemented, policies get implemented, except when it comes to protecting workers. We think it's time that you really put 100% your will so we can push these policies. We support Councilmember Jimenez's memo. I don't think this is gonna be, unfortunately, this is not gonna be the last time I'm gonna be here requesting for you to support labor standards. The way it's going, it seems like I'm gonna be here 100 times asking you or begging you to put labor standards. And we are not asking for something out of the world. We are asking workers to get paid what they are supposed to get paid. No more wage theft, no more slavery, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, Tim.
Good evening, City Council and City Manager. My name is Tim, and I represent the IBEW. What is taking so long to do what you said you were going to do back in March of 2018? Did you think the community was going to forget? If you can recall, a council majority voted to prioritize updating the city's wage theft prevention policy to cover construction workers, including expanding the current policy to public works contracts and developing a responsible construction ordinance, and potential penalties for private construction projects that receive city incentives and commit wage theft violations on those projects. We are not asking the city to build a rocket and fly to Mars. We are not asking the city to solve global warming or answer which came first, the chicken or the egg. We are asking that construction workers not be exploited by shady developers and contractors, and for the city to do what it promised to do, and enact a wage theft and worker protection ordinance. Adopt the Jimenez memo now. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Corey Covedo, and I'm a 30-year member of UA Local 393. What is taking so long to enact the comprehensive wage theft prevention policy and ordinance? You're not painting the Sistine Chapel, which took 4 years, by the way, and you're not building the Great Wall of China, which took almost 2,000 years to build. You voted to create a wage theft ordinance, an ordinance that already has been crafted by the Santa Clara County Wage Theft Coalition. Let's use your existing template and apply it to construction workers. That is basic common sense. Project after project is being approved without these protections in place for construction workers. You got a great splash of positive media when you voted to create the wage theft ordinance, but you actually have to create one. Otherwise, it is useless and disingenuous vote. Adopt Council Member Jimenez's memo and let's get this done. Thank you for your time.
Welcome, sir.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Jeff Salvati. I'm with the Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104. Every day there are workers in San Jose that are abused and cheated. You have the direct ability to change this, and yet no action has been taken. Where is the urgency? Where is the compassion? Where is the good business sense to handle this? Don't you want projects built safely and responsibly in San Jose? The most recent status update and priority setting reported that this item is only 5% complete, and the staff is still developing a work plan. It's been over 17 months since you asked staff to prioritize this, and we still have no protections. Please act now and set deadlines to enact these protections. Some people's lives are depending on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Steve Flores, the business manager of Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 393. And I'm here to ask the city to keep its promise and follow through on adopting a wage theft and worker protection ordinance that will hold greedy developers accountable and provide some relief to exploited construction workers. This city council voted to make wage theft and worker protection a priority in March of 2018. But apparently something got lost in translation, because the city administration has completed almost none of its work to bring the council something to vote on. Projects are being approved without these protections in place for construction workers, and that is just wrong. We know you are understaffed and hope you will provide OEA the resources they need to be effective. This is an urgent issue. Please help us speed up this process. We support the memo by Councilmember Jimenez and urge you to vote yes on that memo. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For Mr. Caraballo is Will Smith. I believe. Clark. Oh, it's Clarice. I'm sorry. Of course, Clarice Shepard. Thank you. Clarice Arhan, Jeff Dreyer, and Mike Sodergan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alex Caraballo, and I'm with IBW Local 332. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the Jimenez memo. We're talking about demolishing some rent-stabilized units just 2 weeks after this body gutted the Ellis Act. Why is it that this body can go out of their way to coddle bad players while harming hardworking folks from our community? We are more than a year removed from slavery towers, and this body has still not put forward any quality workforce standards or wage theft protections from developers who have a history of hurting workers. It makes me think a majority of this body would rather see me turn to my brothers and sisters in the construction industry and tell them the 100+ years of us fighting for worker protections and rights are not as worth to this city as it is for subsidies and protections for contractors and developers who actively are trying to hurt the community in which we live. I would like again to say please support the Jimenez memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Luis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My name is Clarice Shepard, and I am a board member on the university, or on the on UNC, the University Neighborhood Coalitions, and I'm also a past board president of the Sun Neighborhood Association, and of course a resident of the Sun neighborhood. I am in favor of saving the historic Reed apartment building and relocating it so that it is then moves into the Sun neighborhood at 4th and Reed. If we remove and demolish this historic home, we'll never get it back, this apartment building. And the South University neighborhood has had many buildings demolished and torn down in favor of putting up very ugly apartment buildings. Just to provide student housing, that's wonderful. However, it's given our neighborhood some ugly buildings, and this would give us an opportunity to have a beautiful building brought into our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Clarice. Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Will Smith. I represent the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 332. It's time we make good on your promise and protect the construction workers from wage theft. Some developers have priors when it comes to stealing money from construction workers, and some have priors when it comes to unsafe work sites. Those, including what occurred at Slavery Towers, absolutely should not be rewarded. Councilmember Jimenez's memo outlines some pretty simple steps that staff can take to ensure construction workers are treated fairly. It's not that complicated. Other jurisdictions moved with a sense of urgency, while San Jose is moving at a snail's pace. This is unacceptable, and I know we can do better. Some developers and contractors exploit workers. It should not be allowed, and there should not be a wink or a nod for them, not here in San Jose. Families are being hurt. Families are being displaced. We are better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Mr. Dreyer.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo. Good evening, City Council members. I'm Jeff Dreyer. I was raised in San Jose. I raised my kids in San Jose. My grandkids are being raised in San Jose. Thank you. I love the city. We're building it. I'm a veteran. I'm a proud and humble plumber in the Plumbers Union. Which brings me to this statement. Reputations follow you, good or bad. There have been slave labor in San Jose. There have been exploited immigrants in San Jose. Not only you and your millionaire, billionaire developers and contractors increase their generous profit margin by these methods, but they just about charge the residents for your building by subsidizing their fees or eliminating them. When San Jose is a target area for development, you don't have to encourage it. They're waiting in line to get down here. You cultivate and encourage by allowing developers that maintain continued relationships with contractors that have been guilty and fined on workplace wage and human violations to continue to maximize their profits on the back of struggling minorities, middle class, and San Jose residents. This is the reputation this city is leaving in the developmental world.
Thank you. Mr. Arhan, Ms. Arhan, forgive me. Followed by Mike Sodergren, Forrest, Ruth Silvertobe, and yes, thank you.
Evening, Mayor, Council members. I'm Louise Auerhahn, Director of Economic and Workforce Policy at Working Partnerships. I'm also a renter in Sun. I live about 8 blocks from this project, and I would love to see more dense, affordable housing, transit-oriented in our neighborhood. Maybe even somewhere that I could live. But this project isn't it. I've seen these projected rents. I can't afford to live here, and neither can the workers who are going to be building this project. Over 18,000 construction workers in Santa Clara County earn less than $40K per year. That's over half of all construction workers in the region. And it's not like that in other places. The San Jose Metro proportionately has more low-income working construction employees than any other region in the state. How did we get to this point? This disparity in pay is a direct result of the choice that certain developers make when they decide to build a project. They choose between a low road or a high road model to build, and in San Jose, we're sending out the signal, we want the low road. When we see the construction industry is booming, but workers are homeless, when developer fees and contractor earnings eat up more of the project cost than the pay of the people who build the project, something's wrong. But by this city's continued support, subsidies, and boosterism of the handful of very worst developers, bending over backwards to give them an advantage over the other developers, we're saying that yes, this is the model we want. We want San Jose to be built by mistreating workers. We want it to be built by forcing them into hazardous working conditions and even stealing from them. I keep hearing home builders worrying about we're going to have a future workforce shortage. There won't be enough skilled construction workers. Well, sending the message to workers that they have no value to this city, that they're worth less to us than a single parking space, well, that's a surefire recipe to create a workforce shortage. I hope you'll consider this and do the right thing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Sodergren?
Hi, Mike Sodergren, Preservation Action Council. I sent you, Mr. Mayor and Council, a letter yesterday. I'm sorry it was late, but it does outline our official position of what we'd like to see happen with this project. I'd also like to ask, so I don't forget and run out of time, if potentially the Office of Economic Development can comment on the letter that they received from Habitat for Humanity today, so which we believe might impact this project. So I'm just going to read one paragraph from the letter itself. I also want to comment that we're in full support of the two council persons' recommendation before the council tonight. You've heard already about this Wolf and McKenzie, why it's an important building, this apartment building that we'd like to have retained and moved. And we find ourselves in this amazing position where everybody seems to agree. The developer, the preservation community, the community in general seems to agree that this thing should move. On May 21st, Jim Salata stood representing the developer on ABC and said, we will pay to move this building. Maybe we can use union labor to do it, but they didn't say that part, but maybe they can pay, maybe they can move this building if the city will identify a location for it, if the community will provide support for this. Well, the community has certainly provided support for this. Given the significant impact to the on-site cultural impact that we see from this development, the demolition, we would recommend, and we concur with Councilperson Perales, that there would be a 90-day hold on the demo portion, the demo permit portion of this request and the recommendation from planning, so that we can make this thing happen. I have been in conversation with Habitat for Humanity. They would like to occupy a building that's at the location that planning has identified at Reed and 4th Street, and the building fits there. And the developer graciously has said in every meeting we've been at that they will move it, right? And that they will pay to move it, if I've understood it correctly. On television, in every meeting, including the meeting on October 23rd.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And forgive me, I haven't read the Habitat for Humanity letter. I assume that relates to some willingness of theirs to rehabilitate this structure?
Yeah, they'll take it on.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Some of these letters come in late and we don't always get to see them all.
Yeah, no, understood. It was late for us too.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Forrest. I'm a graduate student at the Stanford University School of Engineering. I'm here to speak for the School of Engineering about wage theft. And one of the things that has become important as construction engineers is to understand the importance of social and environmental justice in the built environment. When I started in civil and environmental engineering, this wasn't something that we talked about. But that is something now that we understand that is our responsibility as civil engineers to think about when we construct, particularly in an environment like what we have here in San Jose. In the past, I think a lot of this was flying under the radar. And so I've been working with the Wage Theft Coalition to develop a data set of the degree of wage theft in the city of San Jose. And one of the things that's become clear is that the data set that exists, based on survey information that I have linked in this document that I'm going to provide you, is that these numbers I'm going to give you is 2% of the total wage theft, which means the numbers I give you, multiply those times 50, and that's probably close to the real wage theft. So right now in the city of San Jose, there's almost $13 million worth of paid wage theft cases. And then multiply that by 50, and that's closer to the real number. There's 4,000 employees, so that's about 50 times more is the real number. And this is just construction. So that's 5,000 violations. 476 companies have had multiple cases, and 55 of those companies have been cited by multiple agencies. There's one company in here that has over 300 violations racked up. I don't think they're in business any longer, but I don't think you should have to rack up 300 violations before you're put out of business. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Silvertoe?
Into the record.
To the clerk, thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Ruth Silvertoe, Supervising Attorney of the Workers' Rights Clinic at the Alexander Community Law Center and coordinator of the Wage Theft Coalition that consists of 35 community organizations and law firms such as Justice at Work. I'm here, I also work with the Human Trafficking Coalition. Today I was on a call and someone reminded us that the Silvery Tower workers are still getting medical treatment after all this time for the injuries that they sustained. I'm here to support the Jimenez memo. I know there was a precedent in the past where you asked for voluntary disclosures of unpaid or even wage theft judgments, and I'm asking that you do that again. I'd also like to see the wage theft policy expedited. I also wanted to draw your attention to the fact that AB 5, and that has to do with misclassification, which is rampant in the construction and many other industries, authorizes the city attorney to sue for injunctive relief for any violation of AB 5, and that's for cities over 750,000 people. And San Jose is explicitly mentioned. And I'd like to see the city attorney act proactively in these cases, because typically they go to mediation and then there's some kind of compromise that's not satisfactory to anybody. So I'd really like to see, you request voluntary compliance and disclosure. I'd like to see the city attorney do more. I'd like to see the Office of Equality Assurance, which is really the only agency in the whole county that does the kind of work it does, be beefed up, and I'd like to see an end to wage theft in construction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank all the members of the community who came out to speak. First, Ed, did you want to clarify issues with regard to Brown Act?
I just wanted to clarify that unfortunately, because the Brown Act requires that any item that the council will discuss or take action on has to be appropriately agendized on a council agenda, the council will not be able to discuss item 1 and item 3 in Councilmember Jimenez's memo. If in fact item number 2 on his memo is addressed to this particular project, that item could be discussed tonight by the council.
Okay. Just trying to catch up here to the memo. So just to clarify, Ed, we could approve the recommendation of Councilmember Jimenez to include an attachment with permits notifying all developers that they be required to follow wage theft prevention ordinance when that ordinance is effective, or is that just as to this developer?
It just adds to this development because this is the only project that's before the council that can be discussed tonight.
Okay.
Whether or not you would apply it to all other ones, that would be part of the discussion with 1 and 3, which I assume would be something that would go to the Rules Committee and then properly agendized for a future discussion.
Okay, so paragraphs 1 and 3 can go to rules, and then we can agendize those.
Right, and then 2, to the extent Councilmember Jimenez wants it applied to this project, he can do that. And then if he would like the rest of it to be applied to future projects, that also can go to rules.
Okay. So then all those items going to rules can be part of a motion that's heard today. Is that right?
Actually, you can't, because you can't have any discussion as to whether or not on the substance of the items. So
Okay.
Councilmember Jimenez can actually just send it to the Rules Committee, because any council member can send any item to the Rules Committee for consideration.
Okay. Can
for
we just
clar-
deem that set on the agenda, or do we have to, does he have
That's
to go
what I'm
file
wondering.
a
Do I need to
separate
go
memo?
file a separate memo on this, or does it, based on the conversation here, does it automatically get sent to rules, or?
Councilmember, each council member sends items, so what I'm saying is you can just send it to the Rules Committee for their consideration. There doesn't have to be any approval from anybody to send it to the Rules Committee.
Okay. I understand. I just don't know if I need to do an extra step and actually.
No, you
go-
can just send your memo.
Oh, just send this memo
Just send
to
this
the-
memo and say, based on the conversation at the
I
council
understand.
meeting,
Right.
you're forwarding this item to the Rules Committee for their consideration.
Okay. And I
That's all you have
appreciate
to
what
do.
you said about number
Okay,
2.
so then for members of the public who are interested in this issue, that means presumably he would send that tomorrow. It would then be agendized on Wednesday,
No, it's too late for Wednesday. Oh, for tomorrow?
Wednesday of next week.
Next
It would, no,
Right.
next week, there's no rules. It would be.
Oh,
the week
because of
after.
Thanksgiving? Okay. So the next Wednesday Rules Committee meeting, which is apparently just after Thanksgiving? Okay.
Can I ask a point of
Yeah,
clarification?
Councilmember Mize.
Ed, could we as a council today just simply say, direct staff within a month's time to come back with an update on this to the full council? Or does it?
Yes, because the way it works, if any item is discussed that is within the jurisdiction of the council, but is not agendized, the only action you can take is direct the staff to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
But you can't discuss the item, is unfortunately the issue. Whereas if you take it to rules, you can have a full discussion of the item.
All right.
I understand. Just for full transparency, my fear is that it's going to get to rules, and I don't know sort of what the appetite is of the members of the Rules Committee. I don't sit on it.
Yeah,
And
look,
so-
I'll just tell you,
Please.
if you follow the memo, I guarantee, I cannot talk about the substance of this, but I see no reason why there should not be a full hearing about this issue as soon as staff is ready to do that, I would expect. And I would assume there have been updates already. Is there an update scheduled anytime soon on this?
Our last formal update on all council policies was in August, and there was an update provided on this item where we indicated that there was a expected completion by June of 2020. Staff has updated me that we do plan to be back in front of the council well before then on this priority item at number 16.
Okay. So I am happy to talk about this in greater detail on that Wednesday Rules Committee meeting, since I can't talk much now, but I see no reason why this cannot be brought immediately to our attention. In a public forum, yes.
To our full council.
That's right,
Okay.
full council,
I appreciate
yes.
that. Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything further, Ed?
No, just a clarification, Councilmember Jimenez, what about item 2? Are you looking to add that condition to this project, or you also want to send that one to the Rules Committee?
No,
or you can do both.
Yeah, I would like to do both.
Right.
I think adding it to this project is very important, but I suspect Mr. Tersini is well aware of
Okay.
of this topic already. But to the extent we can accentuate that a little bit by requiring it, I'm all for it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, great. I know that Mark Tersini is here and several members of his team. None of you asked to speak, although typically an applicant does. Can I ask one of you to come down and answer a few questions about the project? be helpful just to get some clarity here. First, just to help me understand, because we haven't had any conversation about this, I know there are several requirements suggested in Councilmember Perales' memo with regard to 90 days to find a home, hopefully for the structure and the location of the sign. Do you care to comment on any of those requirements about whether they would have any impact on the project or anything?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. And I would have waved to let you know that as the applicant, I was happy to come down and give an overview. I actually had the project staff here or the design team here just to answer any questions that the council has. So,
okay. Well, let me just stop you. Did you want to give a presentation?
No.
Okay,
What I was going
right.
to say is I think it would help clarify a lot of what was discussed here this evening. In August of 2017 is when we went under contract on this property with the Saladas. And at that time, our office started at that date, moving forward, and actually contacted Habitat for the idea of relocating the home and asked them if there was interest in really relocating the home. There was a site at 123 Reed Street, which is just to the west of the property. And at that time, Habitat was interested in making an offer on the property, but could not secure any city funding to help them out with that particular acquisition. So that opportunity went away. The 4th and Reed Street opportunity has presented itself, and for the last couple of years, we've been making inquiries with Habitat with respect to what's the status, does it work, would you like us to engage? There has been no engagement except for about an hour ago, understanding a renewed interest to locate it there on city-owned property. So, of course, the 90 days is not an issue, and I wanted to make that very clear. It's not an issue for us, and appreciate that. So,
okay. Yeah. And do you know anything about that city-owned parcel? Has anybody at the city real estate or anybody told you that that's actually a place where we can put a house? I assume you need to have utilities and other things on that site. And,
yeah, we looked at the site with our civil engineer as far as whether or not you could actually position the property, the home on the site. We also understand there's a development proposal on an adjacent property there that would potentially need an easement over this property as well. So, again, those details can be looked through and worked through. The issue that I would have is the incurring of the cost to move the structure, where it's going to potentially a nonprofit profit builder, because Habitat does not do rental, they do for sale units. So if they do for sale, that means somebody's making some profit. So I'm just questioning, that, because the home itself, nothing historic took place in the home. It's because of the architect that designed the home, and it has some very nice detailing because the Saladas kept the home up in nice shape. So that's all from my perspective. We are going to build this project with Scape out of Boston. They're a London-based company.
Yeah.
It's funded and ready to go. Again, when we go look to build it and fine-tune the cost to construct, I want to make sure that the cost involved with moving the home doesn't get in the way of our ability to build the new project going forward. Let me address, if I can, Mr. Mayor, the sign.
No, that's also one of the elements.
It's one of the elements of the letter. We're also happy to donate the sign to PAC SJ or History San Jose, similar to what we did with the Greyhound site, which is Greyhound sign that was a sign owned by Greyhound, and donated it to History San Jose. Our design team thought it was a really creative use, putting up on top of the building. As the prior speaker said, there's tens of thousands of cars that go by on Highway 280, and we thought it would be fun, something to pull people's eyes up and bring them to the attention of the SOFA district, which is an arts district and something fun and whimsical. But that being said, no issue to donate. We'll do something else creative on the top of the building, similar to what they did, Sarah Regis did on the Pierce project next door.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, certainly I'm open to Councilmember Peralta's suggestion, but I'd hate the idea that we lose the sign from its general location where it existed before if there is a highly visible location. You know, it just seems to me if there's an opportunity to put it somewhere where it continues to be emblematic in some way, I think that's a win. So I hate to lose that opportunity. I just ask that maybe we have an opportunity to consider different options. With regard to, I know there were some, there's likely, I assume that Councilmember Jimenez's suggestion, you know, which I'm very likely to support, about including your permit requirements that you would comply with any wage theft ordinance. Have you had any concerns, or have you had any allegations of violations on projects under your management?
No, sir, we have not.
Okay. And I know there have been allegations, including those that are made by folks today, that somehow or another you've been connected to some wage theft violation. I assume that relates to what was once called Silvery Towers.
That is correct.
When was it that you got out of that project?
2014.
Okay, and you had nothing more to do with the project after 2014?
That is correct.
Okay, so all of the allegations about violations, which I believe are true, because I think we have a criminal conviction of a subcontractor in that case, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're doing time over it. That was not at all under your management or your development, is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. It was not, and it's unfortunate that it keeps being brought back up. My brother and I are very fond of our grandfather, Silvery. He was a very hard worker, happened to be a cement contractor here in the valley starting in 1945. And when he died in 1969, he had a really nice career as a sole proprietor doing work, and his stamps are still around Willow Glen and a lot of different areas. So we're proud of him. We named the project after him because the project is predominantly a concrete structure. It was to honor my grandfather, but also to honor our father, who was in the building business, based in San Jose, and built thousands of housing units in and around San Jose. So that beyond that, call it slavery all you want. It's unfortunate that it was Silvery, his name. He used to be Savario, but he changed it to Silvery. But there's no connection. Never has been, and never will be any connection to wage theft. So back to Councilmember Jimenez's memo. We're fine with it. Put it on. It's not an issue for us.
Okay, and just to be clear, when you got out in 2014, that's because you sold the project and you had nothing more to do with it.
We actually sold the project first. We had a construction management agreement in place, and we terminated it.
Right.
We terminated it because the property owner developer was not listening to our advice with respect to moving the project forward. The project would be complete today, and you'd have a lot of residents in that if we would stayed on board.
I'm sure you're right. Okay, and then finally, with regard to, there were 4 rent-controlled units that this project is displacing. Is that right?
That is correct.
And how many rent-controlled units would be built if your project goes forward?
28.
Okay, so 28 rent-controlled units would replace 4 rent-controlled units. And in addition, you would add, what was it, a total of 290 homes?
That is correct, 290 units, Scott.
Okay. I just want everyone to be clear about that, because there have been a lot of really bizarre allegations around this project that somehow or another it's destroying affordable housing. And in fact, it's increasing the number of rent-restricted units by a factor of 7. And I think that is not insignificant. And I know there are concerns about the fact that some are rent-controlled historically, and now these will be marked to market, and they'll be at a higher price. But the reality is, what we know about rent-controlled units is that they cycle very frequently anyway, and that 75% of rent-controlled units are marked to market every 4 years, I believe, was according to our last study last year. And so the reality is that those rent-controlled units are likely to be at market rate very soon anyway. Finally, I know you are partnering with a developer, with a Yeah, with a developer who stopped me. I had exactly, I think, about 90 seconds of conversation with this person, but said that they have a unique approach to building which would make market rate more affordable. Do you care to describe that?
I can, Mr. Mayor. Again, they're a London-based company, but they have an office in Boston. And the gentleman that you met with is the chief operating officer of the company. They specialize in faculty housing, housing that's designed for nurses and physicians and others that are in the marketplace in the more of the middle market requirements for housing. And they do that by providing a lot more studios and one-bedroom units. They furnish the units for the efficiencies of the units, and they manage and own the properties for very, very long period of time. And in fact, they have no interest in selling this project. They want to build it and lease it and own it. That is of high interest to my brother and myself and John Milligan, who's in the audience tonight. And we are going to go ahead and redeploy money back into the project to stay in this project for the long term and the long term ownership of that. So very, very excited about it. Very similar concept to a co-living concept to try to bring the pricing down, but in a different format. And so we're very excited about this opportunity.
Okay, so this will be market rate, but obviously targeting lower rents.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for answering all my questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perales?
Thank you. Mark, if you want to stay close, I'll probably have some questions. So first, I wanted to maybe because it was talked about first before, Councilmember Jimenez's memo. Ed, I had a question for you. It sounded like you said, and I understand that we maybe have come to a conclusion on that, but it sounded like you had said we could direct staff to report back to the full council today. We just can't talk about it, correct?
Correct.
So number 1 and number 3 on Councilmember Jimenez's memo actually asks just that, to direct staff to come back. Why couldn't we just do that and then not talk about it?
So you could have this council vote to have that direction, but you can't talk about the substance of it.
Yeah, I think that gets to the spirit of what Councilmember Jimenez was asking, and then that way it avoids the intermediate hurdle of going to rules. Correct. And it just comes back to council.
Because both the rules and this body can actually put items on the agenda. So you can have a vote to put this on a particular date directly, or you can go to rules. But unfortunately, today you can't talk about the substance, but you can talk about the substance if it goes to rules.
Great. So I'll incorporate that in my motion. It should go without saying that I support Councilmember Jimenez's memo as well, and so I'll incorporate that into my motion. I did have some...
Councilmember, you're asking that it go on what council agenda?
I'll mention that when I make my motion. Well, thank you, staff, for your work on this, and I appreciate all the community members that came out. I know not necessarily specifically speaking about this project, but absolutely some other items of concern and items we definitely should be talking about. And as I said, I will make that a incorporation in my motion. And I'll also mention, and I know, Mayor, you talked about it, there's no need for us to rehash the decisions that we had contentiously debated over the last couple months in regards to our municipal fees, and specifically here in downtown and our Ellis Act. And my colleagues are aware, and most people in the audience possibly aware, of where I stood in regards to that, and I was not necessarily supportive of the direction that we went with those, but I don't think there's a need to rehash that because we've had that discussion, and it is what it is with what we have moving forward. And so ultimately, we move forward and we have this opportunity in front of us today. There are indeed, in my mind, a couple concerns, and specifically as I addressed in my memo around number 1, around the historic building itself, which I will give some kudos to Jim Salata, and he does that very well throughout the community on preserving historical buildings. So that's the reason why this building in itself is in the shape that it is in, and I think is really worthy of preserving. And thank you to the Preservation Action Council and to the community members that have come out in support of that and in preserving this building. So it actually came to my attention just over this last week some of the back and forth that Habitat for Humanity was having. And so, Mark, now I will invite you back up if you don't mind. And Nancy, if you would mind joining the box, because I'll have some questions for you too. So, Mark, I had a couple conversations back and forth with both Preservation Action Council members and Habitat for Humanity, and it sounded as though there was actually sort of a drop in communication between yourself and them for a number of months after what looked like maybe promising discussions around the opportunity to relocate. And so I'm curious to see what may have happened there, and if there is a real opportunity and interest on your part, because the latest that I heard from Habitat for Humanity was that it had been around 3 to 4 months, and they were sort of waiting, for the next steps or maybe to hear back. So head scratcher, which is why I incorporated the 90 days, because I thought, well, if there is an opportunity here, why not take advantage of it?
Sure. I'm happy to address it. And then, as I mentioned, Sean Milligan is in the audience this evening. And Sean is the one that spearheaded the outreach to Habitat and kept in touch with Habitat throughout the process. We also were fortunate enough to have Sal Pissarro wrote an article and put it in published in the Mercury News, which solicited over 20 additional inquiries of folks that were interested in the home and wanting to work on that. We interfaced with the housing department whether or not there was any restrictions to the home, believing at that time at the house, when you move the home, the Ellis Act still applied to the home itself as well. And so we were informing those that expressed an interest that that's fine, but you can't just occupy the home or use it as a community center. You would have to lease the home out. And at the time, again, the Ellis Act allows you to start off at market rate rents, but I'm not sure whether or not contacting the 2 prior residents that were in the facility to come back and say, relocate back into the home. So long-winded, but the idea was, and we still are, very open to working to move the home. What I'm suggesting here is I'm very curious that our phone number hasn't changed. We've said the home is available. If Habitat has an interest, then they have to say, yes, this is when we need the home, and all this has to go there. So I don't know what more KT Urban needs to do at this juncture. I don't know.
The final message that they were stating that they had from KT Urban, I don't know who it was, maybe Sean, but was that KT Urban determined that the relocation process and cost is not economically feasible and that they would be demolishing the building. So, so if that's what they heard, I could see why they might think, well, okay, that's it, then there's no opportunity.
Right.
And it was a surprise to them when they heard from me that there may still be an opportunity. And so that is concerning, and I want to ensure that in this next 90 days that we actually do take advantage of what may be a real opportunity. And so you can hang out. I wanted to ask Nancy actually that question to kind of determine, indeed, right, is this a real opportunity at the 4th and Reed location?
Councilmember Nancy Klein, Economic Development and Real Estate. Yes, the 4th and Reed site is available should the economic or transfer deal be consummated.
So what hurdles would be in the way then? If it looks like we have a site that's viable, we have a partner that's interested, what would be in the way?
The steps, and we worked with the city attorney's office, section 4.20.080 of the surplus policy allows the city to negotiate directly with a nonprofit, so in that provides affordable housing. So in that instance, we can convey the site to Habitat directly, and then Habitat can work with the homeowner, the property owner directly at that point. So the terms would strictly be between city and Habitat for the conveyance of land.
And is 90 days long enough time to complete those terms and allow Habitat an opportunity to work with KT Urban?
We believe so, because the city, again, can negotiate directly with a nonprofit that provides affordable housing.
You would be coming back to the council for approval of the transfer of that property.
Yes, within 90 days, we believe we can come back to council.
I'm concerned now that you said we believe so, and you didn't say I'm certain.
We can
so.
do it. Yeah, within the 90-day period, that can be
Here's the
achieved.
reason why, Nancy, right? If 90 days is not enough and there's a time frame that you need, right, that we need to make this happen, I don't want to come up to the 90 days and then say, sorry, we missed our opportunity. So that, if we're going to be voting on a day or a time frame today, I want to know that, yes, that's enough time to make this happen, to come back to the council, do what we need to do, and then, Mr. Torsini, yourself, to have those conversations and facilitate this.
And so,
90 days.
The other thing is, too, is you're not approving the sale of this property to Habitat. You're asking to negotiate and come back to council. That item is not on the agenda for approval. So you're asking him to negotiate, and if you can negotiate, to come back to the council for the council to approve the transfer of the property.
I actually don't even think I was asking that based on my memo. I'm just asking right now, Nancy, so hypothetically, if it's Habitat for Humanity, could be anybody. What I'm saying is that enough time? So, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Torsini, to your, part of this, you feel that this is something that you can work with then as well?
We're ready to go.
Okay.
Let's start tomorrow.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. That's all my questions for you. I did have you're good. Thank you. So in regards to my memoranda, the other items, one of them was in regards to the historic sign. And Mayor, I'm comfortable with sort of your point if there maybe a better place, but I actually wanted to see if somebody from Preservation Action Council is willing to come down. Andre, if you want to come down and speak, or anybody, you can elect yourselves. We just need one, though. I don't need the whole crew. So, look, it's my understanding that and I'm going to defer to you as the expert, and to say, right, that I understood there were some concerns in regards to this going up on what's not going to be a hotel, and sort of some of that implications, and that and this is really not out of your wheelhouse. You've collected these signs before, allowed them to still be displayed to the public in History Park or maybe other locations. And so, would it be your thought that the best sort of future for this sign would be a donation to History San Jose versus displayed on what is being what Kate Tierman was describing?
Thanks, Councilmember. Yeah. We've thrown out many ideas about how to use the sign in its current location. We've suggested to planning and to others that it be a fin sign or some other but at a location that is visible from the street. I appreciate the project team's wish to have a iconic sofa destination type thing, but at 27 stories, you won't see it. Maybe from the Bird Avenue exit off of 280, maybe on 87 down by Kurtner, or not Kurtner. It's too far away. You wouldn't even know what it was when it's at the top of a 27-story building. It's not in the context of a roadside vernacular neon sign. So that's why we prefer that it be moved to History San Jose. After we relit the Dancing Pig, we sent out an online survey. We got a tremendous response. San Carlos Street, Monterey Road were two locations where a neon boulevard could exist. The County of Santa Clara has recently proposed revitalization of the fairgrounds that might include some neon signs. We've asked that if that moves forward, that the signs be placed along Monterey Road. So there is a real possibility that we can get these signs out of the warehouses of History San Jose and out into the purview of the public again. As you know, Las Vegas has a very popular neon museum, and they have a driving tour that you can take at nighttime to see these signs. So we feel that having the sign out, moved to History San Jose temporarily, is its best use. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. Thank you. So in going back to what you were saying, Mayor, at the end of the day, I may have my own personal opinions as well, right? But I'm comfortable, and what I'm happy at least that we're not talking about right, demolishing a sign. We're talking about preserving this, and hence why, through my conversations, this was understood as the best, sort of home, future home. And then lastly, and my mistake, I should have added both first and second in read. This concern really came up from the students at Notre Dame, who we so proudly recognized one earlier this evening. And the pedestrian, a lot of young girls walking to school and then back home through these intersections here, and both first as well, but the corner of the school right there on Second and Reed. And so I wanted to hear from staff, if I were to first off, your responses to the recommendation number 3 on evaluating the intersection First and Reed following 1 year of issue of certificate of occupancy, and then including in that both First and Second Street and Reed.
Thank you, Councilmember Ryan Doe, Public Works. We don't have any issue with the recommendations number 3. I think that timeline works for us. We actually have an idea what to do in that intersection already. So, and then to add second read, that should be a problem either.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I will make the motion. Then I will move my memoranda with the one amendment of in recommendation 3, stating evaluate the intersection of First and Reed and Second and Reed. And then I will move Councilmember Jimenez's memo in its totality, which would only, item number 2 would pertain to the current decision today, and then all 3 of them, though, to be agendized for the full council to discuss at a date to be determined by staff. And I'm hoping staff can give me maybe through our clerk's office, a recommendation that is not too far out. Or Lee, I see you grabbing the mic.
We had planned to come forward in early 2020, say January, with an update on a majority of what Councilmember Jimenez covers in his memorandum, as well as some policy guidance from the council.
Okay, so no later than January 2020.
Okay, is that it, Councilmember?
That's it.
Okay, I'll support that motion. Councilmember Jimenez?
I think it was all well said.
Okay, great. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. I have a question for staff. So to start with this, so we're approving 2 separate options, correct? And so, so I was told by Mr. Tusini that they're moving forward with the 295 unit design rather than the co-living option. And so I would like some clarification as to kind of why we're proceeding in this way.
Thank you, council members. So the project proposal included both project design options, and the CEQA document actually cleared both options for the applicant. So they still do have the option to pick either one. They have CEQA clearance for both. So moving forward, they can choose which one they want to go with.
Okay, thank you. So I just had a couple of comments. So one is, I've heard some discussion around this project, particularly the co-living option as being affordable. And so I just wanted to kind of question the notion. So I was told also by San Jose State that they had kind of stopped attending some meetings because they didn't think it was going to be affordable for their students or staff. And we may think of co-living as sort of dorm-style housing, but this isn't housing for students or grad students. The average grad student budget for off-campus housing is $1,349 a month. And our housing department estimates that rents on the condos would be over $3,000. And I understand that may not be the case because some of that's still being finalized. But even for a San Jose State University lecturer making an average of $60,000, this would be extremely expensive. And so I just want to be realistic and honest about how we present this project to the community, that this is going to be housing for young professionals and young tech workers. and there's nothing, wrong with that, but it's not really affordable housing. And then I had a question for staff, and I don't know if this is housing. So with the 28 rent-controlled units, what rents are those units going to be charged?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that. We can certainly consult with the housing department and get back with you.
Okay, thank you. And so the memo from the mayor credits the recent revisions to the Ellis Act as being crucial to this project moving forward, and I'm not understanding the logic, given that the project has been in the works for years and approved by the Planning Commission nearly a month ago prior to the Ellis revisions.
Maybe I could help?
Yeah.
Sure. You may recall Mark Tersini was actually here a couple weeks ago, and I asked him, how's it going getting financing for the project? And he indicated he had talked to more than 24 lenders who all said with the current current Ellis Act provisions that would mandate 50% of the units to be rent controlled, that they were not interested at all in financing the project. But on the other hand, if there could be a modification, then he could move forward. And he has financing now to move forward. I believe, and Mark can speak for himself better than I can speak for him, but my understanding is the partnership he has today was contingent on some change to the rule.
So those discussions were made prior before it coming to council 2 weeks ago?
Absolutely, because as you probably know, all of the really heavy lifting and cost of a project is really done after the financing. So, Mr. Tersini, if you want to respond, certainly. If there's any additional information.
You'd like to talk about your understanding of the changes to the Ellis Act before the changes were made 2 weeks ago?
Sure, Councilmember Esparza. Scape, and we had Scape under contract, and the contract was contingent on many factors. One, the approval of the total number of units, and more importantly, the Ellis Act recontrol provisions and the removal of the affordable housing component. Those were contingent items for Scape. The project is now funded and ready to go. We'll be closing with Scape in January of 2020 and moving forward directly to construction drawings.
Thank you. I also wanted to point out a couple of things. One, for members of the public that would like to, well, actually we don't, because this is coming to council, right, not Rules Committee. Okay. And I had actually another question for Mr. Tersini, if you could, I know, sorry. So the mayor asked a question of you, and I actually wanted to follow up. So you had sold your property in 2014?
Silvery Towers is out, yes.
And so refresh my memory, was Iron Mechanical, was that the company that that was fined and charged for wage theft?
No, to my knowledge, Iron Mechanical is not involved with any of the wage theft pertaining to Silvery Towers.
Okay, not to Silvery Towers, but yes, to wage theft.
No, I can't speak for them, but my understanding is they do not have any wage theft violations.
So I actually Googled, I know we're accused sometimes of, I did a little Google University myself, and so I found that that company had been charged for, what is it, not paying its workers. I'm just going by Google here. So for not paying for some wage theft. And so that was for, I believe, One South Market, according to the press information that I just Googled. Yet, did you recommend them in 2016?
Did I recommend Iron Mechanical to whom?
To the city.
No.
So again, I'm using my Google University on different sites, and I'm seeing that on the website. And so I just, that's not what tonight is about, but I did want to sort of, I did want to point out that this is a serious topic of discussion, and that there are different perspectives on this. And I think we should keep that in mind moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Tersini, obviously some suggestions been made here. I don't quite understand it.
I don't either.
Okay, maybe you can help me understand. Can you help me understand, Mr. Tersini? Sir, we've already had public. Sir, if you continue to speak out, I'll have you removed. Please have him removed. Sir, you're out of order, sir. So, Mr. Tersini, I'm not sure I know the name of the contractor, to which is it Iron Construction? Is that right?
Iron Mechanical.
Iron Mechanical, thank you. Okay. Is this a contractor you're using on this particular project that is before us now?
No, we don't have a general contractor selected.
Okay, so you
that would be
wouldn't
the
have
next
any.
part would be the general contractor. So no, they're not involved with this project.
Is Iron Mechanical a sub?
Yes, Iron Mechanical is the subcontractor.
Okay, and you used them on some prior project?
The general contractor used them. Balfour Beatty used them on the 1 South Market Street
Got it.
project. They were the general contractor. I don't know the general contractor for the Silvery Towers project. I don't know
Right.
what entity they're going under.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's vote on Councilmember Peralez's motion. That motion passes. We have open forum. I don't have any cards, do I? Nope, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.